Chapter 1 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. The Starting Point. We sometimes hear people say that they wish they had lived in the good old times, when people had to take things easy. No rushing off to catch an express train and flying across the country at a breakneck speed. No constant hurry and bustle such as is necessary in modern business life. It is all very well to talk of the life of ease which some suppose our forefathers to have lived. Things certainly went more slowly, but let us imagine a journey over wretched roads from Edinburgh to London in the month of December, the passengers huddled together in a stagecoach. Compare this journey of several days and nights with the comfortable 8 hours run of today. We may spend the forenoon in the Scottish capital, and setting out after lunch, we find ourselves in London in good time to get off to bed. We have not even had the discomfort of cold feet, for the carriages are comfortably heated. We have not felt what hunger is, for we have dined on the train as comfortably as at home. We have not even suffered from stiff limbs or aching back, for we have had plenty of room to move about. All this comfort and luxury have cost us a mere fraction of what our forefathers had to pay for the misery and discomfort which they had to endure. There are some interesting records of the miseries of traveling to be found in the journals of a century ago. If our forefathers could return to space and time, they would, no doubt, consider our present life a paradise compared with the good old times. They would certainly be surprised to find that even the working classes could possess many things which, in their time, were counted luxuries for the very rich. It was not that such things could not be made in their time, for man has been an expert workman for ages past. A walk through some of the eastern departments of the British Museum in London will satisfy us that even the ancients were able to make exquisite fabrics, pottery ware, glassware, etc., the details and quality of which it would be difficult to excel at the present time. But picture the laborious task of producing these and the consequent limited production. I remember seeing an Indian figured shawl which required 3 generations to produce it, the father being followed by his son and then by his grandson. The one shawl, truly a wonderful piece of work, was the life work of 3 generations. It is obvious that our progress has been in devising inanimate machines capable of doing work which until recently was thought to require human hands and brains. The real beginning of this progress dates only from the opening of the 19th century. From that time forward, advances have been made with leaps and bounds. Till then, we find that the processes of manufacture continued very much the same for thousands of years, and then there came a great change. Indeed, we might call it a complete revolution. Within a single century, the whole aspect of manufacture is changed entirely. We need not suppose that suddenly a generation of men arose superior to all their forefathers, but there must have been some real cause for so rapid a development of modern manufacture. It is not difficult to put one's finger on the one factor which altered the face of things. It was the advent of the steam engine which placed power in man's hands. Up till the close of the 18th century, man had been dependent upon what we usually call natural sources of power. In addition to his own energy, he used that of horses or other animals, the energy of running water, or of the fickle wind. The steam engine provided him with a power immensely greater than anything he had previously imagined. We know that all the energy we can call to our aid is already existent in nature. In this case which we are considering, man found a means of transforming the heat energy locked up in coal into mechanical energy by means of this machine which we call a steam engine. The to and fro motion of the piston provides us with power, which we may utilize directly as in the steam hammer, or by means of a crank and flywheel we may convert it into a rotary motion. and thereby turn the driving shafts of our factories and workshops. But first of all, we wish to see how we came to have steam engines. When one of the scientific journals was reviewing one of the writer's former romance books, the critics said, "We take it that the duty of the writer of such a volume is very largely to rob his subject of its atmosphere of romance by showing its gradual development and the reasonableness of its results. That is exactly wherein the real interest lies. If we had to record merely that on a certain date a certain man invented a certain complicated machine, the reader would not be interested. Such things could only happen in fairy tales. If, on the other hand, we can trace how a complicated machine has been evolved gradually from very simple beginnings, if we can trace out the origin of an invention, there is a genuine interest attached to it. The farther back we can take the genealogic tree, the greater is the interest, provided we can show a true descent. In sketching the history of the steam engine, it is usual to go back to 130 years BC, when Hero of Alexandria made a globe to revolve by steam escaping from two projections upon it. It has always seemed to me to be taking the genealogic tree back too far. It is most improbable that those who invented the earliest steam engines had ever heard of Hero's ancient experiment, which was merely a revolving fountain. Early in the 17th century, Giovanni Branca caused a wheel to revolve by the impact of a jet of steam, but this Italian experiment was not well known, and there is no evidence that this idea was known to the inventors of the steam engine. For this reason, I should not count it one of the ancestors from which the steam engine has descended. What really led to the invention of the steam engine was the necessity of pumping large quantities of water out of coal mines. Sea coal, as it was first called, owing to its being brought to London by ships, had come into general use for iron smelting. When looking through the specifications of early patents, I was surprised to find that a patent was granted to Lord Edward Dudley in 1621 for the use of coal for iron work. Someone may wish he could own a patent for the use of coal for boiling water. However, long after Lord Dudley's patent had expired, coal was in great demand for industrial purposes. Coal mining in these days was subject to a grand inconvenience. The best coal was found deep down in the earth, but the excess of subterraneous water was so great that it was not worth the expense of drawing it by the great charge of horses or hand labor. The most pressing industrial problem of the day was how to pump up this water without enormous expense. About the middle of the 17th century, the Marquis of Worcester was imprisoned in the Tower of London for his loyalty to the cause of Charles I. During his solitary confinement, Lord Worcester observed the lid of a kettle forced upwards by the enclosed steam. This simple, everyday occurrence seems to have suggested the idea that steam might force the water out of the deep coal mines. The ingenious nobleman devised a very simple means of doing so. This he describes in a book which is entitled A Century of Inventions, 1663. This title does not mean, as one might suppose, that the book contains the inventions of a certain century. It is a description of 100 inventions, or rather suggestions, made by the noble Marquis. I remark upon this, as the title is sometimes quoted as a centenary of inventions. Lord Worcester described his invention as an admirable and most forcible way to drive up water by fire. The principle of this invention is generally stated as follows. He caused a vacuum in a vessel by condensing steam in it, so that water would rush up by a pipe to fill the empty space, whereupon it was forced still higher by a second injection of steam. This, however, seems to be reading between the lines. The Marquis states clearly in his 68th article that his method of raising water by fire is not by drawing or sucking it upwards. The experiments which he mentions suggest that he simply forced the water upwards by the pressure of steam. The vacuum vessel was introduced by a miner, Thomas Savery, in 1698, who obtained a patent for a fire engine for raising water. One finds very often that the Marquis of Worcester is described as the inventor of the steam engine, while other writers give the credit to Savery, but neither of these inventors made a steam engine as we use that word now. They had no thought of obtaining mechanical motion from steam power. I am not overlooking the fact that the Marquis of Worcester, in one of his later articles, seems to hint at obtaining motion from his semi-omnipotent engine, but I think that all will agree that these very vague suggestions did not lead to the invention of the steam engine. It will be understood that these steam pumps of the Marquis of Worcester and Thomas Savery had no going parts. They were merely means of forcing up water from a depth by the use of steam. About the same time as Savery was busy with his steam pump, a Derbyshire blacksmith, Thomas Newcomen, invented what I should call a real steam engine, having a piston moving to and fro within a cylinder. Of course, Newcomen's idea was to solve the pressing problem of the day, to pump water up from the mines. The plan he adopted was a very simple one. The moving piston pulled down one end of a beam, the other end of which pulled up the plunger of a water pump. It is generally stated that Newcomen took out a patent for his engine in 1705. Desirous of seeing the original diagrams, I went to look these up in one of our patents libraries. I was surprised to find that Newcomen's name does not appear in the index of patentees, but remembering that some of the early patents were taken out under the names of agents, I looked through the specifications for the year 1705. This was a light task, for it happens that only one patent was taken out during the whole of that year, and that related to the refining of gold and silver. A search through the specifications for some years before and after 1705 showed that Newcomen had never sought the protection of the Patent Office. In the earliest description, which I can find of Newcomen's engine, it is made perfectly clear why he did not apply for a patent. I refer to Switzer's Hydrostatics and Hydraulics, 1729. Under the heading Description of the Engine to Raise Water by Fire, as improved by Mr. Newcomen, Switzer says, "This ingenious gentleman, to whom we owe this late invention, has, with a great deal of modesty, but as much judgment, given the finishing stroke to it. It is indeed generally said to be an improvement to Mr. Savery's engine, but I am well informed that Mr. Newcomen was as early in his invention as Mr. Savery was in his, only the latter, being nearer the court, had obtained his patent before the other knew it, on which account Mr. Newcomen was glad to come in as a partner to it. Had there been any patent agents in those days, Newcomen would have been advised that his invention was in no way an infringement of Savery's patent. As already stated, Newcomen employed a piston and cylinder, while Savery's so-called engine had no going parts. It seems as though Newcomen's modesty prevented him seeing that his idea was superior to that of Savery. He apparently allowed his own plans to lie idle until Savery's pumps were found insufficient. It is evident that Switzer was impressed with Newcomen's idea, for he describes it as undoubtedly the beautifulest and most useful engine that any age or country ever yet produced. In making out a genealogic tree of the steam engine's pedigree, I should be inclined to write the name of Thomas Newcomen in bold type, although some writers maintain that he has no real claim to have invented anything new, all the ideas he used having been known already. If inventions were to be dealt with in this fashion, we should not have a very large patent record. Newcomen discovered nothing, but he certainly invented a practical steam engine, and to my mind, this was the real starting point. Pistons and cylinders were in use for water pumps and air pumps before Newcomen's time, and these appeal to me as being more entitled to be called ancestors of the steam engine than Savery's and Worcester's suction and forcing pumps. Placing the piston and cylinder air pumps as the first in our genealogic tree, I should follow with a gunpowder engine invented by the Dutch scientist Huygens in 1680. This invention consisted of a strong cylinder and piston. A charge of gunpowder was exploded in the cylinder, the piston being kept up while the explosion took place. The explosion drove out the air from beneath the piston, which thereupon fell with considerable force, being pressed down by the weight of the atmosphere. A heavy weight could be lifted by the falling piston by fastening a rope or chain to the piston rod, then over a pulley wheel and down to the weight. This engine never came into practical use, but it is of special interest as being a direct descendant of the steam engine, as we shall see. A young French doctor, Denis Papin, suggested in 1690 that steam might be used in place of gunpowder in Huygens' engine. Placing a little water in the cylinder, he heated it so that the air was driven out of the cylinder, and when it was filled with steam, he withdrew the source of heat and cooled the cylinder, so that the steam condensed produced a vacuum, and the piston was forced down by atmospheric pressure in exactly the same manner as in the gunpowder engine. One improvement which Papin made in his steam engine was to lock the piston in its highest position before he withdrew the source of heat, so that he could release the piston at will and thus apply the power when he desired. Huygens let the downward stroke of his piston act at the moment of the explosion. These two inventions were made in Newcomen's time, and if he had never seen one of these primitive engines at work, he had undoubtedly heard of their simple action and of the great weight which they could lift. Could such a power not be applied to raising water out of coal mines? This would be a very natural question when the outstanding problem of the day was how to overcome the subterraneous water in mines. Newcomen would, no doubt, see that one great drawback was the very slow action of Papin's steam engine. A little steam had to be generated specially for each stroke. This was done within the cylinder itself. Newcomen suggested a separate boiler in which steam could be constantly kept up and drawn upon at each stroke. This would save a great deal of time, for as soon as the engine made one stroke, he had steam ready for a second stroke, and so on. It will be observed that the principle of Huygens' gunpowder engine and Papin's and Newcomen's steam engines is the same in each case. It is the pressure of the atmosphere forcing the piston down when a vacuum is produced below it which does the work. We therefore speak of these three inventions as atmospheric engines. Newcomen applied the power in the same way as the others, only he substituted a lever or beam for the pulley wheel, round which the chain passed in the former methods. As already stated, Newcomen caused the piston rod to pull down one end of the beam, while the other end pulled up the plunger of the water pump, a simple seesaw arrangement. Newcomen's engine must be reckoned as the first practical steam engine. It did yeoman's service in connection with the pumping of mines. We are all familiar, no doubt, with the story of the boy Humphrey Potter, who, finding it an irksome duty to open and shut the valves as required in a Newcomen engine, attached cords and catches to connect the valves with a moving beam, thus making the whole action automatic. It seems very doubtful if this ingenious boy ever existed except in imagination. Switzer, when writing the history of Newcomen's engine in 1729, does not mention this incident, which is narrated for the first time in 1744, or 31 years after it was supposed to have taken place. I cannot imagine Switzer omitting to record any fact of this kind. He even relates such trivial incidents as the following. Referring to Savory's so-called engine, Switzer writes, "I have heard him say myself that the very first time he played it was in a potter's house at Lambeth, where though it was a small engine, yet it forced its way through the roof and struck up the tiles in a manner that surprised all the spectators." Surely the incident of Humphrey Potter would have been of much greater historical interest. An original drawing of Newcomen's first engine is preserved in the William Salt Library at Stafford, England, and this shows the automatic means of opening and shutting the valves. The drawing is dated 1712, which was the date of erection of the engine, whereas Humphrey Potter is stated to have made his improvement in 1713. It might be argued that the old drawing referred to may have been made after 1713, but I fear there is no evidence for or against this suggestion. It has been suggested that de Sagulier, the first to record the story, invented or introduced the story 31 years later in order to detract from Newcomen's invention, but it is more charitable to suppose that the story originated in a misunderstanding. Indeed, there seems room for such an error, for in the original drawing, a photograph of which I have seen, the parts are all lettered, and a list of them appears in the drawing itself. The automatic arrangement is described as Scoggin and his mate who work double to the boy. Y is the axis of him. All these terms were names given to different parts of the engine. Personally, I do not credit the story of Humphrey Potter, for I do not believe that such a careful historian as Switzer could overlook so important a fact. Switzer wrote much nearer the date of the supposed incident than de Sagulier did. A generation had passed before the latter recorded the story. While Newcomen's engines were busy pumping up water from coal mines and thus enabling the iron smelters and others to obtain the necessary fuel, other industries were being set on foot. Several cotton mills had been erected, and the necessary power was obtained by horses where no running water was convenient. The horses walked round and round, turning a gin, such as one sees at many farms today in connection with the thrashing of corn. In 1780, a mill owner in Manchester put in one of Newcomen's engines to pump water to a height, and thus obtained the necessary running water to turn a large water wheel. Some writers have made fun of this idea, but it was a very natural one, for at that time the engine was looked upon only as a means of pumping up water. This mill owner did us a good turn, for he provided the first connecting link between the steam engine and the driving of machinery. It was not long before someone, when fitting up another factory, suggested dispensing with a water wheel and connecting the engine directly to a crank and flywheel. Cranks and flywheels were in use already in connection with manual pumps and other devices. Instead of making the end of the seesaw beam pull up the plunger of a pump, the beam was connected by a strong rod to the crank of a very heavy flywheel. This, however, did not make a very efficient machine. While these pioneer mill owners were making bold attempts to obtain the power necessary to drive their newly invented spinning machinery, it so happened that a model of Newcomen's engine, which belonged to the Natural Philosophy Department of Glasgow University, went out of working order. The model was handed to the college mechanic to be repaired. This mechanic, although a most ingenious youth and working under the patronage of the university, found his business anything but lucrative. However, it is not so much the man as the machine with which we have to deal at present. This useful mathematical instrument maker soon repaired the Newcomen model, which may be still seen at the university. He was impressed with the great waste of heat and the imperfect working of the engine, and he began a scientific investigation of the causes of these defects. It soon occurred to him that the alternate heating and cooling of the cylinder was a great waste, and that this defect might be remedied by allowing the cylinder to remain hot by condensing the steam in a separate vessel. He also added an air pump to exhaust the condensing vessel, so that the steam would rush into it from the cylinder. His ingenuity did not end there, for instead of using the steam merely to produce a vacuum, as Newcomen had done, he took advantage of the expansive power of steam, which was already a well-known fact. By increasing the heat of his boilers, and thereby increasing the steam pressure, he caused the steam on entering the cylinder to force the piston along to the end of the cylinder. Then came the vacuum as before, but instead of leaving the atmosphere to force in the piston, he closed in the end of the cylinder and admitted steam above the piston, so that the piston was forced back again with a far greater pressure than that of the atmosphere. In short, he caused the steam and the vacuum to act simultaneously and alternately on both sides of the piston. Although this mechanic at the University of Glasgow was at that time quite unknown to the outside public, his name, James Watt, is now familiar to every educated person. We often speak of Watt as the inventor of the steam engine, and so he was in a very real sense. His engine was not merely an improvement on Newcomen's, it was a distinctly new machine. Watt was the first to apply the expansive force of steam to obtain power. We should remember that this great victory was not won without a severe struggle and much personal sacrifice on the part of Watt. It took him 10 years of patient toiling to devise the practical means of carrying out his ideas. Sometimes he was quite despondent. In a letter to Dr. Black, the discoverer of the doctrine of latent heat, Watt wrote, "Of all things in the world, there is nothing more foolish than inventing." This was said with no light heart. No one can fail to be interested in the story of James Watt's life, but at present we must confine our attention to the machine which brought about the great development of modern manufacture. Watt's steam engine soon replaced Newcomen's atmospheric engine for the pumping of mines. As illustrative of the great advance Watt had made, I need quote only one instance. A coal mine at which 3 pumps were used adopted Watt's engines in place of Newcomen's, which had been previously used there. The result was that this one mine saved over 7,000 pounds sterling in fuel during the first year. It is obvious that Watt's invention would give a great impetus to coal mining. We can quite imagine that many mines which had not been paying their way would become profitable concerns with a great saving of their bill for fuel. It was not long before this new motive power was welcomed by mill owners to drive their machinery, and they could thoroughly appreciate the statement that one of these new engines was equal to so many horsepower, a term of comparison we use still. Having traced the evolution of the steam engine to the point at which it became the source of power for industrial purposes, we need not follow in its further improvements. We have completed the genealogic tree as under 1650, Garrick invented the air pump with its piston and cylinder. 1680, Huygens invented a gunpowder engine in which the explosion produced a vacuum beneath the piston in a cylinder, causing the atmosphere to force down the piston and lift a weight. 1690, Papin suggested the use of steam in place of gunpowder to produce the necessary vacuum. 1698, Newcomen added a separate boiler, so that steam had not to be generated specially for each stroke. He applied the lifting power to work a water pump for mines. 1769, Watt added a separate vessel for condensing the steam in, and he made use of the expansive force of steam to move the piston in both directions. This was the invention of the steam engine as we know it now. Watt's engine did not come into practice till 1790. Some readers may question the validity of the first item in the foregoing list, but just as the electric motor is the converse of the dynamo, so were these early engines the converse of the air pump. We supply mechanical motion to the dynamo, and we obtain an electric current. We supply electric current to the motor, and we get mechanical motion. In the same way, we supply mechanical motion to the air pump, and we get a vacuum, while in these early engines, we supplied a vacuum and obtained mechanical motion. The air pump was undoubtedly a direct ancestor of the power engine, and I have no doubt it was the backward suck of an air pump which suggested the gunpowder engine to Huygens. In omitting the engines of the Marquis of Worcester and of Thomas Savery, I do not seek to belittle the importance of these inventions, but, as already explained, these do not appeal to me as being direct ancestors of the power engine with its moving parts. I have placed Newcomen's engine under the date of Savery's patent, as it is clear from Switzer's personal statement that Newcomen was as early in his invention as Savery was in his. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. how we came to spin by machinery. It is obvious that primitive man had but two requirements, food and clothing. Our present subject has to deal with the latter. Advancing from fig leaves to coats of skin, man sought to provide himself with more comfortable apparel. In time he hit upon the idea of twisting the hairs or wool of animals into continuous threads, and by interweaving these together, he made the first step in textile manufacture. By and by, man found that the fibers of the inner bark of the flax plant could be treated in the same way, and so what we know as linen yarn or thread was produced. At a very early date, man also observed that the cocoon, or wrapping which enclosed the chrysalis of a certain caterpillar, was made of a very fine, glossy fiber, wound round and round. This was burst open when the moth had developed, but if taken before this stage, the long fiber could be unwound, and a number of these, when twisted together, produced what we now call silk yarn or thread. Away back in the world's history, man found also that the soft, downy substance contained in the pods of certain plants could be twisted so that its fibers made a continuous thread, and in this way we came to have cotton yarn or thread. The cotton industry is of so outstanding importance in Great Britain that we shall confine our attention to the spinning of cotton. We wish to follow the steps by which this gigantic modern industry has been built up. There seems to be no doubt that spinning and weaving were the earliest arts practiced by man. We find these arts invented independently by savage people. When Columbus discovered America, he found the natives wearing cotton cloth made by their primitive methods. The ancient method of spinning was very simple. The bundle of fibers which was to be spun into thread was placed on a stick called the distaff. Holding this under the left arm, the spinster would draw out the fibers of cotton to the required fineness. These were then attached to a notch on the end of a spindle, made of wood or iron, and having a small bowl of clay at its center. The spinster then caused this top-like spindle to spin round, and as it receded from the spinster, the necessary twist was given to the yarn or thread. Whereupon the spinster would wind the twisted yarn onto the spindle, and again fixing the thread in the notch on the top of the spindle, she would proceed to twist another length of fibers, and so on. The twist given to the fibers would not come undone, as the fibers would cling to one another and maintain their new positions. As the cotton plant grew profusely in India, the Hindus became expert spinners, and when our merchants opened up business with India, we bought large quantities of cotton cloth from that country, although the woolen weavers in Great Britain made a desperate struggle to keep these goods from being used. To show how keenly these weavers felt the introduction of cotton goods, we may refer to the hanging of a common criminal in Ireland in 1734. It so happened that the convict had been a weaver at one time, so the weavers of Cork, where the execution took place, dressed him up in cottons on the day of his hanging, and encouraged him to use the occasion for denouncing the use of cotton. In those days, the convict was allowed to address the crowd which had gathered to see his hanging, so this fellow made a speech in which he declared that all his misdeeds could be traced to this pernicious practice of wearing cottons. He concluded his last address with these words, quote, "Therefore, good Christians, consider that if you go on to suppress your own goods by wearing such cottons as I am now clothed in, you will bring your country into misery, which will consequently swarm with such unhappy malefactors as your present object is, and the blood of every miserable felon that will hang after this warning from the gallows will lie at your doors." End quote. To return to the spinning of cotton by the Hindus, we find many records describing the great skill attained by them. Some of the muslin imported from India at the end of the 17th century was so extremely fine that, quote, "when laid upon the grass, and when the dew has fallen upon it, it is no longer discernible." End quote. As much as 30 shillings per yard was paid for some of these fine cotton cloths, which could scarcely be felt in the hand, and the thread of which was scarcely discernible. The descriptive name given to some of these fabrics was woven wind, and it is recorded that a Mughal emperor, observing his daughter clad in semi-transparent tissue, rebuked her, whereupon she assured him that her robe was composed of not less than 9 folds of muslin. Some of the records of the transparency of these early productions reminds one of Hans Andersen's tale of the Emperor's New Clothes. It will be remembered how 2 rascally weavers worked at an empty loom, pretending to weave cloth which they declared would be invisible to all foolish persons and to those who held positions of which they were not worthy. They succeeded in their trickery for some time, as each person, seeing no cloth, and believing this to be a proof of something wanting within himself, pretended to see and admire the fabrics which did not exist, until a child declared that the emperor wore no fine clothes, but his shirt only. To return to realities, it is evident that the spinners of long ago could make yarn of the finest quality imaginable, but it is obvious that the quantity produced by hand must have been extremely small. In order to hasten the process of spinning, the spindle was mounted on a stand and kept in continuous and regular motion by a hand wheel. In some cases a treadle was added, so that the wheel might be turned by the foot, leaving both hands free to manipulate the yarn. In the most improved form of spinning wheel, the twisting and the winding were performed simultaneously. The spindle, which was placed horizontally, revolved at a quick speed, putting the necessary twist upon the string of fibers in the same manner as the ancient spindle. At the same time, the twisted thread passed over a bent arm or flyer, which, with the bobbin, revolved at a slower rate and wound the thread onto the bobbin. When the spinning wheel was introduced into Great Britain about the middle of the 14th century, it soon displaced the distaff and spindle. Although the rate of spinning was increased, the quality of the yarn produced still depended upon the skill of the individual spinster. At this time, spinning was practiced in almost every household, and many of the gentlefolk were proud of the very fine yarn which their spinsters could produce. The Royal Society took notice of the achievements of one Norfolk lady who spun a single pound of wool into a continuous thread measuring almost 48 miles in length. This record, however, was left far behind by a Lincolnshire lady who spun the same weight of wool into one continuous thread measuring 95.5 miles. About the middle of the 18th century, the method of weaving by hand was improved, as we shall see in the following chapter, and the increased production of the weaver called for a hastening of the spinster's productions. It was the custom for the manufacturers to give out the warps to the weavers, allowing the latter to find the wefts to interweave with these. The weavers depended very largely upon the womenfolk in their own households to spin the necessary yarn for weaving. It was soon found that the women could not keep pace with the weavers, and it very often happened that weavers had to make excursions to considerable distances in order to get sufficient weft to keep them going. This meant a loss of production and soon became irksome. Several attempts had been made to hasten the methods of spinning, but with no practical result up till about 1764. About this time, a humble weaver at Blackburn, England, hit upon a useful idea. It is said that his wife's ordinary spinning wheel was accidentally overturned upon the floor, when he observed that the wheel and spindle continued to revolve for some time. Looking at the spindle in its upright position, it occurred to him that a number of spindles fixed in this position might be driven by the same wheel. After some years of careful experimenting, this weaver, James Hargreaves, invented a simple machine with which the spinster could spin 10 separate threads at one time in place of one thread only. Hargreaves called his machine a spinning jenny after his wife, whose Christian name was Jenny. It was impossible for the spinster to hold 10 different rovings in her hand, so a traveling bar was placed on the machine. This horizontal bar, or clasp, was not unlike a parallel ruler, which could be opened to let the rovings pass freely through, and then closed tight when sufficient length had been taken through to reach the spindle. The revolving spindles applied the necessary twist, and this length of rove was gradually wound onto the spindles. Then the clasp was once more opened and moved back to catch and hold the rovings again at the requisite distance. This moving clasp took the place of the spinster's fingers in the simple one-thread spinning wheel. Poor Hargraves was sorely misunderstood by the spinners in his neighborhood. They feared that such machines would drive them out of employment. A crowd of them broke into Hargraves' home and smashed his machine to pieces. As we go along, we shall find this stupid cry, "Men, not machines," repeated in other branches of the industry. Hargraves fled to Nottingham, where he took out a patent for his spinning jenny in 1770, but the manufacturers combined together to deprive him of his patent on the ground that he had previously sold one of the machines. Some years later, poor Hargraves died in obscurity, friendless and penniless, but by that time the manufacturers were making money by the introduction of this labor-saving machine. It will be understood that before the cotton wool was spun into thread by Hargraves' spinning jenny, the cotton had to be made into a loose roving. This was done originally by combs or cards held in the hands. The repeated action of these caused the cotton fibers to lie more parallel to one another. Hargraves had given some assistance in fitting up a cylinder carding machine in which one card was fixed, while the other, in the form of a cylinder, revolved against it. The cost of preparing the roving was greatly lessened by such means, and the roving was then spun into yarn on the spinning jenny. While poor Hargraves was being persecuted for his inventive genius, another man in a humble position was busy trying to solve the problem of spinning. This man, Richard Arkwright, or as he was called then, Dick Arkwright, was not connected with the industries of spinning and weaving. He was a barber and hairdresser in Preston. His small shop was in an underground cellar, and finding business very slow, he attracted customers by placing a large placard above the entrance to his shop announcing that the subterraneous barber shaves for a penny. Later on, he reduced his charge to 1/2 penny, but ultimately he abandoned this business and became a traveler in dyed hair, much used at that time, owing to the general practice of wearing wigs. Arkwright found this new business a very profitable one, and like a wise man, he remembered that it is not what we earn, but what we save that makes us rich. He soon had some money saved, and this enabled him to spend some leisure time experimenting in mechanics, which subject had always been a fascination to him. Although Arkwright seems to have given all his spare time at first to a futile attempt to accomplish the impossible task of perpetual motion, he soon turned his attention to something of more practical interest. He was hearing continually about the trouble that weavers were experiencing in obtaining weft to keep them employed at their looms. Possibly he may have heard a good deal about this from some of the customers who came to his subterraneous barber's shop, and probably he had heard discussions regarding the possibility of hastening the process of spinning by machinery. There had been several attempts made before Arkwright's time, and although unknown to him, Hargraves was then at work on the same problem. Arkwright became so engrossed in the inventing of such a machine that he gave up his whole time to it, determined to solve the problem and produce a practical machine. He found this no light task. His savings disappeared, for experimenting and model making are expensive things, and poor Arkwright fell into very distressed circumstances. Yet he was convinced that he would soon reach the goal. But alas, his poor wife, finding that he was determined to continue against all her remonstrance, couldn't stand it no longer. In a rage, she smashed his models to pieces, thinking this would mean the end of all her troubles. But this was more than the poor inventor could stand, and so they separated. Poor and friendless, Arkwright worked on at his model making until he had perfected his original idea. A firm of stocking weavers took an interest in Arkwright and enabled him to obtain a patent for his spinning frame. It will be remembered that Hargreaves' spinning jenny merely enabled the spinner to operate a number of threads at one time, but the spinner had to draw out the threads as before by moving the bar which clasped the rovings. Arkwright's machine was entirely automatic, and when set in motion performed all the operations of spinning. The only duties left to the spinner were to supply the machine with material and to mend the threads when they broke. As these machines were made with a large number of spindles, it was found necessary to obtain suitable power for driving them. Arkwright's first factory was driven by horses, in the same fashion as small farmers still drive their thrashing machines, the horses walking round and round in a circle turning a gin. When Arkwright put up a larger factory in Derbyshire, he utilized a water wheel for supplying the necessary power, and owing to this fact, the yarns spun there received the name of water twist. This name has persisted up to the present day, but its meaning is not widely known. I remember asking an old manager in a weaving factory why the yarn was called water twist, and he said it must be that it was spun through water. Arkwright's automatic machine made much more regular threads than Hargreaves' spinning jenny, but both came into general use and gave a great impulse to cotton manufacture. Although Arkwright had a very uphill fight for many years, his factories ultimately proved very profitable, and before his death in 1792, he had accumulated about £500,000 sterling. These ingenious machines, however, could not make yarn nearly so fine as the Hindu spinner could make with his simple wheel, and so all our fine muslins continued to come from India. When the English weavers tried to imitate these fine fabrics, they found the yarns very rough and faulty. One weaver lad, Samuel Crompton, was very much annoyed at the imperfections of the yarn. His father had died while Sam was only a few years old, so the boy had to help his widowed mother at the loom. The boy often wished that he could get more regular yarn to work with, as he had a hobby of making fiddles, but was so hindered in his work by bad yarn that he could find little time to spare for his hobby. The young weaver formed some idea of a better method of spinning, and to enable him to buy material for his models without encroaching on the household income, he used to play the fiddle at the local theater at night. It took all his spare time for 5 years to perfect his idea, and even then he was sometimes up all night. Crompton's machine was really an ingenious combination of the two former machines, with some additional improvements. In Crompton's machine, the spindles were mounted on a traveling carriage, hence its name, the mule jenny. This machine was a great advance on the other two, as it could spin very much finer and more regular yarns. It will be remembered that young Crompton's idea was to enable his household to spin more regular yarns, so that he might have more time for his hobby of fiddle making. He feared that his machine might meet with the same fate as Hargreaves' jenny, so during one of the riots of weavers and spinners, he took his machine to pieces and hid it. When he set it up again, it was only for his own use, and he endeavored to keep the fact of its existence a secret. However, the machine was well able to speak for itself. Its productions were so far ahead of other yarns that everybody was surprised. The result was that everybody wanted to see the machine on which these yarns had been produced, but Crompton would not admit them to his house. Some of them climbed up ladders to see the machine through the window, and one fellow was found who had been hiding in the loft for several days so that he might watch the machine at work. Young Crompton's friends very foolishly advised him not to take out a patent for his invention, but to make known the principle of his machine to those manufacturers who would subscribe from a crown to a guinea. Crompton parted with his invention in this manner for some 50 or 60 pounds. Others started large factories in which the mule jennies produced high-priced yarns at a much lower cost than Crompton could do in his small way, so he became discouraged and depressed. Crompton's invention had given the cotton industry in this country an immense impetus. The duty paid upon the raw cotton brought into the country to be spun on his machines soon represented hundreds of thousands of pounds sterling per annum. Many millions of spindles were soon at work in Great Britain, and one of our greatest industries was firmly established. The country could well afford to recompense Crompton for his wonderful invention, but when a grant of £5,000 was proposed in Parliament, one member suggested that £100 a year was as much as the fellow could drink. Even the £5,000 which was given to poor Crompton scarcely paid the debts he owed in connection with business losses. He spent his last days in poverty, while his invention brought large fortunes to others, and at least £300,000 per annum to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The complete method of preparing and spinning cotton, as practiced in our modern factories, will be described in a later chapter on thread making. It will be of interest in the meantime to see how the invention of these spinning machines led to the introduction of machinery for weaving cloth. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Linehart. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Weaving by Machinery. In the preceding chapter, we have seen how the ingenious barber, Dick Arkwright, unlike the other inventors of spinning machinery, ultimately reaped some financial benefit from his labors. When he built a large factory in Derbyshire and proved that his machinery could produce large quantities of yarn, one would have thought that all the manufacturers would rejoice. There would be no more enforced idleness of the weavers for want of weft yarn. Perhaps it was only natural that some of the people should take a very pessimistic view of the matter. What would become of the poor hand spinners who could not keep pace with the capabilities of these inanimate machines? One hears very similar questions being asked even at the present time concerning the increase of machinery, but surely the more cheaply we can produce manufactured articles, the better for mankind. Had the pessimists had their way, our country would never have come to the forefront as it has done, nor should we have accumulated the wealth we now possess. But even the manufacturers thought that this great advance in spinning was going to ruin them and their country in the following way. All the weavers in the country would not be able to weave up the great quantities of yarn which would be produced by these spinning mills, so the spinners would ship the surplus yarn to the continent, where the weavers would produce cloth to compete with the home industry. We have the problem of dumping to deal with at the present day, but the case at that time was not so hopeless as was at first imagined, as we shall see from the following incidents. At a country house in Derbyshire, a number of gentlemen, while having an after-dinner smoke, discussed this vexed question. The discussion was, no doubt, a heated one, as some of those present were interested in the manufacturing concerns whose doom was so terribly prophesied. The recent erection of spinning mills in the neighborhood would, no doubt, intensify the feeling of alarm. It so happened that a clergyman was present during the discussion, and he ventured to suggest that machinery might be invented to weave up the yarn into cloth as quickly as the spinning machines could produce it. Of course, a clergyman is supposed to be utterly devoid of any proper thinking in connection with the secular business of the world, and so the suggestions of this reverend gentleman were laughed out of court. One manufacturer told him he might as well tell Arkwright to grow the cloth ready-made. The idea of weaving by machinery was too ridiculous to anyone who had a knowledge of the operations required for weaving. The clergyman admitted frankly that he knew nothing about the process of weaving, but while he could conceive that the necessary motions were more complex than those required to spin yarn, he could not imagine that they were any more complex than the moves made when playing a game of chess. But why use chess as an analogy? Because at that very time, 1784, There was being exhibited in London an automatic figure which could make all the variety of moves in a game of chess, just as though it were a human being. Note: I am informed that this chess-playing automaton was ultimately discovered to be a trick. The figure, which sat at a solid table, had a boy inside. When it was opened to show that there was nothing within, he got into the table, and when the table was opened, he got back into the figure. How easily we are duped. End of note. Probably the manufacturers told the clergyman that he did not know what he was talking about, but he was convinced that there would someday be weaving Johnnies, just as there were already spinning Jennies. We can picture the clergyman returning home feeling very much annoyed that the suggestion, which seemed to him so reasonable, should be so lightly scoffed at by those who ought to be able to appreciate it. The more he considered the matter, the more did he become convinced that a machine might be made to weave, and although he had no knowledge whatever of weaving, he determined to make an attempt to solve the problem. One is surprised to learn that this clergyman, Dr. Cartwright, who lived in Derbyshire, had never seen a hand loom at work. He seems to have known only that a number of threads called the warp were stretched lengthwise in the loom, and that the weaver interwove the weft threads with these, just as the good housewife darns the hole in a stocking by first laying threads across in one direction and then interweaving other threads across these. Dr. Cartwright would have saved himself a lot of trouble and expense had he only gone and watched a hand loom weaver at work. However, as we shall see later that this ingenious clergyman succeeded in making a practical machine which could weave cloth on its own account. It will be of interest to see how weaving had reached even the simple stage at which it was when this clergyman took the matter in hand. We know that the ancients practiced the art of weaving from the earliest times, but their methods were very similar to that of darning a hole in a stocking. They stretched a number of long threads, forming a warp between two bamboo rods, and then darned or interwove these with other threads called the weft. The Egyptians and Greeks hastened the process of weaving by introducing simple heels by which the warp threads might be opened to form a shed or passage through which the weft thread was passed by means of a long stick. It is obvious that this would be very much quicker than darning in the weft over one thread and under the next alternately. One heel would lift every alternate thread at the same time, and a weft thread would be inserted. Then a second heel would raise all the other warp threads, and a second weft thread would be passed into this shed, the result being as shown in this simple diagram. The primitive heels referred to in the preceding paragraph were simply loops of twine, each passing around a warp thread and supported by a wooden rod, as shown in Figure 3. It will be observed in the above diagram that only every alternate warp thread, represented by dots, passes through the loops hanging from this rod. The other warp threads will pass through similar loops attached to a second rod. It will be obvious that if one rod is lifted while the other remains down, an open shed will be formed, through which the weaver can pass his stick, carrying with it the end of his weft thread. Having placed the weft thread across the warp in the open shed, the weaver then uses the weft stick to beat up the weft thread into position. He then raises the other rod, thus lifting the alternate set of warp threads, and repeats the process just described. In the foregoing description of a primitive loom, we have learnt the general principle of all weaving. First, a means of shedding the warp, then some plan of passing the weft through the open shed thus formed in the warp, and finally beating up the weft close to the last weft thread interwoven. In this simple fashion, man was able to weave what we call plain cloth, and we can have no stronger single cloth than this, in which the warp and weft threads are interlocked as often as it is possible. Man soon found that he could vary the appearance of the cloth by interweaving the warp and weft in other ways. For instance, if he used 3 rods with loops, heels, he could lift every third thread and leave the 2 intermediate threads down, producing a simple twilled effect, as represented in Figure 4. As the reader is supposed to have no intention of becoming a practical weaver, we need not trouble him with further detail. All we wish to note is that one cloth varies from another not only in the material of which it is made, but also in the manner in which its warp and weft are interlaced. The ancients succeeded in making very fancy fabrics. They introduced differently colored weft threads and interwove those so they formed definite designs. Some of the mummy shirts to be seen in the Assyrian department of the British Museum are wonderful productions, but the weaver had to be an artist. He had to manipulate each thread separately in order to produce an elaborate design. He could not use heels, as he wanted each thread to come up or down according to his fancy and not in any regular rotation. He had to adopt the simple method of darning. Sometimes he would arrange his warp in heels to produce a plain weave and thus form the foundation of his fabric, while he darned in the color wefts as he went along. Some of the Indian shawls made in this fashion were most elaborate pieces of work, and as we have seen in the opening chapter, these often took a lifetime to produce, while, at least on one occasion, 3 generations were required to produce a single shawl. It is obvious that with such slow means of production, few could hope to possess these works of art. Modern manufacture has brought beautifully woven fabrics within the reach of all. We wish to see how this has come about. First of all, we find the Romans abandoning the stick for drawing the weft through the open shed in the warp. They introduced a hand shuttle which they could throw across the warp through the open shed. The weaver threw the shuttle with one hand and caught it with the other. The weft thread was then forced into position, or beat up by a wooden stick or batten. Other improvements gradually crept into the art of weaving, till we find, in the 14th century, looms not unlike the simple hand loom which reigned supreme until the advent of the modern power loom. The practice of lifting the heels by hand to form the warp shed had been abandoned long before this, and with the aid of strings and levers the weaver could raise the heels with his feet. At first the Eastern weaver merely inserted his great toe into a loop of twine, and pulling it down he raised a heel, but by introducing wooden treadles the heels could be raised more easily, the motion being the same as depressing the treadles or pedals of a pipe organ. At the same time, the simple heeled gave place to a sort of double heeled, which could both raise and lower the warp threads. Sometimes this was made entirely of twine, fastened between 2 rods, but at other times a small metal eyelet was used for the warp thread passing through, as shown in Figure 5. The general arrangement of the yarn in a loop will be understood from the following diagram, Figure 6. This shows a side view of 2 sets of heels at work in a loom, one being raised and the other depressed, in order to form a clear open shed for the passage of the shuttle through the web. It is apparent that if the heels are raised and depressed alternately, the result will be plain cloth. But in order to get a variety of weave, the warp threads are sometimes divided over a dozen sets of heels, and in this case the weaver requires to be as expert with his feet as the organist. Indeed, the operation of the treadles in producing a very fancy weave requires considerable skill. I remember an old weaving instructor at one of our technical colleges telling me that on one occasion a certain Scottish duchess sent word to the college that she was anxious to learn to weave the tartan of her own clan. My informant, who was a very plain-spoken Scottish weaver, was dispatched to the castle, where a hand loom had been erected. He addressed the duchess as "Your Ladyship," and he said, "Would your ladyship depress this treadle?" and so on, and so on. As the intricacy of the matter became apparent to the duchess, she doubtless became confused in the required movements, for she was suddenly brought to book by the old Scotch weaver crying, "Tuts, woman, can you no lift your fit?" Of course, what he intended to say was, "Would your ladyship please lift this foot?" Long ago, people had abandoned the primitive method of beating up the weft threads into the cloth by means of a stick or batten, which had to be passed into the open shed of the warp and withdrawn at each weft shot. This was necessarily a very slow process. It occurred to someone that a comb could be used to force up the weft thread, the advantage in the comb being that it did not require to be inserted bodily into the open shed, as the single batten had. The teeth of the comb passed down between the warp threads and drove the weft thread along in front of the teeth until the weft was hard up against the last shot in the cloth. Gradually, the present system was evolved, and it will be obvious how an enormous amount of time was saved the weaver. In mounting the warp into the loom, the threads, after being arranged in the heels, are entered through the spaces in a long steel comb, or reed, which extends right across the web. The reed is not like an ordinary comb, but more like a fine grating, for each tooth is fixed into a frame at both ends, as shown in Figure 7. The reed is hung in a rocking frame and swings to and fro like a child's swing. When the weaver pulls this lay or sleigh forward, the reed forces the weft thread up into the cloth. The old plan of throwing the shuttle through the web from one hand to the other has been replaced by what is called the fly shuttle. This shuttle travels across the web on a small shelf or rack provided on the swinging lay. The weaver whips or picks the shuttle across from one side to the other in the manner well known to all who have ever seen a loom at work. It was the introduction of the fly shuttle which upset the pre-existing division of labor between the weavers and the womenfolk who did the spinning of the weft threads. This new method of throwing the shuttle enabled the weavers to get through their work so much quicker that they could not procure enough weft to keep them employed. No doubt there would be many grumblers at this dislocation of labor, but it was this very difficulty which brought about the invention of spinning machinery, as related in the preceding chapter. All the operations of the hand loom weaver are imitated by the modern power loom. The rocking lay is swung to and fro by a simple crank on a revolving shaft, while the sudden forward motion of a wooden lever throws the shuttle across the loom with a speed sometimes equal to that of an express train. The up and down movement of the weaver's feet is imitated by revolving eccentrics, or cams, as shown in Figure 8. When the hand loom weaver had woven a few inches of cloth, he would stop and roll that onto his beam, and then proceed with another few inches, gradually building up a long length of continuous cloth. The power loom does better than this, for it wastes no time stopping to roll up the cloth. It keeps rolling up the cloth at each stroke. The lay, when springing forward, turns a train of wheels which feeds the cloth onto the beam at a regular pace. In short, we have a perfectly automatic loom. As long as the necessary energy is supplied to turn its wheels, it will continue to weave cloth quite independently. The old hand loom weaver had to give way to this modern machine, which could dispense with his services. But the loom has no brains, and it would go on weaving incessantly, no matter what might have happened to the warp and weft. Someone must see that the loom does not weave on after the warp or weft threads are broken. A girl can take charge of several looms and tie up the broken warp threads. The loom informs her on its own account whenever the weft, shuttle thread, breaks or has been all used up. Indeed, the loom refuses to weave if the weft thread is absent. It is interesting to watch a loom at work and see it stop of its own accord. Possibly the weaver has her back turned to it at the moment. She may be mending a warp thread in another loom, but this loom which we have seen stop waits patiently until it can be attended to. It looks quite uncanny to see the handle with which the weaver starts and stops the loom move over to the off position of its own accord. We need not trouble with the detail of this weft stop motion further than to remark that when the weft thread passes across the loom, the thread supports a little light lever, which, if allowed to fall down, owing to the absence of the weft thread, operates the stopping motion. The old hand loom weaver sometimes found his shuttle to stick on its way through the open shed of the warp. Of course, he had the sense not to beat up his lay, or he would have burst the warp threads at the place where the shuttle was caught. Although the power loom is brainless, it will stop whenever a shuttle sticks in the web, and at the same time it will loosen the reed so that no blow falls upon the obstructing shuttle. In looms for weaving fancy color fabrics, a number of shuttles, each containing a different color, is used. The shuttle boxes at the extremities of the lay have several divisions, one above another, and by raising and lowering the shuttle boxes, the required color can be brought into position for weaving. The movements of these shuttle boxes are controlled mechanically. In order to weave elaborate designs, such as we find upon our table linen, some additional apparatus is required. This will be described in the succeeding chapter, A Wonderful Automaton. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. A Wonderful Automaton. In the long ago, we were all interested in everything which was mechanical. I refer to our days in the nursery, which seem long ago, no matter what age we have reached, although, if we concentrate our attention upon some event which made a deep impression upon the child mind, the nursery days may seem to have been only yesterday. I have most vivid recollections of receiving the present of a mechanical toy when I was 5 years of age. I see it clearly as it made its first journey round the nursery. One has only to take a walk through any of our stores at Christmas time to see that mechanical toys are a great attraction to little folk, and indeed to many grown-up people too. Most of us have still an interest in anything mechanical, and our interest is much greater if we can see how the machine works. In the machinery hall of any of our great exhibitions, one may see many people take a glance at some machine in motion and then pass on without any seeming interest, whereas if they had a friend with them who could point out to them what enabled the machine to accomplish its task, they could not fail to be interested. In the preceding chapter, we have seen that a plain power loom is an interesting automaton. If we take a look at a fancy loom, which weaves most intricate figured designs upon a plain foundation, we shall see that it is of far greater interest. To watch such a loom at work, one would almost imagine that it really thought for itself. It is producing an exquisite design in the cloth, and is selecting the different shuttles as required. Sometimes it picks a shuttle from the drop box at one side of the loom, and at other times it picks another shuttle which is lying in the box at the opposite side. One marvels at the memory the loom has, for although it has not used one particular color for several minutes, it never forgets, in its outward rush, which side of the loom it left that shuttle at. Occasionally it happens that the loom wishes to bring in a few extra colors for which it has no room in its drop box. It may possess only 6 shuttle boxes, and the design being worked may require that some of the colors be changed occasionally. It would not be fair to leave this to the girl weaver, for it would be almost impossible that she could catch the loom at the particular shot where the change is to be made, even if her memory should be good enough for the purpose. We can depend upon the loom, however. Suppose we are watching one of these looms working away steadily, calling up one shuttle and then another, when, without any apparent cause, the loom stops. With the knowledge gained about the plain power loom, we imagine the weft must have broken, but this is evidently not the case, for the weaver straightway picks up one of the extra shuttles and changes it with one of the shuttles already in the loom. If you ask her how she knew which shuttle to change and what color, out of the variety beside her, was required, she will point to a number of little bits of colored yarn suspended by cords at the front of the loom, and you will see that the color required has been pulled up several inches by the cord to which it is attached, and at the same time, the number of the box into which this has to go has been indicated. The weaver loses no time in doing what the loom tells her. After we have witnessed several changes of extra shuttles, we see the loom stop again. This time it rings an electric bell, which calls the attention of a man, who comes to the weaver's assistance and changes the set of cards which has been passing through the machine over her loom. While the man is making the change of cards, the weaver explains that she is weaving a fancy curtain, and that she has finished the dado, or deep border, at the base, and that the design changes at this point to the filling part, which is a different set of cards. Of course, the observer noticed that it was the loom itself which informed the weaver and the card shifter when the change had to be made. After seeing these incidents and examining the intricacy of the design produced, we marvel at the wonderful automaton. But who invented the mechanism capable of doing all this, which far surpasses the useful achievements of Dr. Cartwright? If you should happen to ask any of the foremen or the mechanics in the factory who it was that invented the machine which stands over the loom and which produces these exquisite designs, they will tell you the machine was invented by a Frenchman named Jacquard, and that the apparatus has been called a Jacquard machine. The manager may show you, on his office wall, a large picture of Joseph Marie Jacquard, and you may hear how he had to suffer for his invention, being treated at the hands of the mob very much in the same manner as poor Hargraves was treated because of his spinning jenny. Your admiration for Jacquard is increased when you learn that the machine in use today is the very same in principle as that invented originally by him more than a century ago. When one comes to look into the history of fancy weaving, however, one is surprised and disappointed to see how very little Jacquard really did invent. It is clear that two earlier inventors, Falcon and Vaucanson, had made and used machines almost identical with that of Jacquard. What really did happen seems to have been on this wise. Jacquard, after many misfortunes in Lyon, had invented a machine for making net, and in connection with this, he had received an appointment in the Conservatory of Arts and Manufactures in Paris. It so happened that at this time the government works were weaving a magnificent shawl for Napoleon's wife, the Empress Josephine. Very costly methods were being employed in the production of this shawl, and it occurred to Jacquard that Vaucanson's machine would serve the same purpose and provide a very much simpler method of production. This machine had an endless band of perforated paper, not unlike the music rolls for a pianola or other musical automaton. Jacquard seems to have found this part of the machine unsatisfactory, so he adopted Falcon's idea of a chain of paper cards carried round by a square beam. The meaning of this will become clear when we take a look at the action of a Jacquard machine, but the point I desire to notice at present is that Jacquard does not deserve all the honor usually accorded him in connection with the invention of the machine which bears his name. On the other hand, there is no doubt that it was Jacquard who brought the machine into general use, and, as is so often the case, the real inventors are overlooked. Jacquard returned to Lyon to introduce this machine into the silk trade, but the weavers were against machines, and Jacquard's model was taken out into the public square and broken to pieces. It is gratifying, however, to find that before Jacquard's death in 1835, this apparatus had not only made its way into every silk factory in France, but had come into use in Britain, Switzerland, Germany, Italy, and the United States. Its use was extended into the cotton and linen trades, and it is with this Jacquard machine that the designs upon our tablecloths are produced today. That Jacquard was a benefactor to modern manufacture is witnessed by a statue of him which now stands in the public square in Lyon, on that same spot where his machine was publicly destroyed. There is a clear evolution of ideas leading up to the invention of the Jacquard machine, but it would be difficult for the uninstructed to follow it without going into a great deal of detail. In one of the intermediate stages of the evolution, the warp was divided over a very large number of heels, so that the weaver could form a great variety of sheds for the shuttle to pass through. Such an arrangement could not be worked with treadles, but a boy was stationed at the side of the loom, and by drawing down a series of cords, he opened the various warp sheds. By these draw looms and their accompanying drawboys, the weavers could increase the intricacy of their designs, but they could not imitate the elaborate figures of animals and flowers which the ancients produced by their simple and tedious darning process. Before this could be done, it would be necessary to control each warp thread individually, and that is what the jacquard machine does. Every warp thread has the equivalent of a heel for itself, each warp thread passing through a small metal eyelet, and each eyelet has a long cord connecting it to the jacquard machine over the loom, the general arrangement of which is seen clearly in the illustration facing. In the jacquard machine, each of the cords is capable of being pulled up by an upright hook, as represented in Figure 9. It will be observed that each upright passes through an eye or loop in a horizontal needle. The upright can slide up and down through this loop. Immediately under the top hooks of the uprights, a long lifting bar extends, as indicated by the small cross-section of it in the diagrams. This lifting bar rises at every stroke of the loom and carries with it all the uprights whose hooks are in their normal positions, raising the warp threads in the loom beneath. If all the warp threads were lifted, then no warp shed would be formed, but it will be seen from Figure 10 that, by pushing against the point of the horizontal needle, the other end of which presses against a small spiral spring, the needle tilts the upright hook out of reach of the lifting bar. It only remains to have some convenient means of pushing back the needles or leaving them alone as desired, and then we can control each warp thread individually. This is accomplished by the perforated cards. If a needle is not to be pushed back, then a hole is punched opposite it. The needles are arranged close together in rows so as to occupy as little space as possible. A jacquard machine for ordinary weaving has only about 400 needles, but these give plenty of scope for a design, which may be repeated across the loom by tying the second 400 threads to the same series of uprights, and so on. The holes in the cards are punched out by a little machine, according to the design which is painted on specially ruled paper, and in many manufacturing districts, card cutting is a separate trade. Each card represents one shot of the shuttle across the loom, and it is not an uncommon thing to have as many as 5,000 cards laced together to produce one repeat of a design. These sets of cards are hung up over the loom, as seen in the illustration of a weaving factory. If we use merely one shuttle to weave the fabric and form the design at the same time, we have what is called a damask cloth, such as the linen tablecloths we use in our homes. If we use a number of shuttles, we may form a plain cloth with colored figures upon it, such as we often see in curtain materials. Or, if we desire, we may weave a variety of colored wefts to form the body of the fabric, such as in tapestries. However, what concerns us at present is the method of producing by automatic machinery these elaborate designs, which formerly could not be produced without long and patient hand labor. Falcon and Vaucanson of France each invented a machine to do exactly what we have been considering, but it remained for jacquard to bring the machine into everyday use. It is seldom that a machine, invented so long ago as the jacquard, can hold its own against all modern inventions. Some 50 years ago, an electric jacquard was invented, which dispensed with a somewhat bulky set of cards, these being replaced by a thin sheet of metal, upon the surface of which the design was painted with an insulating varnish. A set of fine needles, or feelers, rested upon this metal design sheet, and when a feeler got in contact with a bare metal, It allowed an electric current to pass to an electromagnet which controlled the hook for lifting a warp thread and prevented it being lifted. The feelers resting upon varnished parts of the design plate received no current, and so the lifting hooks which they represented were left in position to be caught by the rising bars. These machines were not found satisfactory. It is true that when these electric jacquards were tried in the middle of last century, our knowledge of electricity was very deficient, but recent attempts on the same lines have failed to come into any serious competition with a simple machine introduced by jacquards so long ago. It will be understood that what we have been considering is only one particular branch of weaving. To go into further detail would not serve our present purpose and might become wearisome. There is another kind of automaton, however, which is controlled by the jacquard machine, and as the principle of the manufacturing process is totally different from what we have been considering, it will be of interest to go into the matter in the following chapter. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Serafina. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Making Lace Curtains by the Mile. Those of us who have grown up amidst the results of modern manufacture are apt to miss the romance of the subject. I wonder what our great-grandfathers would think if they could only return to time and space, and take a look into some of the shop windows in our crowded thoroughfares. Probably they would pay very little heed to shop windows, as long as motor cars and electric tramcars were moving about, impelled by some mysterious and hidden source of power. If we could get these folks of the good old times to look in at a draper's window, where they could see a pair of white Nottingham lace curtains, with elaborate design, marked for sale at 1 shilling per pair, they would be greatly surprised to learn that these could be made and sold for so very little. If the old-time folk went into the shop and examined the fabric, their wonder would be greatly increased, for it would be apparent that these could not have been made in a weaving loom, the threads being apparently twisted round each other to form the fabric and design. If they were to question the shopkeeper, I doubt if he could tell them any more than that they were made by a Nottingham lace machine. Of course, the shopkeeper has to make his living, and what concerns him most is the relation between the price at which he can buy the article and the price at which he can sell it. These lace curtains may be found in some room in almost every furnished house in Great Britain. Although they are usually called Nottingham lace curtains, they are made not only in Nottingham. There are lace factories now in Glasgow and other parts of Scotland. If we examine the fabric of a lace curtain, our first idea may be that the threads have been crocheted together in the same manner as ladies do fancy work. But to use ladies' crochet work as an analogy for lace curtain making would not be correct. Crochet work is the making of one continuous thread into a fabric, whereas 3 different threads take part in forming the Nottingham lace fabric. It will be of interest to see how the modern lace-making machine has come about. At many of the great industrial exhibitions held in recent times, we have seen women and girls making lace by hand by twisting a number of threads together. And no doubt we did not envy these workers in their tedious task. One would certainly require to possess great patience as well as dexterity to be a hand lace worker. Of course, this is real lace, and costs a lot of money. We see sometimes in the newspaper reports of fashionable weddings that the bride's dress was adorned with lace which had been worn by her great-grandmother on the occasion of her own wedding, and so on. It is apparent that the ridiculously cheap lace curtains to which I have referred cannot be classed along with these fine productions of real lace, but some modern lace machines can turn out very good imitations of handmade lace. When the nuns in the 15th century made lace, they designed the patterns as they went along, their patterns were the carrying out of artistic thought. At a later period, the lace maker began to copy the work from patterns. To do so conveniently, a little pillow was used, upon which the worker might fix her work along with the pattern to be copied. It was common practice, when laying down this work, to twist the threads round the lace pins and leave them hanging from the pillow. It has been suggested that the accidental intertwining of these threads, as they hung downwards, gave the first idea of that network which is the underlying principle of lace-making machines. Whether this be the case or not, it will be of interest to pay a visit, in imagination, to a modern lace factory. What strikes one on entering is the great expanse of these machines, some measuring about 45 feet in breadth, and producing cloth more than 400 inches in width. The jacquard machines, perched very high above the lace machines, attract our attention at once because of their great size. There are usually 2 jacquard machines to each lace curtain machine, because in modern lace curtains there are generally 2 motions controlling each of the threads that form the pattern. One motion is governed by one jacquard, and the other motion by the second jacquard. Many of these jacquard machines are made with 1,600 needles and uprights, so that in the 2 machines controlling the threads forming the lace we have no less than 3,200 needles. The jacquard machines, used with the ordinary weaving looms, with their few hundred needles, sink into insignificance before this lace jacquard. But first of all, let us pay attention to the arrangement of the yarn in the machine. The warp threads stand vertical in the lace machine, the warp beam being very near the floor, and the cloth beam about the height of the worker's head, thus giving a stretch of 4 or 5 feet of warp between these 2 beams. At first sight, it looks as though it were a case of all warp and no weft, and, indeed, one might describe the arrangement quite fairly as such, for the threads which are going to produce the figuring are stretched in an upright position alongside the warp threads. Between 3,000 and 4,000 threads are stretched from the warp beam to the cloth beam. These beams are made in sections, owing to the great breadth of the machine. The warp is the foundation upon which the lace curtain is built up, and beside each warp thread there is what we might call the figuring thread. This is termed the spool thread, because each thread comes off a separate bobbin, or spool, at the back of the machine. These spool threads are equal in number to the warp threads, and take the place of the weft threads in ordinary weaving. In addition to these warp threads and spool threads, we have yet a third set of threads, known as brass bobbin threads, being so called because the thread is wound upon a brass bobbin. Looking at one of these, the stranger would never think of calling it a bobbin. It would seem more natural to speak of it as a very thin, round, flat disc. Nevertheless, it is a bobbin with 2 flanges, something like a pair of cymbals placed close together, only much flatter, and measuring about 3 inches in diameter. These brass bobbins are so narrow that from 5 to 20 bobbins, according to the gauge of the machine, will stand side by side in 1 inch of the machine. Even although the shuttles lie so close together, there is the necessary room for a warp and a spool thread to pass between 2 neighboring brass bobbins. These remarkably thin bobbins hold at each filling about 180 yards of cotton thread. The purpose of this thread is to bind all the others together to form the fabric. There are, of course, as many of these bobbins as there are warp threads, the number of which is the same as the spool threads, as each brass bobbin is to look after 1 warp thread and bind the neighboring spool threads to it. The simple diagram, figure 11, on the opposite page, will explain the nature of the fabric which is made. In the straight lines we see the warp threads with the spool threads crossing over from one warp thread to the other, while the lighter brass bobbin threads keep twisting round their respective warp threads, thus binding the spool thread and the warp thread together. If these cross-over movements, indicated in the diagram were merely repeated, the result would be a solid cloth, provided the spool threads made very frequent crossings. It will be understood that the threads are greatly magnified in the drawing. If, however, we can bind one spool thread repeatedly to the same warp thread, as indicated at the right-hand top corner of the diagram, we shall be able then to produce an empty space between the warp threads. It is possible to do this by preventing the spool thread from crossing over to its neighboring warp thread, and this is accomplished in the following manner. There is a regular side-to-side motion given to all the spool threads, so that they will cross over at every stroke of the machine, but we can obstruct their passage. Between the neighboring spool threads, there projects a little metal finger called a jack. These jacks, when in their normal position, will prevent all the spool threads crossing over, but each individual jack can be pulled back by the jackered machine, in which case the spool thread is allowed to cross over and become bound to the neighboring warp thread. That is how the design is produced in a lace curtain, filling up the spaces between the warp threads at one place and leaving them open at another place. Then, of course, we can produce shading effects by partially filling up the space, say, by crossing the spool thread only at every second or third stroke. The brass bobbins are carried in very thin metal shuttles. These shuttles are merely frames for holding the brass bobbins, so that they may be made to slide through between the warp threads as already indicated. These shuttles must, of course, pass through on one side of a warp and spool thread and return on the other side of the same threads in order to twist around and bind them together. There are two possible ways of doing this. The shuttles might pass through the warp and spool threads, then move a little to one side and return on the other side of their warp threads, which would remain stationary. On the other hand, the shuttles might be made to make a to and fro motion, and the warp and spool threads would be given a small side-to-side motion, so that a warp and spool thread would be to one side of its shuttle while it was passing inwards, and at the other side of the shuttle while it was passing outwards. The latter method is adopted as it is much more easily obtained. These simple side-to-side motions of the warp and the larger but similar motions of the spool threads are conveniently obtained from simple cams or eccentrics at the end of the lace machine, while the control of the obstructing jacks is under the care of the great jackered machines, cards being punched in the same manner as for ordinary weaving. In place of a reed as in weaving, the lace machine has two long bars with thick needle points projecting, like a comb, between the warp threads. These rise alternately at each stroke, and comb or beat up the threads into the cloth, after the jacks have decided which warp ends the spool threads are to be twisted to. There are other varieties of make, such as the spool thread passing over two or more warp ends, but sufficient has been described to give a general idea of how lace fabric is produced by machinery. While the lace machine may be 400 inches wide, it goes without saying that there is no intention of making window curtains of that width. The width is divided off into as many single curtains as may be desired. In the cheaper makes, as many as 8 curtains will be made in the width of the machine. Any desired length may be made, and sufficient warp is provided on the beams to run between 2,000 and 3,000 yards. The lengths are taken from the machines at about 70 yards. Each curtain width is cut separate from its neighbor, and then the whole curtains are joined end to end, so that we have a continuous length of about 13 miles of curtains from the one web. The total length of thread composing this length of fabric would be sufficient to stretch across the Atlantic from London to New York, and from there to the North Pole and back again, thence to China and through India to Africa. Indeed, it could stretch more than halfway round the earth. Before the 8 widths are joined end to end, they pass through the darning room, where all broken ends are darned in by special sewing machines. The 13-mile length of curtains is passed from this room through a hole in the wall to the bleaching tanks. It looks like a loose rope as it goes from one department to the other. After bleaching, the cloth is opened out and dried by passing through between heated rollers. Once more, it is damped and starched by another machine, and then stretched out to its finished width and finally dressed. It still continues its journey in one continuous length, from one flat to another, passing between rollers to keep it flat, until it is automatically delivered into the workroom, where the edges are cut out in the form of a scallop and then taped. This cutting and binding with tape was done by hand originally, and one manufacturer informs me that he can remember when he had to pay as much as half a crown per pair of curtains to have them finished off in this substantial manner. With the aid of modern machines, which cut the scallop, fold the tape, and stitch it on, all in one operation, he can do the same thing now at a cost of 2d. It will be understood that while I have referred to lace curtains selling retail at 1 shilling per pair, others may cost as much as 30 shillings per pair. Our interest, however, lies in the romance of the machinery producing these. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Serafina. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Embroidery done by steam power. Many years ago, one of our weekly journals gave a cartoon of a then well-known divine and entitled it Preaching Done by Steam Power. This was, of course, intended to describe the energy and vehemence with which the orator poured forth his sermons. There is no such suggestion intended by the title of this chapter. Indeed, if one steps from a power loom weaving factory, with its almost deafening clatter of looms, and enters an embroidery factory, one is impressed with the idea that the embroidery machines are very gentle and quiet compared with weaving machinery. From time immemorial, embroidery has been associated with the fair sex. In the Old Testament scriptures, we find reference to broidered work from Egypt. We also find King Solomon of old, when speaking of the industrious wife, saying, "She worketh beautiful vestments for herself." Nearly 3,000 years have passed since these words were first written, and we find our gentlewomen still similarly employed. It is very seldom we find a man engaged in fancy needlework. Only 2 cases have come under my notice. One of these I came across in an old pamphlet in the British Museum Library. It told of a sea captain who employed all his spare time aboard ship embroidering fancy work. It is evident that he was keenly interested in his curious hobby, for he sat up embroidering on one occasion long into the night, and when the lamp in his cabin failed in brightness, he went out and stood in the companionway, working under a brighter lamp. He did not cease working until his fancy work was completed, but in the morning he was horrified to find that he had destroyed his color vision. He could no longer distinguish the colors in his needlework. The other case of which I happened to know is that of a present-day student at Oxford, who, when at his country home, will sit in the drawing-room working fancy embroidery, occasionally stopping to spread the work out on the floor that he may see the effects he is producing. While it seems strange to find men engaged in fancy needlework, we are not surprised to find men in charge of the steam power machinery which is producing embroidery work in large quantities. The machines are very large. You cannot get one into an ordinary-sized sitting room. But while the machines themselves are very massive, their going parts are light, and move very smoothly. There are sometimes as many as 400 needles in one machine, and these are arranged about 1½ inches apart from each other. Instead of making one long row of needles, they are placed in 2 rows, one at some distance above the other, so that the 2 rows can work on 2 separate pieces of cloth. See illustration opposite page 88. Although the mechanism required to operate the machine is somewhat complicated, the general principle upon which the machine works is easily understood. The machine has to adopt a different plan from that of the fair needlewoman. The latter can move her needle about to any part of the cloth she desires, but all the machine can do with its needles is to keep moving them forwards and backwards in the one position. It is obvious that as we cannot move the needles about, we must move the cloth. The machine makes a stitch, and then we move the whole cloth into position for the needles to take a new stitch. But how can this be done conveniently? The 2 pieces of cloth, each the full length of the machine, are stretched on a large frame which is suspended in the machine and so balanced with weights that it can be moved very easily in every direction. Then a pantograph is attached to this cloth frame so that any movement of the free end of the pantograph will give motion to the cloth. No doubt everyone has some idea of a pantograph. A number of bars of wood or metal so connected together that the movement given to one point will be imitated on a different scale at another point. Pantographs are sometimes sold as playthings, and by tracing around the lines of a picture with a pointer fastened to one free end of the pantograph, a pencil fixed to the other free end will produce a greatly enlarged drawing of the same picture. Of course, if the pointer and the pencil were made to change places, one could produce a small picture from a large one. This is the plan adopted in the embroidery machine. In the accompanying illustration, the man is seen with the pointer of the pantograph in his hand, and as he moves it to and fro, the cloth frame imitates each movement, but on a much smaller scale. The machine is going to do all the sewing, but it is dependent upon the man placing the cloth in the required position for each stitch. The pantographer follows all the lines in the enlarged design, and the distance he has to move his hand is marked off by the designer. There is a certain amount of ingenuity required on the part of the machineman, for he must be able to find a complete path in tracing his design. If he were to go over some lines of the design twice, the machine would, of course, make the same mistake in the embroidery. It will be observed that the embroidery machine is not so independent as the power loom, in which the jacquard machine relieves the weaver of all responsibility in producing the design. Machines have been made to replace the pantograph man, but these have not come into general use, for reasons which we need not trouble ourselves. It is interesting to stand and watch an embroidery machine at work. We see the whole cloth move into position for each stitch. The cloth moves a little upwards or downwards, or to one side or the other. Gradually, a geometrical figure or a conventional flower is built up on the cloth. But what is the machine really doing? It is not a simple case of pushing the needles into the cloth and then withdrawing them. That could be done by a simple crank motion. The machine has to perform more complex movements than that. When the pantographer has moved the cloth into the required position, as many little fingers as there are needles come forward and hold the cloth firmly in position. Then the 400 needles come forward and enter the cloth. It will be clear that the needles cannot pass right through the cloth and out at the other side, for they are fixed in a long metal bar. For this reason, the needles have their eyes at their points, just as an ordinary sewing machine needle has. The thread arrangement is also similar, there being 400 separate bobbins of thread. The thread does not go direct from the bobbin to the needle, for reasons we shall see. When the 400 needles enter the cloth, they perform an eccentric motion which throws the thread into a large loop, whereupon 400 little metal shuttles dive through the loops, each carrying with it another thread, just as a weaving shuttle does. When the needles withdraw from the cloth, the shuttle threads keep a hold of the embroidery threads which the needles took through. It will be apparent that when the needles are throwing the loops for the shuttles to pass through, the needles will require spare thread to form the loop, and then, when the shuttles have passed through, this spare thread must be drawn up tight at once. It is for that reason the embroidery thread does not go direct from the bobbin to the needles. The thread passes over tension rollers and bars, which provide the required slackening and pulling up of the thread. Then the machine lifts its metal fingers off the cloth and allows the pantographer to move the cloth into position for the succeeding stitch. All this is done in far less time than it takes to tell. We have seen that the movements of the power embroidery machine are much more delicate than those of a noisy power loom, and it is evident that unless all the motions are very accurately timed, the machine cannot do its work. Sometimes quite a trifling cause will completely upset the machine's work. While the man is giving all his attention to the design, he has girl assistants watching that neither the embroidery threads nor the shuttle threads break. Any part of a design omitted by a broken thread has to be put in by hand later on in the darning room. If the fabric upon which the embroidery is being done should be burst or torn by a broken needle in the machine, the darners have to reproduce the exact weave of the fabric so that the cloth is as complete as before. One might suppose that when a lady sees these great machines, with their host of needles, producing embroidery by the mile, she would refuse to spend more time in patiently embroidering one stitch at a time. Fortunately, this is not the result, for there is a charm about the personal work of a good needlewoman. The embroidery machine tackles the big requirements, and leaves the special requirements to the skillful and patient needlewoman. In addition to the large embroidery machines, there is a number of accessory machines. One of the machines which is sure to attract our attention is quite a small one. There are several of them, but each one stands on a table by itself. It has 2 spindles, spinning round at a high speed, and on these it is busy winding very fine thread for the shuttles of the embroidery machines. What seems strange to us is that no one is attending to the machine. It seems to think for itself. As soon as a complete cocoon, or spool, is wound, the machine spindle upon which it has been wound stops revolving, and a metal finger comes forward and pushes the spool of thread along the spindle upon which it has been wound till it is very near the free end of the spindle. The finger then retires, and the spindle once more begins to revolve, and winds a second spool. When this spool is completed, the machine spindle again stops, and the metal finger pushes the spool forward. In doing this, the second spool pushes the first one right off the spindle, but the thread is still continuous from one spool to the other. The first spool has fallen into a little metal thimble, where it is held for a moment while a pair of scissors cuts the connecting thread. The spool is then allowed to drop down, the thimble having no end, and the supporting finger being withdrawn by the machine. The finished spool, in falling, passes through a hole in the table into a large drawer, from which the shuttle girls replenish their empty shuttles. Meantime, the spindle has commenced the same round of duties once more. Indeed, the whole process is done so quickly that there is no time lost. Each spindle works quite independently of the other. Sometimes they may both be using their scissors at the same moment, or they may be engaged at quite different parts of the process. As the shuttle girls come and go, helping themselves to a supply of spools from the drawer, the machine pays no attention to them. It works on unceasingly, and if the factory is properly arranged, each machine will be able to supply the demand made upon it. How different from the time when the spools were made by small machines, each controlled by a little girl, fresh from school, who had so many other things to think about. Now, a few of these high-speed automatic spooling engines replace a bench full of girls. All that the automatic machines require is that a girl takes a look round occasionally to see that they have plenty of thread to work with. Of course, there are many different methods of embroidering cloth. The foregoing is called Swiss embroidery work. No doubt we have all seen tambouring machines at work. They may be seen at almost every industrial exhibition, and their owners are always anxious to embroider your name or monogram upon a pocket handkerchief. The tambouring machine is very similar in appearance to a sewing machine, but has a handle beneath it, by which the worker operates the cloth feeder, moving the cloth from one side to the other while it passes under the needle. If an elaborate design is desired, it must be traced or printed upon the work, so that the tambourer may follow it, but she is able to make simple designs at will as she goes along. Before the Swiss invented power machines, they had hand machines working upon quite a different principle. In these, the needles were passed right through the cloth and brought back at a different place, just as the needlewoman does. In general appearance, these hand machines were not unlike the power machines. The pantograph arrangement was the same, but the needles were held by pairs of little metal fingers on a traveling carriage. The man had not to attend to his pantograph alone. He had to turn a crank at each stitch to impart the necessary movements to the machine. The front needle carriage was moved in towards the cloth. The needles passed through it, and these were caught by similar pairs of metal fingers on a back carriage, which then travelled out with them, drawing the lengths of threads taut. As these back carriage fingers closed upon the needles, the fingers on the front carriage opened. The travelling carriages imitate the movements of the needlewoman, passing the needle through the cloth and drawing the thread through. In order to make matters simpler for the machine, its needles were made with a point at both ends and the eye in the middle of the needle instead of being at one end. The needle could then be pushed through the cloth from the front and from the back without turning the needle. After each stitch, which fastened some of the thread into the cloth, the carriages had to travel a little shorter distance as the threads became shorter, until finally the thread was too short to work with, when every needle had to be threaded afresh. For a long time, this continual threading of needles was done entirely by hand, and was a source of worry to the man, unless he happened to have very expert girls. Later on, a machine was invented which would thread any quantity of needles automatically, and leave them ready to be placed in the embroidery machine. Some very ingenious attempts have been made to adapt these hand machines to go at high speed by power. I have seen such machines at work on the continent, but the motions required to regulate the tension on the threads according to the length of each stitch made necessitates such delicate arrangements that one could not place them in the hands of the ordinary workman. I have spoken of the hand machine as a thing prior to the power machine, but these two do not occupy the same relative positions as the hand loom and the power loom in the weaving industry. The hand loom is practically ancient history, but there are still many thousands of hand machines in the embroidery trade in Switzerland, for these produce a class of work which differs from that of the power machine, whereas the power loom exactly imitates the weave of the hand loom, and in many respects it is more regular. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Knitting by Machinery. If it were a matter of surprise to some to find that the power loom was the invention of a clergyman, it will be a further surprise to learn that the machine by which hosiery is made was invented also by a clergyman of the Church of England. The art of knitting cannot boast of the long ancestry possessed by the ancient arts of spinning and weaving. Indeed, knitting is usually referred to as of modern origin, but nowadays we are apt to picture all modern inventions as belonging to the 19th and the present century. Of course, the art of hand knitting is much older than the hosiery machine, but even hand knitting does not seem to have been in existence before the beginning of the 15th century. That stockings were not common even in the first half of the 16th century is evident from the following historic records. King Henry VIII wore knitted silk Spanish hose, and with reference to his daughter, it is put on record that Queen Elizabeth, in the 3rd year of her reign, that is in 1561, received by her silk woman a pair of black silk knitted stockings. For some time it was only the very rich who could afford to wear stockings. The other people had to be content with bandages of cloth around their legs, while some would go barelegged, as only the very poor do at the present time. By the end of the 16th century the art of knitting seems to have spread throughout the country. It was at this time that our clerical friend, the Reverend William Lee of Cambridge, England, came upon the scene. Exactly how Lee came to think of a machine for knitting is not quite clear. One story relates how Lee, while a student at Cambridge, married a young country girl, and having no money or income, besides losing his scholarship through his marriage, he had to depend upon his wife's knitting to bring in an income. The story goes on to relate how Lee set about to make a machine which would relieve his wife of this constant toil. However interesting this and similar stories of Lee may be, they lack any authentic confirmation, and one loses faith in their reality when the writers add that Lee became a man of considerable wealth. We know definitely from a petition presented to Cromwell by the stocking knitters of London at a time when all the facts were fresh in the minds of those people, that Lee did not meet with financial success, but died in poverty in Paris. It is very doubtful indeed if Lee was ever married. The reason for Lee going to Paris was that he could get no royal protection from Queen Elizabeth, nor from her successor, James I of England. It so happened that King Henry IV of France was anxious to encourage all useful industries, and hearing of Lee's invention, he invited the reverend gentleman to come to Paris and bring his machine and some workmen with him. No doubt Lee would have met with success under this royal protection but for the horrible assassination of the king. During the commotion and persecution which followed, 7 of Lee's workmen fled to England, leaving 2 in Paris, who were still there when the petition referred to was presented to Cromwell. Poor Lee, however, did not long survive his adopted monarch, and, as was so often the case, the real inventor received nothing but misery in return for his invention. The whole civilized world owes Lee a debt for the introduction of so useful a machine. Some of Lee's apprentices were soon able to set the industry a-going in England. Having seen the circumstances under which the stocking frame came to be invented, our chief interest lies in seeing how the machine works and what has been accomplished by this clever automaton. The art of knitting by hand, which is practiced now merely as a useful pastime by the fair sex, is not very clear to mere man, although some of the rising generation may gain more knowledge of the art, for when visiting a country school recently I found the boys employing their spare time in knitting. I doubt if any one of them will continue the practice till manhood, but it serves a present purpose in keeping them out of mischief while the teacher attends to other scholars. There is one point which we must have observed in connection with knitting, that only one long continuous thread is used. If we have no recollections of assisting in the winding of wool from a hank to a round ball, we have no doubt seen the process. Our knowledge of the next process, however, may be somewhat hazy. We know that somehow or other, with the aid of 2 or more knitting wires, this long thread is gradually linked together to form a complete stocking or other knitted article. That the process is a constant repetition of certain definite movements is evident, for we have seen ladies absorbed in some interesting work of fiction while their fingers still kept busily knitting away. Although there are many stories suggesting that Lee turned his attention to inventing because his fiancée jilted him, one could easily imagine, on the other hand, that the constant repetition of the same motions in knitting would suggest the possibilities of these being undertaken by an automatic machine. We need not trouble with a lesson in the art of knitting further than to notice the general principle of the process. If the knitter decides to make a flat piece of work, she requires only 2 knitting wires. She first of all forms a row of loops along the one wire, making the row equal to the width of the article she is about to make. Having done this in any way she finds most convenient, she then slips the point of the second wire through the loop last formed. Then, making a new loop on the end of the second wire, she draws it through the last loop, which is now slipped off the first wire and rests suspended from the new loop on the second wire. This process is carried on loop after loop until the whole row is transferred to the second needle, whereupon the same routine is gone through once more. An expert hand knitter may form as many as 100 loops or stitches per minute, but it would be difficult to keep this rate up for a whole day. Indeed, the average knitter could not produce 1 pair of stockings in less than 2 days. It is evident that the factory wages for this alone would amount to more than one pays in a retail store for a pair of woolen stockings. It is difficult to see, at first, how a machine will be able to hasten the process of knitting to any very great extent, for it is evident that the loops cannot be formed in any wholesale fashion, as only one continuous thread is used, and each loop must be formed before the succeeding loop can be made. Lee's machine, however, was able to form the successive loops very much more quickly than the most expert hand knitter, for instead of giving his machine 2 single wires, or needles, he gave it as many needles as there were to be loops. Curiously enough, this clever automaton, the invention of a clergyman, had an important addition made to it by a Derbyshire farmer, Jedediah Strutt. It is of interest to note that it is this same enterprising farmer who is referred to at page 48 as giving Arkwright financial assistance to complete his spinning machine. Jedediah Strutt's pioneer work in these industries was so great that it was followed in the 3rd generation by a peerage, his grandson being made the first Lord Belper. The Strutts built 4 magnificent mills at Belper. Strutt's addition to Lee's stocking frame was to enable it to produce those well-known ribs which run lengthwise down the leg of a stocking. These ribs produced by the Derbyshire farmer were called Derby ribs, but the term is not common now. The way in which the hand knitter produces these ribs is as follows. She draws 2 loops through to the outside of the stocking, and the next 2 loops she draws through to the inside of the stocking, or she may vary the arrangement of the ribs by taking 2 loops to the outside and 1 only to the inside, and so on, producing the well-known ribbed effect. We shall not trouble with the details of Lee's machine, as though it is very extensively used in some factories, the general reader will find it easier to grasp the operations of machine knitting from a description of the latch, or self-acting needle machine. This machine was invented by a framework knitter about the middle of last century, and it has proved a great success. Its needles were described originally as tumbler needles, because each needle has a little hinged tongue, which when in one position closes the hooked part, or if allowed to tumble back, falls against the straight stem of the needle, as shown in the accompanying diagrams. The legend beneath the diagrams will explain the different positions. When the latch is opened fully, it lies partly within a groove on the stem of the needle, and when the latch is closed, by the previous loop sliding up the stem, the nose of the needle hook lies within a spoon-like groove on the end of the latch. Figure 1 shows the needle at its highest point and Figure 4 at its lowest point. The needles rise up in succession as the thread approaches them. They are raised by means of the inverted V-shaped cam, traveling across the machine and passing under the little projections on the stems. These slide up the one side of the moving cam and down the other as indicated in the diagram. As we watch the machine at work, we see a traveling guide carrying the thread across the machine first in one direction and then returning, while the needles keep rising in succession, each needle drawing a loop of the thread through the previous loop, which slips off the needle and rests suspended by the new loop. The guides sweep the thread across the machine 18 or more times in every minute, and the production is doubled by placing a second guide with another thread close behind the first guide, while a double cam causes the needles to rise a second time, so that whenever a needle has made one loop and drawn it through the web, it is called upon to rise again and repeat the motion with the second thread. In this way, a machine with 600 needles at work will make over 40,000 loops every minute. The various ribs are produced by the modern knitting machine in the following manner. There are 2 rows of latch needles, and these are placed at right angles to each other, as indicated in Figure 18. One needle comes up from the right and one from the left, then another from the right, and so on. Only every alternate pair of needles on the right and every alternate pair on the left will be used when a 2 and 2 rib is to be produced. Although these machines with their straight rows of needles are used nowadays mostly for flat work, they can be and are largely used for making stockings, which when ribbed are sewn up the back to form the tubular part for the leg and foot. The shaping of the flat pieces was arrived at by our friend the parson himself. Lee dropped and added needles at each side of the article as required, making the work narrower or wider at such places. The hand knitter succeeds in making a seamless ribbed stocking by arranging her work on 3 separate wires, placed so as to form a triangle. But although the stocking looks triangular while in process, it is a good round sack when taken off the wires. No matter what doubts we might have regarding the possibility of making a seamless ribbed stocking by machinery, the fact remains that a machine was made to accomplish this as early as 1816, but did not prove very successful until the introduction of the latch needle. It is interesting to note that the inventor of the circular knitting machine was the great engineer, Sir Marc Isambard Brunel, who built the Thames Tunnel in London, and whose son and partner, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, was the designer of the Great Western, one of the 2 first steamers to cross the Atlantic, arriving in New York on April 23, 1838. Brunel also designed the Great Britain, which was the first steamer to use a propeller at the stern, and another notable steamer of his designing was the Great Eastern, which for so long remained the largest steamer in the world. We need not go into the details of Brunel's machine, for the same reason as we omitted a description of Lee's machine, and that is because these machines employed what are termed bearded needles, which are fixed in the machine and are worked on a somewhat different principle from the latch needle machines. It will be of more interest to see the working of a modern stocking machine of the latch needle type. The principle of this circular stocking machine is identical to the flat work machine already described, but the needles are arranged in a complete circle and the guide spins round the circle, carrying the thread to each needle in rapid succession. If the machine is being worked by hand, the operator has to shape the heel and foot by dropping certain needles. Then, by giving the machine a half turn in one direction and back again, she gradually builds up the baggy part required, while the idle needles hold the last loops which were formed upon them, until called upon to join once more in the general dance. In the most modern of those machines, the movements are entirely automatic, the machine itself changing from the complete circular motion to the half travel to and fro, and at the same time dropping and adding needles as required to make the desired shape. It is most interesting to watch these clever automata at work. They behave so well that one girl can undertake to overlook 3, and on certain classes of work even 6 machines. Each machine works independently, and as we come along it so happens that 2 of the machines are spinning round and round at a great speed, while the third machine is making the half revolution to and fro at a more leisurely pace. It will be understood that it is the guide which travels round the machine, while the latch needles rise and fall in their fixed positions. We are quite surprised when we see one of the machines changing from the one motion to the other. After continuing the half-turn motion for some time, the guide sets off again on its mad whirl, building up the leg of the stocking. We know that the leg part of the stocking is a fairly long, straight sack, and one would imagine that we should have to wait a considerable time before we should see this machine change again to the heel part. But it seems no time till the machine is back again to its swinging to and fro motion, and we are more surprised when the manager informs us that the machine has made 2 legs in these few minutes. On looking at the production of the machine, we see that there is a regular rope of stockings and that these are made toe to toe and leg to leg. The girl operator, who is looking after 3 of these machines, could knit 1 stocking each day by the ordinary hand knitting process, and even that would mean her fingers very hard at work manipulating the knitting wires. By means of these machines she is able to produce about 100 stockings every day. There are rotary knitting frames in use which can produce about 1,000,000 loops or stitches in less than 5 minutes. Some of these have as many as 600 needles, and 4 feeders revolving at a speed of about 120 revolutions per minute. These machines produce plain, fine fabric, suitable generally for summer underwear. The knitting machines do not stop at plain and ribbed work. They will undertake to make those fancy tops used on men's and boys' knicker stockings, and they do this fancy work better than the hand knitter does. These fancy tops are made on the flat work machine, and the needles are controlled by a jacquard arrangement, which throws the needles in or out of action according to the cards prepared for the particular design being produced. The use of the word jacquard is perhaps a little misleading in connection with these knitting machines, for there is really no jacquard machine as in weaving, the cards in this case acting directly on the free ends of the needles and pushing them up into position to be caught by the cam. Having seen the general principle of knitting by machinery, we need not go into the further detail of making underwear, gloves, caps, and such like. It is impossible to overestimate the great benefit which has been conferred upon man by the invention of knitting machinery, bringing warm knitted clothing practically within the reach of everyone. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Truestone. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Washing Clothes by Machinery. Very few people have any correct idea of the methods adopted in a modern steam laundry. The anxious housekeeper pictures the clothes being dragged this way and that way by unthinking machines, pounded by heavy battens, and crushed pell-mell through heavy wringers. Some have even thought that in a steam laundry the clothes are exposed to the high temperature of steam, thus weakening the fabrics, while other people honestly believe that large quantities of hurtful chemicals play an important part in the cleansing process. However, for the most of careful housekeepers, the very suggestion of washing clothes by machinery conjures up all sorts of thoughtless ill usage. Of course, the name steam laundry was adopted to distinguish those laundries from the now fast disappearing hand laundries, and the title was simply meant to indicate that the machinery was driven by steam power, just as one occasionally sees such terms as steam printers and so forth. How should people not have sailed along as their grandmothers did, and let hand laundries continue to do the work? One answer is that our conditions of life are very different from theirs, and perhaps no better illustration can be given than a casual glance down one of the washing lists in a modern laundry. We see large stacks of goods to be dispatched to hotels, steamships, etc. Here are 3 lines from one steamer's list. 2,780 table napkins, 1,500 towels, and 1,060 bed sheets. That is only one individual order, and not an exceptional one. A steamer may arrive in port on a Monday and sail again on the following Thursday, leaving only 2 clear days in port. The laundryman could not undertake such orders if he had to get work people to wash and dress the articles by hand. He can depend, however, upon his untiring machines. It is the machinery in which we are interested, and so we need not trouble about the receiving, marking, and sorting departments further than to note that all the multitude of articles has to be separated into lots of the one kind. This is not only a convenience, but is a necessity, as the different kinds of articles have to undergo different treatment. It will be of interest to follow a dress shirt from the time it enters the laundry until it leaves, for this is one of the articles which demand a good deal of attention. We go first of all to the washing house, where we find rows of large metal drums, within each of which there is a large perforated cylinder revolving in a somewhat eccentric manner. It makes a few revolutions in one direction, then stops of its own accord and reverses its direction of rotation. It works away automatically, revolving first in one direction and then in the other, while within it lie the articles to be washed in soap and water. The to and fro revolutions of the drum exactly imitate the careful washerwoman's idea in turning the clothes over and over to ensure the soap and water getting thoroughly through them. Indeed, the actual washing by these machines is very much easier upon them than the constant handling by the washerwoman. It should be noted that there are no moving parts within these perforated drums, but merely a few ribs fixed to the inside surface of the drum to prevent the clothes slipping, and to ensure the continual turning over of the articles, while the supply of hot and cold water is controlled from the outside. The hand washerwoman would then put her washing through a wringer, but the steam laundry treats the articles much more gently. They are placed in a hydro-extractor, which, as its name implies, is to extract the water from the articles. Sometimes, when a man has been caught in the rain, he takes off his overcoat, and giving it a quick movement or shake, he succeeds in dislodging a good deal of the water from it. The laundryman's method is even more gentle. We might demonstrate the principle of his machine in a very simple way. We give a boy a very wet article to hold in his hand, and of course a good deal of water drips out of the article. But if we get the boy to turn quickly round and round, like a merry-go-round at a country fair, the wet article taking the place of the flying horses, we should find the water to be driven out of the article much quicker while the boy swings it around. The quicker the boy could turn, the more water would be forced out. But his speed and his endurance would be very limited. Needless to say, the laundryman does not seek the services of boys for this purpose, but he adopts the same principle. He takes a fixed metal drum, within which another perforated drum is very accurately balanced, somewhat like a boy's spinning top. This drum can spin round upon its axis, and our chief interest lies in the great speed at which it is capable of being revolved. We are shown an empty drum being set in motion, and a very few revolutions blot out all the perforations from our vision. In a few moments we hear a deep humming sound, which gradually rises in pitch till quite a high note is sounding. The machine, when empty, is a veritable siren. No doubt we have school-day recollections of sirens which were composed of revolving plates with perforations in them. When this huge siren reaches a certain note, the manager informs us that it is now running at top speed, and we notice that it now continues one steady note. Of course, this happens only when the drum is empty, for when in use, the clothes cover up the holes in the drum and prevent the air rushing freely through. When we are informed that the speed of this particular hydro-extractor is 1100 revolutions per minute, it is difficult for the amateur to realize what this means, as he has no definite rate of revolution with which he may compare it. A simple calculation shows us that the edge of the drum is traveling around at a speed far greater than that of an express train. If we could get a housefly to cling onto the edge of the drum as it revolved at full speed, the little passenger would be traveling on this merry-go-round at a rate of 125 miles per hour. But what the thoughts of the giddy fly would be, we cannot imagine. The articles leave the hydro-extractor in a similar condition of dryness or dampness as they would be had the washerwoman put them through the much rougher process of wringing. In the present case, it will be observed that the articles were never handled except in putting them into and withdrawing them from the hydro-extractor. What the washerwoman wants now is warm sunshine and a good breeze blowing. These make an ideal day for her. The laundryman must be independent of the elements, and he has such quantities of stuff to dry that he must make things move along a little faster than nature would do. His washing green is a large drying chamber for which he prepares plenty of nice warm air, and by means of numerous air propellers he produces just the right amount of breeze most advantageous to the drying of the clothes, so that he has one continual ideal drying day. In this one respect, the laundry maid loses the romance attached to the washing green, where, according to nursery legend, she runs the risk of attack by some historic blackbird. However, she has plenty of compensating advantages, for she has not to tramp about from one clothesline to another. She merely stands at the entrance to the drying chamber, while the clotheslines very conveniently come in turn to where she stands. These lines are really rods, which lie parallel to each other, and are linked together to form a broad, endless chain, which is suspended along the ceiling of the drying chamber. Each rod is supplied with convenient clamps to serve as clothespins, so that the hanging up of the clothes is an easy matter. When one rod is filled up, the laundry maid touches a hand wheel beside her, whereupon the filled line steps along the drying chamber, while another empty line comes to her hand to have another row of shirts placed upon it. When the long chamber is filled with hanging articles, the glass ends are closed down, and looking through these we see the clothes blown about just as they are on the household washing green. While the laundry maid on the washing green desires a good breeze for drying purposes, the same breeze may often annoy her by making it difficult to get the clothes fixed on the line. The modern laundry maid does not start the breeze until she has the clothes hung up. The air being warmer and the breeze steadier, the moisture is lifted more quickly, and very soon the clothes are dry. The dry clothes are now handed over to the starchers, who dip the cuffs and fronts into starchy water, and when these have been given a gentle squeeze in a hand press, they are distributed among the ironers. First of all, the cuffs and fronts are ironed by simply passing them to and fro between hot rollers, which are controlled by a lever at the girl's foot. She can cause the rollers to travel in one direction and then the other at will. She passes the cuffs and fronts to and fro until they attain the requisite stiffness. They also receive a certain amount of polished finish here, but this is not improved in the next process, which is a manual one, and consists in ironing the body of the shirt. The articles are now passed on to another ironing machine, similar in principle to those just described, and here the cuffs and fronts are given that high finish, which is part of the present fashion. It should be noted that the polish is really obtained by a slipping motion due to one roller traveling faster than the other, and which, in these days of motor cars, we might describe as skidding. It only remains to raise the neckband of the shirt into its proper position, for these machines have ironed it flat. The raising is done very expeditiously by a very small machine, through which the neckband is passed to and fro, the operation being very similar to that of the larger ironing machines. Then follows the examination and dispatch. Of course, the treatment of a collar is much simpler, as the whole article is to be starched. After the collars have been washed in the eccentric cylinders and wrung in the hydro-extractors, they are placed in barrels containing starchy water, and in these they go heads over heels for some time, when they are ready for another ride in the hydro-extractor, and then a thorough ironing in the to-and-fro roller machines already described. One thing the household laundry maid would do is to pick off any little piece of fluff or thread adhering to the surface of the collars before ironing them, as otherwise these would be embedded in the finished surface. In the modern laundry, a pair of very quickly revolving brushes do this very expeditiously. We find that all the plainer articles, which require no starch, get through the laundry very much quicker, a thorough washing as before, a race around in the hydro extractor, and then a walk through between a series of rollers. But how can a roller imitate the sliding motion of the household iron? The laundryman really reverses matters entirely. His hot iron is stationary and is composed of a very large, hot copper plate occupying a space of about 10 feet by 6 feet. 4 long rollers are placed one in front of the other upon this hot plate. There is some space between the rollers, and here the hot plate rises up in a hillock, so that as much of the hot plate as possible is brought in contact with the surface of the rollers. The rollers are driven round by power, and a row of girls standing along the front of the machine place the articles beneath the first great roller, which presses the article against the hot ironing plate. It will be observed that it is the article being ironed which is moved, and not the iron, which remains stationary. The first roller passes the articles on to the second and similar roller, and so on, until the last roller delivers the finished articles to a row of girls ready to receive them. We need not trouble with further detail, except to remark that table linen and such like, where starch is used, cannot be passed through these automatic ironing machines, as the starch would cause the articles to cling to the first roller. These articles have to be dealt with by one large roller working on a hot plate. We leave the modern steam laundry convinced by our own eyes that the treatment given to the articles is in reality a very gentle one, and that the ideas of the general housekeeper have been erroneously formed. The true romance in connection with the washing of clothes by machinery would be thoroughly appreciated by one of those weary toilers who worked under conditions which, less than 20 years ago, were described as heavy and exhausting, while cases of women fainting at their work from sheer exhaustion were reported to the Home Secretary as recently as 1891. Today one sees the workers leaving a modern laundry with bright faces and well able to enjoy an evening's recreation or even a continuation class in dressmaking or cooking at the local school. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rebecca Truestone. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. How we came to have sewing machines. Possibly some of us who have grown up have thought the household sewing machine to be a sort of stupid thing when we have been called to the rescue on some rare occasion when the machine refused to do its regular work. Of course, it was really ourselves who were stupid in not knowing where the trouble lay, and no doubt if the machine could have spoken, a single word would have enabled us to put matters right. But only an inquisitive schoolboy ever troubles to turn up the machine and see how the business works. One crank moving a lever to and fro causes the shuttle to pass very close to the needle at the moment it dips down through the base or bed plate of the machine. The needle bar's motion is derived also from a crank on a revolving shaft. We see that there are 2 separate threads at work, that the needle forms a loop with one thread, while the shuttle carries the other thread through this loop, thus locking it in position. A sewing machine is part of the furnishing of a well-ordered house, and we have become so familiar with its presence that we scarcely stop to think it strange that we should have introduced machinery into our homes. Our first interest is to see how the idea of sewing by machinery came about. There is no doubt that it was the constant repetition of the same motion required to form one stitch after another that made people think it possible that a machine might do the work. Many inventors tried to make machines that would imitate the different movements of the needlewoman's fingers. One great difficulty that they had to contend with was the fact that as each stitch was put in the cloth, the thread became shorter, so that the travel of the needle must vary accordingly. All such attempts proved unworkable. What seemed to have led to the first practical sewing machine was the difficulty of sewing leather by hand, for we find an English patent taken out by Thomas Saint in 1790 for the purpose of sewing leather. Curiously enough, the printed specification of this patent refers only to a means of japanning leather, but in an appendix to abridgments of patents printed at a much later date, a short description of the sewing machine is given by the Patent Office. The machine worked in the following manner. A sharp awl descended and pierced a hole in the leather. Then a spindle turned a projecting finger so that it crossed the hole, carrying the thread with it. A little fork then descended and pressed the thread down through the hole, one end of the thread being held fast above so that a loop was formed on the underside. This loop was caught by a reciprocating hook, while a feeder moved the leather forward the distance of 1 stitch, whereupon another hole was pierced and another loop was formed. This second loop descended within the first loop, which slipped off the hook as it caught the second loop, thus linking one loop within the other. In this way a regular chain of loops was formed, and the ordinary chain stitch of today was made. It will be observed that the needle had no eye. It had a forked end for depressing the thread. Although this machine did not come into general use, it is of special interest because its inventor came very near to the opening up of that industry, which has proved a great mine of wealth to others. The next inventor of interest was a French tailor, who formed quite an independent idea in 1838. He used a hooked needle, such as ladies use for crochet work, and he kept his bobbin of thread underneath the cloth. The crochet needle descended through the cloth, caught the thread, and pulled up a loop onto the surface of the cloth. At the next stroke, the crochet needle descended through the previously formed loop. While this motion was repeated, the cloth was fed forward a short distance at each stroke, the needle always descending through the loop immediately preceding it. In this manner a chain of loops was formed, similar to the chain stitch made by Saint's leather sewing machine. It would be observed that the principle of these two inventions was the same. In the one case, the loop of thread was pushed down from above, while in the other case, the loop was pulled up through the cloth. After constructing a very clumsy machine, in which almost all the parts were made of wood, this French tailor Thimonier succeeded in obtaining money to equip a small factory in Paris. So well did he succeed that in a very short time he had 80 machines at work making army clothing. A mob of infuriated tailors attacked the place, completely wrecking the machines and nearly killing the inventor himself. Poor Thimonier made another start, but in this he met with little success. News did not travel fast in those days, and I doubt if our American cousins knew anything about these attempts to sew by machinery. However, we find that about 1834, a date coming between the two inventions just described, Walter Hunt of New York made the first attempt at producing a fast lock stitch. The chain stitch work is apt to run or come out. Hunt's idea was to use two separate threads, one below the cloth and the other coming down through the cloth and interlocking with the other. He used a curved needle with an eye near its point, so that on forming a loop below the cloth a little shuttle might pass through the loop, carrying the second thread with it. Hunt did not patent his idea at the time, and when he endeavored to take out a patent some 19 years later, it was refused on the ground of abandonment. In the interim, another American had got on to similar lines, and evidently without knowing of Hunt's earlier attempts. The story is an interesting one. A young mechanic in Boston, Elias Howe by name, overheard a conversation between his master and a wealthy gentleman who chanced to call at the mechanic's place of business. What Howe overheard was a very emphatic statement that a great fortune awaited the man who should invent a machine that could sew. The idea became fixed in Howe's mind, and he set about trying to make plans by which this might be accomplished. His first idea was to imitate the movements of his wife's hand when sewing. It is generally stated that Howe was in poverty and sought to invent a machine to save his poor wife from the constant toil of sewing for a living. Possibly there has been some confusion between Howe and Lee, who invented the knitting machine, as related in the preceding chapter. In any case, it seems clear that there has been some misunderstanding, for Howe was in regular employment when he set about endeavoring to make a sewing machine, and it was through his desperate efforts to arrive at a means of carrying out his idea that Howe, like many another honest inventor, became poor. Indeed, poor Howe would have to abandon his idea altogether in order to secure a living, had he not fallen in with an old school friend named Fisher, who had come to possess some money. This friend took Howe and his family to board free of payment in his own home, giving Howe the garret as a workshop and undertaking to provide tools and materials so that Howe might work out his idea. The agreement was that Howe should give Fisher 1/2 of any profits which might arise from the invention. Howe was an enthusiast, and he devoted himself to his work till he produced a machine which could sew a seam. He soon satisfied his benefactor that the machine was reliable, for he sewed all the seams in 2 suits of clothes, one for Mr. Fisher and one for his own use. This first machine of Howe's had a curved needle with an eye near its point, and the action of the needle was not unlike that of a pickaxe. With the aid of a shuttle beneath the cloth, it formed a lock stitch in the manner already described. The principle was identical with that of Hunt's, and yet Howe produced his machine quite independently. We can imagine Howe, the enthusiast, patenting his machine and then hastening to make it public, and we can sympathize with him when he found that its exhibition only gave amusement to those who examined it. It was looked upon as a mere curiosity. But Howe had plenty of confidence in the machine. He challenged any 5 sewers to do as much work as his one machine. This bold challenge was accepted, and 5 of the most expert needlewomen in a large factory were selected for the trial. 10 garments were cut, each garment being exactly alike, and 5 of these were given to the machine, while each of the sewers took one of the other 5. The race was begun, and anyone watching these experts would have thought the machine was undertaking an impossible task in proposing to sew 5 times as quick as one of these sewers. But before these experts had about 1/2 of their garments done, the machine cried a halt, having completed the whole of its similar task. One would have expected an immediate demand for Howe's machines, but prejudice was too great. The tailors were up in arms against the introduction of machinery, a foolish spirit which, however, is not dead today, as will be seen from the following incident. A few years ago I was lecturing on the subject of electricity to a large audience of the deaf and dumb in one of our industrial centers. In order to show the audience an electric motor at work, I connected it to a household sewing machine. Placing the motor and machine at one end of the lecture table, I went to the other end and switched on the current to the motor, whereupon the sewing machine was seen to sew a length of muslin. At this point there was some disturbance in the front of the area, and I saw a lame man shaking his crutch and his fist at the secretary, who was acting as my interpreter. The secretary explained to me that this man said he was a tailor, and that this machine would deprive him and his mates of their livelihood. I asked the secretary to point out to the lame mute that the electric motor was merely supplying the necessary power to drive the machine to save the tailor's legs, and that the machinist would still be required as at present. Returning to our narrative of Elias Howe, we find that the opposition of the American tailors was so great that it was hopeless to get his machines introduced in that country. And so Howe's brother Amasa took out a steerage passage for England, carrying with him the rejected automaton. One might think that Elias Howe should have gone himself, but we must remember that a journey of this kind was a much more serious undertaking in those days, and Elias Howe had a wife and family to support, while we may presume that his brother was a bachelor. There may have been some feeling that Elias should wait and look after the interests of his own patent, although there did not seem to be much fear of any attempted rivalry. However, Amasa reached London, and he was successful in getting a corset manufacturer in Cheapside to take an interest in the new machine. This manufacturer, William Thomas, offered Howe the sum of £250 for the English rights, on condition that the inventor would come over and adopt the machines to the necessary work. We find William Thomas applied for the patent in his own name, stating in the specification that the invention had been communicated by a foreigner residing abroad. Elias Howe came over and worked with William Thomas, who paid him a weekly wage. Everything seems to have gone well, and Howe got his wife and family to cross the Atlantic. But after the machines were fitted up, Thomas insisted on Howe waiting on to repair the machines. This gave rise to a quarrel, and Howe was dismissed. Howe seems to have turned his attention to inventing sewing machines once more, but how he was going to steer clear of the patent owned by Thomas it is difficult to see. However, poor Howe got into money difficulties, and as he saw no hope of bettering himself in England, he sent his wife and family home while he could find money to do so. He remained himself, evidently to try and complete a machine he was inventing. But he was soon in such straits that he had to pawn his American patent rights to raise sufficient money to take him home. When Howe arrived in America, he found several men busy making sewing machines, and among those there was one real enthusiast, Isaac Singer. Howe declared that his patent rights covered all these machines, and having got financial help to enable him to redeem his pledged patent from England, he engaged lawyers to thrash out the case in the American law courts. Ultimately, it was decided that the other makers should pay a royalty to Howe on each machine they made. This brought a fortune of $2 million to Howe during the time for which his patent held good. The French honored Howe by decorating him with the Cross of the Legion of Honor. So Elias Howe was rewarded in some measure for all his past hardships and devoted exertions in overcoming the difficulties of sewing by machinery. Many other inventors followed, but the most enterprising of all was Isaac Singer, the founder of the great business of which we shall read in the following chapter. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Susan Whitfield. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Sewing machines made by machinery. In the preceding chapter, we have seen how Isaac Singer became an enthusiast in the making of sewing machines, and no better monuments of his ingenuity could exist than those gigantic factories engaged at the present time in making sewing machines by automatic machinery. One of these huge Singer factories has been erected on the River Clyde a few miles below Glasgow, and through the courtesy of the management, I am able to give the reader an insight into this great modern manufactory. On entering the vast yards surrounding the works, one is surprised at the enormous extent of timber stacks. Indeed, one might think that the business of the firm was that of timber merchants. For what is all of this timber to be used? It is quite evident that it cannot be for the beautifully polished tabletops, which form the only wooden part in connection with the sewing machine. It comes as a surprise when we are informed that the whole of this timber is required for the making of packing cases for dispatching sewing machines to all parts of the world. In another part of the great yards we find a regiment of stacks of pig iron, all of which is to leave the works in the form of sewing machines. But the going parts of the machine are not made of cast iron. They are made of steel, and so we find great stores of long steel bars, rods, and sheets. These, along with the pig iron, contain all the material for the making of a sewing machine, with the exception of a few small pieces of brass used in the machine. Even a very casual glance at a sewing machine informs us that the body of the machine is composed of a solid sole plate, or bed plate, and an arm rising up from that with a bend at right angles. The end of this arm is to carry the needle apparatus, while the bed plate is to carry the shuttle arrangement beneath it. First of all, this arm and bed plate must be shaped or molded. We all have some idea of the process of molding or casting. In our school days, we used to cast little leaden bullets in a very simple mold, which was shaped like a hollow ball, but was in two parts and opened on a hinge, the two halves having handles, giving the whole affair something of the appearance of the household nutcrackers. When casting a leaden bullet, we closed the mold and poured the molten lead through a small hole in the top of the empty mold. After giving the lead time to cool, we opened the mold and took out a nice round bullet, showing only a rough line along the join of the mold. The bed plates and arms of the sewing machines are cast in the same manner, but we shall pay particular attention to the molding of the arms, as these are hollow, and therefore more difficult to cast. Indeed, they were cast formerly in two separate pieces, and then joined together. In the case of the schoolboy casting a lead bullet, he merely fills the whole mold with molten metal. It is clear that if we pour molten metal into any shaped vessel, the metal, being in a liquid condition, will fill the vessel just as water would, and so when the metal cools down, we shall have a solid mass. How then can we cast a hollow arm for the machine? In the first place, it is obvious that, while an iron mold was good enough to hold the molten lead for our amateur bullets, we must have something better for molten iron, which is at a much higher temperature. Lead melts at 630 degrees Fahrenheit, while pig iron does not melt until the temperature is increased to 2000 degrees on the same scale. Hence the iron molder makes his molds in sand. The usual plan is to cut out the necessary shape in wood. Then, making up a box of sand, he presses the wooden pattern into it and leaves an impression of it in the sand, into which he pours the molten iron. In Singer's molding shop, we find the desired patterns are in the form of very massive iron boxes, into which the molder throws the sand. He has two molding boxes, representing the two hinged sides of the schoolboy's bullet mold, only, in the present case, the sides are not hinged together. Having filled one molding box with sand, the molder places it in the powerful hydraulic press, which compresses the sand into the shape of one half of the hollow arm. The molding boxes are heated by gas. When the second half mold is ready, the two are placed face to face, but the result of filling the sand mold with molten iron would be to produce a solid arm, and that is not what is wanted. A third mold is therefore made, and this is a solid mold of sand representing the hollow space required within the arm. When the sand for this mold has been compressed in a pattern box by the hydraulic press and fired at the same time, the sand becomes so compact that the molder can lift it out of the box and place it between the two half molds prepared previously. We now have in the complete mold a space between the center part, or core, and the outer molds, and this space exactly represents the walls of the iron arm required. When the molders have prepared a number of such molds, one of the men fetches the molten iron from the furnace. Although the molding shop covers a great deal of ground, the iron is all prepared at one place, from which it is wheeled in large ladles into the different groups of molders. From the furnace we see the white-hot liquid metal pouring forth like water, while one man after another places his huge ladle under the outlet. Things are so arranged that the flow of molten metal does not require to be interrupted, but is allowed to flow on continuously. As soon as the first trolley ladle is filled, its owner pulls it out of the way to let the next man place his in position. During the momentary change, the man who is in charge of the outlet of the furnace puts a small ladle in position, and this he empties into the following trolley ladle whenever it is in proper position. Formerly, it was necessary to close the furnace outlet with a ball of clay at each separate drawing, and this was not only inconvenient, but was attended with some little risk. The present arrangements are so perfect that the supply and demand practically balance each other, so that it is only in the event of a special delay in the return of the men with their ladles that the continuous flow of metal has to be stopped. The large ladles are lined with an inside jacket of clay, and it is surprising how long the metal remains molten. Even when the man returns with his empty ladle after having filled the prepared molds, his ladle is still red hot. Quite a regiment of men are on the move between the furnace and the different parts of the great molding shop, wheeling these large ladles. A great transformation takes place in this department. The molten pig iron is converted into machine arms, bed plates, stands, wheels, and other parts. These are collected by electric trains passing through all parts of the molding shops. The castings are carried on this electric railway to the rumbling department, the noise of which is quite inadequately described by such a mild word as rumbling. It is hopeless to carry on any conversation here, but one can see exactly what the noisy process is. Large revolving drums are packed with these castings, and besides these, there is a large number of small scraps of iron which fall through among the castings when the drums revolve, knocking off all the dirt and grit, which is withdrawn by an air pipe at the end of each drum. We see one drum being opened, and it is full of the open-work castings which form the sides of the stands upon which the machines rest. A large trolley is filled with the castings and wheeled over to the Japaning department, where they get a bath in very black stuff. We see a big strong fellow, with his arms bare to the armpits, lift half a dozen castings at one time and dip these over their heads in a large tank of black paint stuff. Simply one dip down, and then they are put to drip on a sloping tray or trough. The man appears to be wearing a pair of beautiful, long, and tightly fitting black gloves, which, however, are easily removed by washing. The blackened stands then go to the stoving department, and after that they are handed over to the mechanics department to have the necessary holes drilled in them. Holes have to be drilled in the feet for casters, others to fix the tabletop, and so on. There is no turning of the stand one way to have one hole drilled, and then on its side to have another hole drilled. All the holes are drilled at one time by 7 separate drills. As soon as the drills have done their work, they retire automatically. The man then lifts out the drill casting and puts another in its place to undergo the same wholesale drilling. Needless to say, the machine itself is not completed in such a simple fashion, or it could be sold for a few shillings. It will be of interest to follow the arm and bed plate as they pass through the mechanics' shops. We find the arms and the bed plates entering the first great machine shop, the arms passing down one side and the bed plates down the other, to meet at the end of the shop ready to be joined together. Before reaching this shop, the arms have been trimmed along the line representing the join of the half molds. The next process is to cut the base perfectly flat and square, and to do the same to the top and bottom of that part which is to carry the needle apparatus. These operations are not done by hand. The arm is put into a machine, which cuts all these 3 parts at one time. The arm is then passed on to the next machine, which is to drill the holes in it. There is some variety of work in this, for there are no less than 20 holes, not only of different sizes, but entering from different positions. It will take a man with an ordinary drilling machine some considerable time to drill out 20 holes, having not only to change his drill for each size of hole, but having to change the position of the arm being drilled also. The drilling machine in the present case is no ordinary one. All that it demands is that the man will place the arm in the machine, turn 2 screws to keep it in position, and then switch on the driving power. Immediately we see 20 different drills coming forward, some from the left side, some from the right side, some from the back, some from the top downwards, and others from the bottom working upwards. Whenever these 20 drills have completed their individual tasks, they all retire automatically, and the man lifts out this arm, handing the machine another arm piece to drill in similar fashion. Although this drilling is done in such wholesale fashion, there is no rough-and-ready work. Every hole is exact and true. This degree of exactness to which the different machine tools have to work is well illustrated by some of the machines working upon the bed plates in the same workshop. Here we see a machine tool at work finishing off the groove or race on which the shuttle is to run. This race has been cut very smooth by the last machine, leaving a certain space for the shuttle, but this second machine has to dress it up to a greater degree of exactness. It is to leave the space true not only to within 1/64th part of an inch, but to the 1/10,000th part of an inch. The sewing machines of one type are all exact duplicates of one another, and yet it is necessary to give them some individuality, and so a registered number is stamped on each machine. The way in which a mechanic imprints a number upon a piece of metal is to take a little chisel on the end of which is the cutting type, and with a sharp blow on the other end he impresses the figure or letter of this particular chisel onto the surface of the metal. This process has to be repeated for each letter or figure to be printed. In the sewing machine factory we find an automatic machine undertaking the numbering on its own account. The man places one of the bed plates in position in this machine, whereupon 7 little hammers give 7 different cutters a separate blow, the one following the other in very rapid succession. While the man withdraws the bed plate to insert the next one, the machine brings forward the next number, increasing the total number by 1 for each bed plate. By the time the bed plate and the arm have reached the end of this great workshop, the 2 parts are ready to be united together. When this has been done, the machine receives its fine black coat, for it would not do to delay that till its bright steel parts are fitted in. There is no painting on of the black coat. The process is on the same simple plan as the japanning of the stands. But as the machine is to be seen more closely than the stand, the former will require to be more highly finished than the latter was. Hence we find a good deal of time and labor being spent over the black coat of the machine. Before being dipped in the black stuff, we find the machines getting a hot acid bath to produce a perfectly clean surface. As they cannot be put by hand into this bath, a crane lifts a great truckload and lowers the whole lot into one of the hot tanks. Then, swinging its long arm round, it lifts another similar tray from a neighboring hot bath, coming back shortly to remove the other lot. Each machine is then dipped by hand into a black enamel bath, and after dripping, these are wheeled away to a large stove and baked for several hours. When the large trolley loads of these shining black machines leave the stove, each machine is handed over to a girl who seriously endeavors to remove all the beautiful shine with the aid of pumice stone. Of course, she is not doing this for amusement, but in order to remove all roughness from the surface, as the machine is to have a second and third black bath. Even after the third bath and stoving, the surface is rubbed down till it is quite dull. In this condition it is handed over to the young ladies who ornament the bed plate and arm with gilt designs. Perhaps someone pictures an expert deftly printing the freehand scrolls in gilt, or it may be that someone imagines a stencil plate being used. Either of these processes would take some time, and probably even with a stencil at least 10 minutes would be required for each machine. In reality, however, what happens is this. The girl places the plain, dull, black machine in front of her, and lifting a transfer paper having a damp, gummed surface, she presses it on to the surface of the machine. She has a number of different transfers, and she places these quickly one after another on its proper place. Then, lifting off the papers, she leaves the beautiful gilt design fixed to the surface of the machines. It is really a process of gumming on a very thin gold leaf, and so well does the gilt adhere that the girl can rub it with her hand without injuring it. A very few moments and the whole machine is daintily ornamented, but it is still a dull and funereal black, and in this condition it is stoved to fix the gilt design. The machine has a gayer appearance as it leaves the varnishing department, and surely now it is complete. But no! We find another group of girls still ill-using the highly finished machines after they've come through a stoving process for the 5th time. These girls are rubbing the surface of the machine with that soft brown rotten stone, which is often used for polishing brass and other metals. The final touches are given with the palm of the girl's hand. We now see the finished article so far as the body of the machine is concerned, but before it can sew, it requires a great many pieces of machinery fitted into it. We take a walk through the forge. where we find all sorts of shapes of steam hammers at work. One hammer, by a single stroke, forms the bent crank for converting the up and down motion of the machinist's feet into a rotary motion, and so on. In another great department, we find all sorts of machines punching out other parts of the sewing machine. These parts are simply punched out of various widths of flat bars of steel. One machine will punch out a necessary shape, while a second machine will fold this piece over at right angles or into any shape required. Many a youth derive great pleasure in working with tools, and if the amateur mechanic is the possessor of a small foot lathe, he can produce some interesting results. One of the things which appears most remarkable to his friends is the beautiful threaded screw which he can produce. With a little practice he can cut a perfectly regular thread, using a special cutting tool on the surface of a piece of brass rod, which he keeps revolving in his lathe. If the screw is to have a fine thread, he will probably use a cutting die made of hard metal, with which he can cut the thread more easily. Either process takes a good deal of time, even in the hands of an expert. But what about the millions of screws required in the great sewing machine factory? Here we find automatic machines doing the whole work. The first machine cuts off a short length of rod, which immediately receives a violent blow on one end, causing the head of the screw to take shape. When these little headed pieces leave this machine, they are handed over to another machine, which cuts the grooves or saw draft on the head so that it can be turned by a screwdriver. They pass, after this, to a screwing machine, which forms a fine thread on each piece. All these machines feed the screws into position automatically, causing a whole regiment of screws to line up in a single file in a slotted passage and enter in turn, one at a time, into the cutting part of the machine. These screws, when completed, are sent along with the other machine parts to the fitting shop, where they are all fitted into prepared machine bodies. We have not followed the making of the little wheels, which are to be fitted on the end of the arms to receive the drive from the wheel in the stand. This little flywheel also provides the sewer with a convenient means of turning her machine to bring the needle into proper position for threading. Some factory girls have an idea that these little wheels possess some other function, for I recollect on one occasion hearing a dispute between a forewoman and a mechanic in a factory. She had sent for the mechanic to repair some fault of which the sewer complained, "The machine wouldn't go rightly," and yet the mechanic could find nothing wrong with the going parts. Just when I came upon the scene, the forewoman was suggesting to the mechanic that some oil on the rim of this little flywheel might help matters. The suggestion was, of course, a ridiculous one, and I knew the mechanic would find it difficult to restrain a laugh, so I hastened to ask the forewoman in all seriousness if she had found this oiling of the rim to do good on any other occasion. And when she said it had done so, I instructed the mechanic to oil the rim of the wheel, pretending it was quite a reasonable thing to do. On asking him later if the cure was effective, he informed me that, strange to say, the girl had found no further trouble with her machine. I was not so surprised, for as I have often observed in connection with weaving machinery, there is a peculiar psychological condition occurring at times and materially interfering with the work of a willing employee. This, however, is more likely to occur with power loom weavers than in connection with sewing machines. Even in connection with the former it is somewhat rare, but it is none the less real. We need hardly to follow this little flywheel through all the processes of manufacture, but a rough sketch of part of its career may be of interest. From its formation it is clear that it has been cast in a mold, but the rim is beautifully rounded and wonderfully smooth. This has been accomplished by a machine having 3 cutters, which act upon the rim while the wheel is being revolved upon its axis. One cutter works on the outside of the rim, while the other 2 cut on the inside, one cutter on either side. These 2 cutters have not so much to do as the one which has to travel right across the width of the rounded rim, and so we notice that the 2 side cutters have ceased working and retire, leaving the other cutter to finish its task. We need not trouble about the japanning and drilling of the wheel, But we find a very interesting motion in the machine which gives the final smoothing to the rim of the wheel. If a man were to be set to this task, he would hold the rim of the wheel against a revolving buffing wheel. The wheel, being polished, would be free to revolve on its axis and would require to rock slowly from one edge of the rim to the other in order to ensure an equal treatment of the whole rim. It is this rocking that would worry the workman, for it would be very difficult to rock the wheel perfectly steadily, and any irregularity would show on the surface of the rim. The buffing machine in the present case takes the full responsibility on its own shoulders. The man merely places one machine wheel on each rocking arm of the machine, and these arms give an absolutely steady motion, producing a perfectly polished surface. It only remains to place the wheels in an electroplating bath, whereupon a thin coat of bright nickel is deposited upon the surface by those invisible atoms which wander through the liquid impelled by electric force. It must have occurred to some readers that the making of a sewing machine is very much a case of the workman merely seeing that the automatic machines do their work properly. But now we come to a department in which manual labor is required, and this is known as the assembling room. This is quite a graphic description of the department, for here all the different parts, manufactured in widely separate departments, are assembled together for the purpose of being fitted into the body of the sewing machine. One part after another is fitted into the ever-growing machine as it passes from one group of men to another. When the machines are quite complete, they are placed on long benches under which a driving shaft is running at high speed. Belts are coupled from wheels on this shaft to the small driving wheels upon the sewing machines. It is interesting to watch the young men putting these belts onto the driving wheels. It is necessary to place these belts on each machine as it is put into position. The inexperienced man would stoop down on each occasion and place the belt on the driving wheels of the shaft. Needless to say, he would go home with an aching back. But the mechanic here adopts a more comfortable plan. One touch with his practiced foot, and he has placed the belt upon the revolving wheel. Every sewing machine is driven at a high rate of speed for some time upon one of these running tables in order to ease the bearings and thus dispel any stiffness in the going parts of the machine. That every part fits well is guaranteed by the careful tests made by all the diameters of the shafts after they've been made and turned to the required sizes. Sometimes when one is measuring a manufactured article, one may say it will do very well, as it is not more than 64th part of an inch in the exact measurement asked. Every sewing machine shaft, however, which is 1/2000th part of an inch too large or too small, is returned as imperfect. After the machines leave the running tables, they are carefully examined by experienced mechanics, and unless they are perfect they are returned to the fitters with a note of the defect, such as shaft stiff, wheels off the truth, rock on end of shaft, and so on. The fault may be a very small one, which the examiner could put right in a moment, but in order to keep the fitters up to the mark, he must not repair it himself. The machine must be returned to those who were responsible for the defective fitting of that particular part. When the machines have passed this very critical examination, they are placed on benches and driven at their ordinary speed, so that sewers may adjust the tensions to the class of work for which the machines are intended. After the machine is stitching satisfactorily, the sewer works a small sample and leaves it to be sent out along with the machine. During these trials of the stitching capabilities of the sewing machine, it has been on a bench fitted with a power-driven shaft. The machines may be for factories in which they are to be similarly fitted up, or they may be for private houses, in which case each machine will want a separate table or stand. We have seen how the metal stands were cast and drilled, but it remains to be seen how the tabletops are made. There cannot be much in this, simply an oblong piece of wood. But the manufacturer knows better than to run any risk of the table warping and twisting, so he adopts a more scientific plan. He makes the tabletop of 5 sheets of thin wood or veneer. These are placed one on top of the other, but so arranged that the graining of the one veneer is lying in an opposite direction from that of its neighbor. These sheets of wood are passed through a sort of mangle, the rollers of which are continually covered with melted glue. 5 sheets are then placed together and compressed in a hydraulic press. When perfectly dry, these 5-fold blocks are treated by specially arranged circular saws, planes, and other machines until the tabletop is ready for polishing. One expects to see the floors of these immense cabinet workshops covered with sawdust, but there is no sign of sawdust anywhere. The fact is that the sawdust never gets a chance of even falling down to the floor. It is sucked up by large funneled pipes placed over the cutting tools and is driven by air along those pipes to a considerable distance till it reaches the boiler shed. Here all the sawdust pipes unite and feed the furnaces of a large boiler required for heating the workshops. There is a continual downpour of sawdust into the furnaces all day long. The furnaces of a neighboring boiler are fed by the chunks of wood which are too large to be sucked up by the air propellers which produce the draft in the sawdust pipes. These fragments of wood are conveyed from the workshop to the furnace by means of a light overhead railway. Everything is done to economize labor, and it is evident that the enthusiasm of the original Isaac Singer is still maintained. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Prajakta. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. The Automatic Needle Makers. Needles must have been very awkward things to make before machines were taught to do this work. There is a fine groove on 2 sides of the needle and a very neat little eye in this groove. In the sewing machine needle, the eye is near the point, while the other end of the needle is much thicker and has a flat slab cut upon it so that it will fit into the needle holder and keep the eye in its proper position. This needle making department is one of the most interesting in the great Singer factory. The automatic needle makers seem almost human. No one will make the mistake of thinking that needles are cast in molds. We have seen enough concerning rough edges on the iron castings to put molding out of court for this purpose, even had it been a convenient method otherwise. Needles were made entirely by hand for a long time. Men cut the steel wire into pieces equal to the length of 2 needles, the 2 ends of which were ground down to form the points. The center was flattened and had 2 little oval holes pierced in it, these being placed close together so that when the wire was cut between these, each piece formed a needle in a somewhat rough state. A number of the needles were then placed in a vise while a workman filed the heads till they were nice and round. After this, the eyes had to be smoothed and the needles polished and tempered. All this meant an immense amount of handwork, and one can imagine how difficult it would be to work with such small things as needles. Indeed, on this account, it was a common practice to employ children for piercing the eyes of the needles. In the modern process of manufacture, the needles are not handled at all. They are made entirely by very ingenious automatic machines. We find great reels on steel wire from which the sewing machine needles are to be made. This wire is fed into a machine which straightens it and cuts off 1 inch at a time, while a little metal arm with 2 fingers catches the little bits and places them in a miniature rolling mill. The 1 inch wire is rolled out to about 1.5 inches, leaving at one end a small shank of the original thickness of the wire. These pieces are then pulled out of the rolling mill by the little fingers, which deposit them in the collecting box. The next process is to cut a groove for the thread on both sides of the needle, so the little rolled pieces are handed over in bulk to the grooving machine. This machine feeds the pieces forward, one at a time, towards a little arm which closes its two fingers upon the shank end of the needle and lifts it over to a pair of cutters. While these cutters are making the groove, the little arm has returned to fetch a second needle, and while it is doing so, a second pair of fingers takes hold of the first piece and lifts it out of the cutters, placing it upon a sloping tray and releasing its fingers so that the needle rolls down into a collecting box. This second arm returns to lift away the next needle from the cutters. It is really quite eerie to stand and watch this machine working away by itself, each arm attending to its work as though the machine actually knew what it was doing. These partly formed needles are now handed over to the slabbing machine, in which there are no less than 8 grindstones, against each of which the shank of the needle is pressed in turn till the flat slab is completed. The machine takes entire charge of the needle in its passage from one grinding stone to another. After this, the needles are entrusted to the machine which puts the points on them, and the needles are kept revolving during this grinding process. It still remains to pierce the little eye in the groove near the point, and this process is the most interesting of all, for the machine has certainly a very delicate and difficult task to perform. The needles are fed along by a spiral screw so that they lie side by side at a little distance from each other. The first difficulty is that the machine must not merely pierce a hole in the needle, but this eye must be through from the one groove to the other. The machine is equal to this task, for on its way to the piercing apparatus, the needle is caught by a pair of fingers which turn it round so that it lies with the grooves in their proper position. Then it will not do to pierce the hole to one side or other, and yet the width of the needle is so very small that it would seem almost hopeless to strike the very center. A second pair of fingers place the needle absolutely straight so that the hole is pierced exactly where it is required. It is worthwhile taking a look at a sewing machine needle through a magnifying glass. It is remarkable how regular and well shaped the eye and the grooves are made. Not only are the needles nicely polished after this, but it is necessary that the eyes be perfectly smooth, or the sewing thread will be cut in its passage through the eye. With this in view, the needles are all threaded by girls, and they can do this so quickly, sometimes a dozen needles at one time, that there seems no need to trouble about a machine for threading needles. I have seen such a machine in use on the continent for threading the two-pointed needles with the eye in the center for use in the hand embroidering machines. However, one can hardly wish for anything better than those human expert needle threads employed in the sewing machine factory. When the needles have been threaded, some emery powder is rubbed on to the threads and drawn to and fro through the eyes. A machine is now used for this purpose, as it is necessary to give the needles a very regular rocking motion while the emery thread files away all rough edges in the eyes. The manufactured needle is now complete, but no less than 200 men are employed all the year doing nothing but seeing that the needles are straight. Each man has a little sloping anvil on which he rolls each needle, tapping it gently with a very small hammer until it is perfectly straight. It only remains to put the needles up in paper packets, and even here machines are now coming into use. One machine selects 3 needles and fixes them through a piece of paraffined paper, which it tears off a large reel. The machine then lays this on a piece of black paper, which it folds up into the form of an envelope or packet and delivers ready for sale. In this giant factory, every precaution is taken for the safety of the employees. When the great crowd of workers are leaving work for the day, it is a case of ladies first, so that the girls are clear of the buildings 5 minutes before the great stream of men leave. This is a wise precaution, as the majority of the men make a rush for Singer Station to secure seats in the first of the special trains which carry them in thousands to Glasgow. Another point of interest is the storing of the large quantities of inflammable oils required for lubricating the hosts of machines in each department. The oil is stored in underground tanks in a large one-story building which has no windows in its walls. When any department requires oil, a telephone message is sent down to this oil store where certain connections are made that enable the department to pump up the quantity required and nothing more. We have seen that sewing machines and their needles are made by machinery, and it is interesting to note that this great factory also makes the machines which make these articles, and these machine making machines are also made by other machines. This statement recalls the nursery rhyme, "This is the house that Jack built," for we might say, these are the machines that make the machines that make the sewing machines that make the seams that make the clothes. But we should not add that the clothes make the man. Throughout the whole factory, machines are made to do the work wherever it is possible. Even the nailing to the thousands of packing cases required daily is done by machinery. The sides and ends of the boxes are merely placed together, and one stroke of a large machine nails each side in turn, the bottom being fixed in a similar wholesale fashion. All sorts of sewing machines are made in the same automatic fashion as has been described in the preceding chapter. Some machines make buttonholes, while other machines sew on buttons. Some machines have no less than 6 needles working simultaneously side by side. Some machines make hems, while others make tucks and coverings, and so on. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Serafina. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. The Romance of Thread Making. The thread trade of Paisley came very prominently before the public some years ago, owing to the unprecedented advance in the market value of Coates shares when that large business concern was converted into a public company. £10 shares rose as high as £110, and all along this business has proved a great financial success, ultimately amalgamating with all the large thread-making concerns, and forming one large combination. It is not the commercial aspect with which we are interested here, but the processes by which sewing threads are made, and the means by which the present position has come about. It is always of interest to trace how any particular industry became settled in a particular district, and how often we find that it was the action of one individual that forms the real basis. The spinning of yarns for weaving purposes was practiced throughout Great Britain long before any attempt was made to manufacture sewing thread. The woolen and linen yarn spun for the loom was of no use for sewing purposes, its strength being quite insufficient. Among those living around Paisley during the closing years of the 17th and the opening years of the 18th century was a country gentleman, John Shaw, who owned a small estate called Bargaran. One of Sean's daughters, Christian, who was very delicate, as will be seen from the accompanying footnote, was an excellent spinster. Having married a clergyman of the name of Miller, and being left a widow after a few years of wedded life, she returned to Bargaran. Here she set to work earnestly, producing very fine linen yarn for some of the Paisley weavers, who were making fine lawn cloths. It occurred to this young widow to try and make sewing thread such as the Dutch were supplying at that time to Great Britain. The sewing thread was made by twisting or twining together several strands of linen yarn. Mrs. Miller was successful in getting a twisting machine brought over from Holland by a friend. This machine operated 12 bobbins at one time, twisting the yarn into thread. The machine was, of course, merely driven by hand. The results were excellent, and the young widow was soon producing a sewing thread quite equal to that imported from Holland. Baghran Estate lay near the Erskine policies of Lord Blantyre, and Lady Blantyre became interested in the fine sewing thread which her neighbour was able to produce. On one occasion, when Lady Blantyre went to the town of Bath, England, still a famous health resort, she took with her some of Mrs. Miller's sewing thread. Some of the lace makers in Bath were so pleased with the thread when it was shown to them that an immediate demand sprang up for this Baghran linen thread. The demand became so great that all the daughters of the house and many young women in the neighbourhood were set to work at other twisting machines. Mrs. Miller went to reside in the small town of Johnstone, which lay between her home and Paisley. There she carried on the manufacture of linen sewing threads. It is interesting to note that at the present time, the chief industry in Johnstone is a manufacture of linen sewing thread, there being large modern factories at work. It was only natural that others took up this profitable occupation, and so we find many twisting machines at work in the neighbouring town of Paisley. Before the close of the 18th century, there were over 100 such machines at work in this old weaving town. In the meantime, Lancashire was busy manufacturing cotton weaving yarns by means of the inventions described in an earlier chapter. The Paisley bodies, as they were called, procured some of this fine cotton yarn from the south, and they found that when twisted on the thread-making machines, it made a very fair imitation of the linen sewing thread, although it could not be compared with it for strength. The tailor still sews on buttons with linen thread. It was found, however, that the cotton sewing thread could be made much more regular than the linen thread, and it cost very much less, which was a great consideration. When it was found that a 6-ply cotton sewing thread was strong enough for ordinary purposes, its use became very general. It so happened that about the beginning of the 19th century, the wearing of Paisley shawls went out of fashion. Up till that time, no lady's trousseau was complete without a Paisley shawl, with an elaborate design woven by the jacquard machine. The shawl trade had made Paisley a very prosperous town, so that the decline of this trade entailed a great deal of hardship. This fact alone would induce many people to try their hands at twisting sewing cottons. But in addition to this, as we shall see from the succeeding chapter, the sewing machine made its appearance, so that there was a new demand for sewing cottons. At this time, sewing cottons were sold in hanks, just as knitting wools are sold today, and no doubt the young folk of that time would be called upon to stand patiently, with outstretched hands to hold the hank while the mother or sister wound it into a ball. There was one Paisley Heddle, or Held, maker, James Clark, who supplied ladies with these hanks of cotton thread, and there seems little doubt that he became a favourite with the ladies, for he offered to save them the trouble of winding the hank at home. He got a local wood-turner to supply him with small wooden spools or bobbins, and if a lady cared to wait, he would sit down at a weaver's winding wheel and wind the hank of cotton onto the spool. As the spool cost him 1/2 penny, he charged the lady the cost of this, but promised to refund the money if the spool was returned when empty. It will be observed that the labour of winding the spool was not charged for. I have been told by a grandson, also James Clark by name, that his grandfather used to walk round to the wood-turners and fill his own pockets with the wooden spools, which he used in the manner already described. The increasing demand led to the factory system of twisting and winding sewing cottons, and from this small beginning there grew up the gigantic business of J&J Clark in Paisley. About the same time, a Paisley weaver, James Coates, who had become a cloth manufacturer on his own account, and had met with financial success, turned his attention to the making of sewing cottons. No doubt he foresaw that this thread-making business was more likely to be a steady one than the fickle cloth trade, which changed with changing fashions. James Coates, whose brother Peter joined him as a partner, soon made a great name for his sewing cottons, the firm being known as J&P Coates. Coates's thread could be depended upon for quality, and the purchaser could be sure that whatever length was marked upon the bobbin was really there. This was not the case with some unscrupulous makers, whose conscience allowed them to mark a bobbin 300 yards while it contained only the half of that quantity. The first steam engine which the Coates put into their mill was equal to 12 horsepower, but their modern mills each required from 1,500 to 2,000 horsepower, while the combined horsepower of the Coates and Clark mills in Paisley equals 30,000 horsepower. The furnaces for supplying the necessary heat burn over 100,000 tons of coal each year, which means about 400 tons every day, or the output of several coal mines. When one sees the stream of workpeople pouring forth from these factories at closing time, one is not surprised to learn that there are over 10,000 employees, the majority of whom are girls. But when one sees the inside of one of these great factories, it is not the number of the workers which impresses one. It is rather the sparseness of workers compared to the size and number of the machines. On one flat we find a great number of machines apparently working away on their own account, with a comparatively small number of workers keeping watch over them. In some departments, however, we find a great many workers together, as we shall see later. It is natural that the directors do not throw their mills open to the general visitor, or they would require a special staff to deal with the applicants, and also, from a business point of view, it would be bad policy to let possible sharks within their gates. I am pleased, however, to be able, through the courtesy of the firm, to take you, in imagination, through one of these great factories. We wish to see, first of all, the making of the little wooden bobbins upon which the thread is to be wound. We find immense stacks of birchwood cut into bars a few feet in length and measuring about 2 inches square. When we see the vast extent of these timber stores, we are not surprised to learn that the firm use about 15,000 tons of wood each year. Perhaps the magnitude of this may be better understood when we consider that the bobbins produced in 1 year could be dealt out so that every man, woman, and child in the United States, Great Britain and Ireland, Germany, France, and Italy might each have a bobbin. But how are these bars of wood converted into the shapely bobbins? First of all, the square bars are fed into a turning machine from which they emerge immediately in the form of round rods. The diameters of these rods are a little greater than the finished sizes of the flanges of the bobbins are to be. These round rods are passed through a sawing machine, which cuts them into the required length for the bobbins. These little solid blocks are then poured into the feeding box of an automatic boring machine. The machine feeds one little block forward at a time, and holds it firmly in the correct position while a revolving drill pierces it lengthwise, producing that nice round hole through the center. These bored blocks are now examined, and any faulty ones are thrown out as waste, the chief fault being knots in the wood. Those blocks which pass the scrutiny are poured into the feeding box of another machine which is remarkably active. Indeed, so quickly does this machine do its work that it is impossible to follow its movements with the eye. All that one can see is that the little wooden block is revolved at an enormous speed, while a cutting tool moves forward and suddenly transforms it into a bobbin, and a ribbon of wood shaving flies into the air. Then, without seeing any actual change taking place, you suddenly find another little wooden block has replaced the finished bobbin, another transformation, and another fresh beginning. One's eyes cannot follow the ejection of the finished bobbin and the introduction of the next block, and so we know that the actual change of bobbin for block does not occupy 1/10 part of a second, or it would make some impression upon the eye. In this turning shop we see a great crowd of machines at work, making various shapes and sizes of bobbins, and all throwing out long shavings. These would soon accumulate upon the floor and impede the movements of those carrying the material to and from the machines. But a part of the floor is always on the move, and the shavings falling upon this are carried to the end of the building and ejected into a pit outside. Here there are large bags in position to catch the shavings, and a wooden plunger descends with considerable force, pressing the shavings very firmly into the bag. When these bags are filled, they are dispatched to some local chemical works, which extract ammonia from the wood shavings. The finished bobbins are examined, and any faulty ones are discarded and added to those already laid aside as waste. The bobbins are then counted, but needless to say they are not counted individually. They are tumbled into a large receptacle, which is fixed above a table containing large trays. These trays are divided off into little separate compartments, each of which can hold one bobbin only. There are 144 of these spaces, so that when the trays are filled, they contain exactly 12 dozen, or 1 gross, of bobbins. By opening a trap-door arrangement in the bottom of the large receptacle holding the bobbins, a quantity falls out onto the trays. The man in charge sweeps these across the trays with his hands, so that every compartment is quickly filled. The trays then disappear down into the table, tilt the bobbins out into a basket, and the empty trays return into position upon the table. Each time the trays dip down with a full load, they register the quantity upon a paper ribbon, punching 1 hole to represent each gross of bobbins. We have seen in an earlier chapter how the spinning of weaving yarns came about, and in the present chapter we have seen how these yarns spun in Lancashire came to be twisted together in Paisley, so that they formed a thread capable of being used for sewing with. Originally, these great thread mills devoted all their attention to the twisting and winding processes, depending partly upon Lancashire for the single spun yarn. But now we find the Paisley factories also spinning the single yarn on their own account. The cotton fiber is delivered in bales, and in this condition the individual fibers are lying higgledy-piggledy in every possible direction. The first process is to arrange them into some form in which the material may be handled conveniently. This is done by the scutching machines, which tease out the cotton material and form it into a sort of web, not unlike a long sheet of wadding, but without the flimsy protecting cover. These webs of cotton, about 1 yard wide, are transferred to the carding room. Here the cotton passes through a further teasing out process, and undergoes a sort of combing which helps to lay the fibers parallel to one another. During this carding process, the web has been drawn out in length very considerably, and as it leaves the machine, it is run together into a sort of loose rope called a sliver. These slivers are run onto large reels and then taken to the lapping machines, in which a number of these reels, or laps, are run together into one narrow web, or ribbon, about 1 foot in width. By this time, the fibers are much more evenly arranged, but a further mixing is required to prevent a lot of long fibers turning up at one place, or a lot of short fibers at another place, which would cause unevenness. In order to equalize the distribution of fibers as much as possible, a number of these ribbons are run together and thoroughly combed, so that the fibers are laid as parallel as it is possible. The cotton still remains in a ribbon form, and passes through a drawing machine, which pulls the ribbon out in length very considerably, and at the same time some knife edges clear away any loose short fibers. The cotton is still in the form of loose cord, or sliver, but now the fibers are lying parallel to one another, owing to all the combing processes they have passed through. There has been also a good deal of drawing out, so that what appeared in the earlier state as a loose rope is now about the size of a fairly fine cord, but with practically no twist upon it. During the next process, it is passed through slubbing machines, and these give it a slight twist as it is wound on to large wooden tubes. It then passes through 2 other flats of the mill, where it is further drawn out, until ready to enter the spinning department. At this stage, it is in the condition of a fairly fine yarn, with very little twist upon it. The fibers are easily drawn apart, whereas they must have them firmly interlocked before the yarn can be put to any useful purpose. In the spinning department, this soft yarn, or rove, is spun into yarn of the same nature as is used for weft in weaving. There are two methods of spinning: mule spinning and ring spinning. We shall pay attention to the former, as it is of interest in connection with what we read in Chapter 2 about Crompton. While we stand and watch the mule machine at work, we see in its motions the principle of the old distaff and spindle, and the later hand-spinning wheel. In both these primitive processes, the spinster drew out a certain length of the roving, and then caused the spindle to revolve so that a twist was given to this drawn-out rove. This is imitated by the mule machine, for as the rove is led towards the spindle, the yarn passes through between two pairs of rollers, one pair revolving faster than the other pair, so that the faster rollers feed the yarn forward quicker than the other rollers are passing it to them, and in this way the rove is drawn out to the length required. The rollers are feeding the drawn-out rove to the revolving spindles, which are mounted on a carriage so that they can travel outwards as the rove is paid out to them. It is curious to see this traveling carriage, with its quickly revolving spindles, moving out a distance of some yards and then returning automatically. Let us watch what happens when the carriage is traveling outwards. As the yarn is attached to these fast revolving spindles, we should expect it to be wound upon the spindle at each revolution. But this does not take place. The spindles are tapered and placed at such an angle that at each revolution the yarn slips over the point of the spindle, and, instead of being wound up, receives a twist at every turn. This twisting continues until the carriage has reached the end of its journey. Just then, the feed rollers cease to pay out any more yarn, and as the carriage retraces its steps, the spindles revolve slowly in the opposite direction from their previous motion, while a wire guide holds the yarn well down on the spindle, so that the length of yarn stretching between the feed rollers and the traveling carriage is wound upon the spindle as the carriage makes its way back towards the feed rollers. Here we see an exact imitation of the old time spinster, drawing out a certain length of rove to the required fineness, putting a twist on it by the revolving spindle, and then winding it onto the spindle. The spinster controlled one spindle and one thread, but there are hundreds of spindles in each of these spinning machines, and under the charge of one girl. Of course, the machine is perfectly automatic, so that she has only to watch that no ends break, and so well do the machines work, one girl can look after two of them, tying in all broken ends. As I have already remarked, the outsider is greatly impressed with the preponderance of machinery to workers in these preparatory departments. Now we have a spun yarn, but not what the householder calls thread. One would not like to have one's clothing sewed with this spun yarn. Indeed, the sewing machines would refuse to work with such a thread. It only remains, however, to twist a number of these spun threads together to form a sewing thread. It is common practice to have 6 of these single threads twisted together to form a 6-cord cable thread. We come now to what is perhaps the most interesting process of all, the winding of the cotton thread onto the little wooden bobbins. Our interest lies in the capabilities of the automaton, and we shall see how complete the machine's work is in the present case. Here we see a veritable hive of industry. The human element is much more conspicuous than in the preparatory departments. This, however, does not signify that the machines are less automatic, but rather that the machines are more compact. If we stand and watch one of these spooling machines at work, we shall soon be able to follow its different movements. The machine is kept supplied with empty bobbins, and each section of the machine helps itself to these as required. Just as we arrive, the bobbins, which are revolving, are almost filled. we see a small guide traveling to and fro, spreading the thread evenly over the bobbin. As soon as the requisite length of thread has been wound upon the bobbin, the spindle stops revolving, and a little metal finger, which has been idle up to now, moves across the bobbin, carrying with it the loose thread. At the same time, we notice a little knife approach the flange of the bobbin and cut a notch in it. Then a second little finger catches the thread as soon as the first finger has carried it over the notch. The second finger moves downwards, pulling the thread firmly into the notch. As soon as this is accomplished, the thread is cut free from the bobbin, which is pushed automatically off its spindle, while an empty bobbin is pushed forward into position by one metal finger, whereupon another finger comes to its assistance and presses the bobbin onto the spindle. But how are we to get the thread started on this empty bobbin? The means by which the thread is fastened to the bobbin to give it a beginning is very ingenious. When the thread was cut in order to free the filled bobbin, the free end of the thread left was caught by a clamp, which pressed it firmly against the flange of the next empty bobbin. As this presser revolves with the bobbin, the thread commences to wind round the bobbin as soon as the spindle begins to revolve. The automaton has got over the difficulty of starting the thread on the bobbin, but it will be observed that in doing so it has bound the bobbin to the revolving spindle, so that the bobbin will not be free to be pushed off. The machine, however, does not overlook this point, for while the thread is being wound onto the bobbin, we see a little arm moving very leisurely towards the flange of the bobbin. The end of this arm has a knife edge, and with this it cuts the binding thread, retiring leisurely, but in good time, to be out of the way of the other quicker moving fingers, which have to fasten off the thread into the notch and arrange the thread for the next bobbin. What could be more automatic? The machine goes through all the necessary operations without any outside control, except to see that it is kept supplied with thread and empty bobbins. A separate winding machine is not required for each bobbin, but a number of spindles and sets of moving fingers all receive motion from the one source, and form a large machine with these sections working in sympathy. All that is now wanting is to stick the little round labels on the flanges of the bobbins. I can remember going through one of the Clark's Paisley mills many years before the great amalgamation of the firms, and at that time all the labels were stuck on by girls in the same manner as the householder sticks a stamp upon a letter. Each girl placed a number of the round gum labels in her mouth, and then, withdrawing them very rapidly, one at a time, she stuck them on the upturned ends of the bobbins in a tray. The same operation had to be repeated in order to label the other ends of the bobbins. An improvement was made upon this plan by giving the girl a long pad with a perforated copper top, which damped the label as it was made to slide across the perforations. This, however, was still a manual performance. Our interest in the matter lies in the most modern method, which is entirely automatic. This labeling machine is not a large machine, and has a revolving piece not unlike the wheel of a wheelbarrow, but minus the rim. It has several brass spokes, or arms, each of which is hollow, and is connected to an air pump. The movements of this revolving part are spasmodic. While it rests for a moment, one spoke sucks up a gum ticket. The next forward motion brings this label against a damp pad, while the next step places it facing one end of the bobbin. We have been watching only one part of the machine. There is a second revolving arrangement with similar spokes, working in sympathy with this one, and so placed that it brings its stamped label to face the first one. One wheel carries the labels for one end of the bobbins, while the other wheel carries the labels for the opposite end. One label bears the particulars of length and quality of thread, while the other bears the maker's trademark. As soon as a bobbin has been placed automatically between the two revolving wheels, they close in towards each other, so that the opposing spokes with the damp labels press on the ends of the bobbin between them. When the spokes withdraw, the labeled bobbin is passed on between two parallel pads, which press the tickets firmly on, just as though one kept one's fingers on for a little to ensure a stamp sticking fast. When the bobbins leave this labeling machine, they undergo a final examination. Any that are imperfect in any way are thrown to one side, and so the good name of the makers is upheld. And so we see how hand labor has been replaced by clever automata, and how these have brought sewing cotton within the reach of all. Every household uses a lot of sewing cotton, and yet the most careful housekeeper does not reckon this as an expenditure of any consequence. Little did James Clark think, as he gratuitously wound the ladies' purchases onto bobbins in the beginning of last century, that he, along with his fellow townsman, James Coates, each working in his own small way, was laying the foundation of one of the most successful of all modern manufacturing industries. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. The Automatic Shoemaker. It is not intended that the title of this chapter should suggest the idea that there is any one individual machine which will accept the raw leather at one end and deliver the complete boots at the other end. But as we take a walk through a modern boot factory, we shall be impressed with the idea that each workman is really a master, making his machine do the work for him. Of course, the old cobbler, sitting at his last, had to do every part of the boot himself, until it became practice to buy the uppers ready-made from the factory. But if 100 cobblers had agreed to work together, they would have found it economical to divide the labor, giving each man or gang of men one particular part to make, while others would have united these various parts to form the complete boot. Needless to say, this is the plan adopted in the making of boots by machinery. Each machine has one definite task to perform. The uppers are dealt with on the upper floor, and the bottom stuff, as it is called, is handled on the bottom floor, not in order to get the names to agree, but because light machinery is able to do the necessary work upon the uppers, whereas it requires heavy machinery to tackle the bottom stuff, which includes the sole and heels. The first thing that concerns the boot manufacturer is buying the hide from which the boots are to be made. Immense quantities of these are required to feed a modern factory, which makes thousands of pairs of boots every working day. Among the stock, we find goat skins, calf skins, sheep skins, and the well-known cowhides. A large portion of all these hides come from across the seas, from China, India, South America, and South Africa. The soles of the boots we are wearing today were probably part of an animal which was careering over some far distant ranch not so very long ago. There are two factors which the bootmaker has to take into account when buying these hides, and those are quality and surface area. Until recently, he had to judge the latter by his eyesight, but even with experience, this was necessarily a rough and ready method. We all know how very irregular in shape a hide is. Even those who have not seen hides in their rough state have seen skins sent home by friends abroad, which skins, with hair still attached, are used as rugs for the floor. Even in these, we can see the irregular shape all around the hide, the forelegs, the neck, the belly, and the hind legs. If the seller could only tell the manufacturer the actual surface measurement in square inches, then he would know exactly what he was getting, and he could compare one class of hides with another. But it would take an expert mathematician some time to calculate the surface area of such an irregular shape, and the manufacturer is not going to pay a fee to a civil engineer to survey each hide. If some ignoramus were to suggest that the manufacturer should employ a machine to do the measuring, the suggestion might appear sarcastic, and yet that is what the bootmaker really does. A machine which will add up rows of figures in pounds, shilling, and pence is a thinkable idea, but it would take a lot of guessing to arrive at the means by which a machine could survey the irregular surface of a hide. Possibly the very idea of such a machine conjures up some remarkable automaton, such as the chess player referred to in an earlier chapter, and which turned out to be a fraud. There is no room for trickery in the present case, as the machine must be an honest worker, and one that will not tire with constant calculating. The general appearance of this measuring machine is a long metal roller over which a large number of smooth metal wheels are placed side by side and at a little distance from each other. These wheels look, at first sight, as though they were resting on the large roller, but there is a very little clear space between the rims of the wheels and the surface of the roller. The space is so little that when a flat hide is passed through between the roller and the wheels, the latter are raised up very slightly. The large roller is driven round on its long axis by means of an electric motor or other prime mover, so that as soon as a hide is laid between the roller and the wheels, the hide is carried right through from the front to the back of the machine, both the roller and the wheels revolving meanwhile. As long as any part of the hide is between the roller and a wheel, that wheel remains raised, and in this position it engages with the counting mechanism. Each wheel, when raised, adds to the motion of the indicator upon a large dial on the front of the machine. It is obvious that the wider the hide is, the more wheels will take part in this addition, and the longer the hide is, the longer time will the wheels continue to move the indicator forward. If we watch one of the wheels under which the irregular side of the hide is passing, we see that this wheel operates the counting mechanism for a moment as the foreleg part of the hide passes under the wheel. The next moment it has ceased to count, for the body of the hide does not extend so far as this wheel. Now and again, a bit of the irregular belly part will pass under this wheel. Then comes the hind leg part, and the little wheel takes a faithful record of them all. It may be mentioned that the wheels are kept in continuous motion to prevent skidding, but they only count when raised. Whenever the whole hide has passed these reckoning wheels, the actual surface area of the hide is shown upon the dial in square inches, and also in the metric system. So faithfully does this machine do its work that both the buyer and the seller are willing to accept its calculations without any questioning. As it is machinery in which we are interested at present, we shall not trouble with much detail of the department in which the cutting out of the lighter materials for the uppers is carried on. Until recently, this was done entirely by hand, but simple machines are being gradually introduced to replace the hand worker, who is called a clicker. Each machine will, of course, require a clicker to work it, but then one machine can do a great deal more work than a man. When the work is done entirely by hand, the man places upon the hide a piece of zinc having the shape of the part to be cut out, and with a sharp knife he cuts right around the edge of the metal pattern. Considerable experience is required to know exactly what parts of the hide to use for different pieces of the uppers, and how to cut up a hide with as little waste as possible. The clicking machine enables the man to cut out the whole shape with one stroke of the machine. The method is not unlike that of the cook when making round or triangular scones or cakes. The cook has certain sharp-edged shapes which she presses down upon the material and produces scones with an outline the same as the metal shape used. The clicker is provided with similar sharp-edged shapes, which he places upon the hide, and then by touching a handle he causes the machine to give a sharp and sudden pressure upon the top of the sharp-edged tool, thus cutting out the desired shape. Those shaped parts of leather are all assembled together and sent through to the making up department. This department, in which the uppers are put together, has very much the same appearance as any making up department in the soft goods trade. Here we see hundreds of those sewing machines in whose manufacture we were interested in an earlier chapter. Most of the machines here are of a heavy make, as they have to sew through leather. Needless to say, they are all driven by power. It would be tiresome to follow every operation in this department, as the detail is far greater than one would imagine. We pass over the fitting together, in which sticky substances play a part, and see these when in position handed over to the sewing machines. We cannot fail to be interested, however, in the machines which are sewing buttons on ladies' boots. The girl who is controlling this machine does not concern herself about the buttons. The machine itself takes entire charge of these, holding a quantity of them in readiness in a box or kettle on top of the machine. In this kettle, a revolving brush arrangement keeps hustling the buttons hither and thither. One by one, they fall into a raceway, along which they move in single file. The machine has the sense to turn the buttons with their metal shanks all in the one direction, so that it can place them upon the boots in the proper position for stitching. The manner of accomplishing this is really very simple. The raceway is not wide enough to allow a button to go in head first or tail first, so that it is only when the button, in its hustling, approaches the entrance to the raceway sideways that it has any chance of entering. Even then, it must have its tail, or rather its shank, to the right side, where there is a groove into which the shank can pass. And in this position, the button can slide down the raceway, the groove extending the whole way and keeping the button in position. The raceway is always filled with a regiment of buttons, and when the operator releases the machine, it places a button upon the boot, and the needle, stepping quickly from one side of the shank to the other, sews the button on, never striking the button or the shank in its rapid jumps. All the buttons required on the boot are securely sewed on in far less time than the average schoolgirl could have prepared her needle and thread for sewing on a single button. Another lot of machines are busy making the buttonholes. These machines each possess a little knife, but the machine is so expert with its knife and needle that one scarcely notices what is really taking place, except that a solid boot flap enters the machine and comes out with a neat row of sewed buttonholes. Lacing boots are handled also by similar automatic machines. The old cobbler had to punch the holes in the leather, place the hooks in these in their proper positions, and then clinch the hooks at the back. The automaton does all this without any assistance, and never puts a hook in with its head turned the wrong way. It is amusing to watch it fishing for the hooks. These are placed higgledy-piggledy fashion in the kettle, in which a metal star keeps revolving in an upright position. As its arms dip down and pass through the sea of hooks, it catches those which happen to be in a favorable position. It always picks them up with the hooks lying in the one direction, the fact of the matter being that the star is too near the wall of the kettle to allow any hooks to catch on behind the arms. This expert angler places the hooks, one by one, in the raceway which leads to the nozzle of the machine, and down this passage they go in regular regimental style. The machine punches a hole in the leather, places the hook in position, and clinches the back, thus fixing the hook securely in its proper place. The fixing in of eyelets in lacing boots is accomplished by somewhat similar machines, but as eyelets have no convenient hooks, the fishing arrangement is replaced by a vibrating box, which shakes the eyelets right side up and drops them into the raceway. Another point of interest is that when these uppers for lacing boots come to be placed over lasts for the purpose of shaping them when fixing on the soles, the boots will require to be laced. It would be what the Scotchman calls a dry job, to lace up the thousands of boots which pass through this department every day. A hard-working little machine undertakes the lacing, and for the sake of economy uses string in place of bootlace. This machine not only puts the string through the eyelets, but it ties a knot and cuts the string. The machine does all this in less time than it takes to tell, but although it is always in a hurry, it is not like the hurried schoolboy who fastens his bootlaces in any sort of knots, regardless of the fact that he will have to undo the same knots later in the day. The machine ties a respectable bow knot, which, while remaining fast, may be pulled out very easily when desired. While the workers and the machines in this department have been busy making a great variety of uppers, the departments downstairs have been busy also preparing the soles and heels to suit these same boots. The cutting out of the soles and heels is done by heavier and simpler machines than those now used by the clickers for cutting the uppers. Of course, we find a great variety of boots being made up here, some very heavy ones for carters, miners, and other workmen. In these, the soles are fixed with wire nails or screws. It will be of greater interest to follow the making of what the Irishman would describe as a hand-sewn boot made by machinery. No such paradox is used in the trade, this style being known as welted boots. The first process of interest will be to get the uppers drawn tightly over the last. These have been placed loosely in position by hand, and the insole or inner layer of the sole has been fastened to the last by a couple of tacks. Those of us who have watched some village cobbler at his work will remember how he had to exert himself considerably to get the upper drawn over the last very tightly. The cobbler used a pair of pincers with which he gripped the edge of the upper and pulled it over, little by little, all the way round, tacking it as he went, and then going over it again till he had it to his satisfaction. The pulling over machines do all this just as well as the experienced cobbler, and in a mere fraction of the time. We find one machine equipped with 3 pairs of pincers, one in position to grip the toe of the upper, while the others take the sides. These 3 pairs of pincers act simultaneously, and when the boot is placed in position, they do not only pull the upper over the insole, but hammer in 5 tacks to keep it in position. The heel part of the upper is then drawn over by hand and fastened in a similar fashion. The upper is by no means in its proper position yet. It must be drawn over very tightly and then fixed in position for sewing it to the insole. It was in this final pulling over that the cobbler showed so much skill in giving exactly the right twist of his pincers as he passed from the toe to the side and then to the heel. But the automaton, under the guidance of its master, the workman, does all this skilled man's work. One pair of pincers makes all the necessary motions, bracing a wire tightly around the edge of the toe part, putting tacks down the sides and round the heels. The tacks along the sides have to come out later, so the machine very wisely forbears driving these home, leaving their heads well up so that they may be withdrawn easily. But the tacks around the heel are to be permanent, so it drives them well home. When you are told that this machine is known in the trade as the nigger, you might guess a long time before finding the reason for this christening. You might suggest that it was because the machine was black, although, as a matter of fact, it is no blacker than the other machines. Someone might suggest that it was because the machine worked like a nigger, but the real reason is because it was invented by a nigger. Although the machine has been greatly improved, it was a colored man who invented the original machine. Everything is now in position for stitching on the welt. The welt consists of a narrow strip of flexible leather, and the workman places this in position around the sole, while a heavy sewing machine with a curved needle stitches the welt and the upper to the insole. The needle avoids all the tacks, and it does its task so expeditiously that it can do as much work in 1 minute as a cobbler could in 1 hour. This is a great deal better than the boast of John Grumier that he could do more work in a day than his wife could do in 3. For 1 day's work of this machine would be more than 2 months' hard work by the cobbler. After other machines have given the heavy outer sole its proper shape and fixed it on the boot with rubber solution, another heavy sewing machine is used to stitch this on the welted boot. When the cobbler did this, he pierced the hole with an awl and then passed his bristle through the whole thickness at one time. This sewing machine is also equipped with an awl, which prepares the holes for the needle. It will be remembered that the very first practical sewing machine was made on the same general principle as this, but the pioneer machine only made a chain stitch, whereas the modern machine makes a lock stitch, and in other respects it outdistances its ancestor. The last process which will interest the general reader is the heeling. Heels vary from the sensible and comfortable 1 inch to the unreasonable and presumably uncomfortable 3-inch height. Everyone knows that the heels are built up of numerous layers of leather. These pieces are nailed loosely together by machinery, and then subjected to a pressure of several tons in a mold. The object of this is to compress the heel and also to give the top of it that hollow shape in which the wearer's heel rests. When this machine has done its task, it shoots the finished heels into a basket. We are sure to be attracted by the automaton which nails the heels to the boots. It has a large stock of nails, for it has to drive no less than 14 nails through the heel and sole at one stroke. In the finishing department, there are crowds of little machines, each doing its appointed task. Some are cutting and polishing the heels and soles, but they are all very tidy workers, sending the leather dust right out of the factory by suction pipes. It will be understood that I have omitted many intermediate processes, but sufficient detail has been given to command our respect for the automatic shoemaker. We are not surprised to learn that most of these labor-saving machines are of American origin. It seems reasonable to suppose that America has been the natural source of labor-saving machinery, for the country has risen so rapidly that there would be a shortage of skilled labor. End of Chapter 13. Read by 65 Tucks, Roswell, Georgia, April 2023.
Chapter 14 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Manufacture of Pottery. Even uncivilized man could not fail to observe that moist clay was a substance which could be formed with ease into any desired shape. Such shaped pieces of clay, when dried in the sun, would become of a more or less permanent character. Not only did the making of bricks of sun-dried clay exist in the remotest antiquity, but vases of baked earthenware were used in Egypt at the earliest period of civilization. A walk through the Assyrian department of the British Museum in London impresses one with the very ancient origin of the potter's art. During the time of the Roman occupation of Britain, great quantities of the rougher kinds of pottery were manufactured, of which vast accumulations have been discovered in some parts of England, while in other parts Roman kilns, potter's tools, and finished vessels have been unearthed. The earliest forms of pottery ware were unglazed and therefore more or less porous, but the glazing of these was practiced by the Egyptians as early as 500 BC. As late as the 16th century we find a Frenchman, Bernard Palissy, spending years of strenuous effort in endeavoring to discover how some Italian pottery had been enameled. Palissy became so absorbed in his quest that he allowed his wife and family to come very near starvation, and in order to keep his experimental furnace going after his faggots were exhausted, in what must be his final attempt, he broke up his garden palings and the trellis work supporting his vines. Finding these still insufficient, he smashed every piece of furniture in his house for firewood, ultimately breaking up the very floors and window frames. This desperate final attempt fortunately proved to be successful, although his furnace burst and spoilt all the pottery ware by fragments sticking to it. Yet he had proven that this mixture was right. He obtained financial assistance from a nobleman and the patronage of the king, and the enameled ware of Palissy became famous. Though fortune now smiled upon him, he had to be sent to Paris by the king at the time of the Reformation in order that he might escape popular prejudice. But when 80 years of age, he was accused of heresy and placed in the Bastille, where he died in 1590. His desperate efforts, however, had given the French potters an enamel which led to a great national industry. Even up to the middle of the 18th century, only the coarsest kind of pottery ware was made in Great Britain, and the potteries were in a very primitive condition. All the finer pottery ware was imported from the continent. At this time there appeared one whose name is well known, Josiah Wedgwood. He was the son of a potter, but his early experiences were not encouraging. His father died when Josiah was still a boy, and the little fellow, very shortly after this, had to lose a leg through a disastrous attack of smallpox, so that his was an uphill fight. Unfortunately, he had an artistic taste, and was able to devise fanciful shapes for pottery ware, which in time earned him some fame. The one disadvantage against which Wedgwood had to contend was that the British clay was very coarse compared with that of the continental ware, so that Wedgwood's finished articles did not have the same elegance as those of his rivals. By repeated efforts, Wedgwood was able, by mixing flint powder with certain clays, to produce a material which became white when exposed to the heat of the furnace, and having discovered a convenient means of covering the articles with a transparent glaze, he succeeded in turning out earthenware as good as was imported from the continent. This discovery not only brought a fortune to himself, but laid the foundation of that great national manufacture with which this chapter deals. It is of interest to note in passing that while the primary question with the manufacturer of today is, will it pay, Wedgwood's chief concern was how to turn out the very best article that could be made, his last thought being whether it would pay him or not. Many would prophesy financial ruin to any man of such principles, but we know that with Wedgwood it was otherwise. He invented many different kinds of ware, and one of these so pleased Queen Charlotte that she commanded that it should be called Queen's ware, while its inventor received the title of the royal potter. The old scriptural saying, "as clay in the hands of the potter," gives us a most vivid analogy of plasticity. We have seen the little urchin sitting in the pavement while he shapes his ideas in moist clay. Scotsmen will remember the story of the great Norman MacLeod, a powerful preacher and a humorous writer. He tells how he was passing along a street one day, and finding a little fellow busy with clay, or muck, MacLeod asked him what he was making. When the boy informed the minister that he was making a kirk, church, the following dialogue took place. "Where's the steeple?" "There," pointing to a match. "Where's the pulpit?" "There's the pulpit," pointing to a hole in the ground. "Where's the minister?" "Oh, you see, we're in oot o' dirt. Here's Archie coming wi' a bit." Those of us who have any recollections of visiting potteries in our boyhood will picture the potter sitting, as of old, in front of a revolving disc and shaping each vessel with his hands. But the thrower, as he was called, has disappeared from most modern potteries. His place is taken largely by young girls, some of them fresh from school, the process being now practically automatic. But it will be of interest, before watching the modern pottery worker, to see how the material is prepared for her. From what we have noticed already, in connection with Wedgwood's achievements, it is obvious that the potter cannot use ordinary clay, as it is dug out of the earth, and so we are not surprised to learn that there are several ingredients in the prepared clay. The chief component is ball clay, or blue clay, which, by the way, is of a yellowish color, despite its paradoxical name. There is plenty of this clay to be found in the south of England, and it is dispatched to the pottery in its natural state. The second ingredient is china clay, which is dug out of open mines in Cornwall. As this clay is really a decomposed granite, it contains a good deal of hard matter, which is not plastic, and this has to be extracted. The material is practically dissolved by running water at the mine. The sediment is allowed to settle, and the pure clay is drawn off, leaving behind about 3/4 of the original bulk in the form of sand and silica. The pure clay is then dried and cut into lumps for dispatching to the potteries. Besides finding large stores of these two clays at the pottery, we notice also great heaps of stones, which we are informed have been gathered on the shores of Calais, while other similar heaps come from the Dover shores. These hard flint stones have to be calcined and afterwards ground down to a fine powder. The purpose of putting these in the clay mixture is to prevent it from shrinking and also to give it a white appearance. Another part of the pottery ground looks somewhat like a builder's yard, for there are heaps of boulders having the appearance of granite. This stone has been brought from Cornwall, and when it reaches the pottery is ground down to powder, whereupon it is ready for mixing with the clays and the powdered flint. The requisite quantities of these are weighed out and thrown into a large tub containing water, to which is added a small quantity of cobalt, to counteract the yellow color which would otherwise be produced by the oxide of iron present in the ball clay. Here these are thoroughly mixed by a revolving propeller, and the liquid mixture is then run off into a large cistern. At this stage, the mixture is not unlike thick cream, but of a deeper color. The outsider is not accustomed to think of clay in a liquid condition, but we must remember that when in this state it is mixed with a large proportion of water. Before getting rid of the water is the time to dislodge any impurities from the mixture. One point of interest in this connection is the manner of extracting the iron contained in the mixture. The presence of iron particles is due to the ball clay, which contains iron, and which, it will be remembered, was dispatched to the pottery in its natural state. Everyone knows that a steel magnet will attract small particles of iron towards it, but these must be very close to the magnet before it can attract them. The liquid clay, in passing from the cistern to another tank, is made to flow along a narrow trough in which there stands a small regiment of horseshoe magnets. As the liquid passes out and in among the legs of these magnets, these particles of iron are entrapped and cling to the magnets. The liquid clay is now free of those iron particles which would have caused specks in the finished articles if allowed to remain in the clay. The mixture still contains a good deal of grit and dirt, which must also be removed. This separation is effected in the same manner as that in which a workman separates stones from sand, by shaking it through a riddle or sieve. The sieve in the present case is exceptionally fine. There are no less than 10,000 holes in each square inch, finer than fine muslin, and yet made of phosphor bronze metal. To force the liquid clay to pass through this very fine sieve, it is rocked from side to side very rapidly and violently by the sifter, which is driven by power. After passing through the sieve, the liquid clay is collected in another cistern. The puzzle now is how to get rid of the water in which the particles of clay seem to be so permanently suspended. Of course, this could be done by heating the liquid and driving off the water and vapor, leaving the solid particles of clay behind. But to evaporate all the water would be both slow and costly. This plan was adopted at one time in potteries, but only for want of any better plan. The present method is analogous to the cook's plan when making jelly. We have boyhood recollections of a sort of inverted fool's cap of flannel, into which the stewed fruit was poured, so that the liquid leaked through the walls of the jelly bag and dropped into the basin, while all solid fruit and stones remained in the bag. In the pottery, the refined liquid clay is pumped up from the cistern and is forced through a pipe into the clay machine. This machine has a number of branch arms, to each of which is attached a long-shaped bag of fine cotton cloth. The shape of the bag is not unlike an extra-long knapsack. The liquid clay is forced by the pump into these bags, which are supported in wooden partitions. Only the water can pass through the walls of the cotton bags, so that the particles of clay remain in the bags. When the machine is full, the supply is stopped and the bags are withdrawn. The solid clay is now removed from its bag in the form of a long flat slab, which is then rolled up and handed over to undergo one other process. This is necessary because the clay has got a quantity of air mixed up with its particles, causing air holes which must be got rid of. This is attained by the last process, in which a machine, having revolving knives, cuts or minces the clay and then compresses it into a solid mass. The solid clay leaves this machine by a large rectangular orifice in the form of a thick bar, which is thereupon cut into lengths suitable for carrying over to the factory, where it is to be shaped into cups, saucers, plates, and other useful articles. It is here that we used to find the thrower at work. He would throw a lump of clay upon the center of his revolving disc, and in a moment we saw a cup or some stately vase rise up under the gentle guidance of his skillful fingers. He would form one vessel, and then, for our amusement, he would press it up into a shapeless lump again, and in another moment give it a totally different and beautiful form. As remarked already, the experienced thrower has disappeared from most modern potteries, and we find his work being done by girls. The explanation of this change, as in all similar cases, is to be found in the word machinery. But, in the present case, the so-called machine is a very simple one. It is merely a revolving spindle, to the top of which is attached a metal bowl, capable of holding a plaster of Paris or stucco mold. It is merely a convenient means of revolving the mold at high speed. The young girl takes a lump of the prepared clay and throws it into the mold, which she then places in the revolving metal holder. The particular mold which she is using is shaped in the inside to the outlines of a cup. As the clay and mold revolve, she brings down a lever to which is attached a simple metal tool that enters the hollow mold. In order to understand the function of this tool, it will be well to see how its shape may be arrived at. Suppose we were to make a thin metal partition, which would stand upright in the center of a cup, and we would divide it into two equal compartments. Suppose we forced this piece of metal into the revolving mold, we should clear away all the clay from a space equivalent to the inside area of the cup. As the mold and the clay are revolving rapidly, it is obvious that were we to use only one half of the metal tool holding it in its proper position, the same result would be obtained. This is the kind of tool the pottery girl has attached to the lever. The edge of the tool does not fit close to the inside wall of the mold, or the clay would be entirely removed. If it is set very close to the side of the mold, only a thin layer of clay will be spread out upon the revolving mold, while the farther away the tool is, the thicker will the clay wall be. In the making of a cup, the cutting tool is set so as to form a wall somewhat thicker than required, for when the soft clay cup is removed from the mold, the outside of the cup is rather rough, although the inside has been smoothly finished by the tool. Before removing the cup from the revolving mold, the girl touches the rim with a wire, which cuts away any clay projecting up above the mold. The roughly formed cup is then subjected to a moderate heat to dry it partially. It is next handed over to another girl or boy, who places it over the shaped end of a horizontal revolving spindle. Here it is treated just as wood is treated by a wood turner. While the clay cup revolves rapidly, a sharp tool is brought to lightly touch the surface and remove all irregularities. At the same time, any further turning required in the shaping of the outside of the cup is done by contact with simple tools. The cup is now complete, except that it has no handle, and it is a long cry back to the time of our great-grandmothers, whose cups without handles are treasured by us as curious. The clay cups are now passed along to a man who is called a handler. Before watching this man at work, it will be well to remark that while young girls are engaged making cups, older girls are employed where the larger articles require heavier molds, while such articles as wash-hand basins are made by men. We now turn our attention to the handler, and we are somewhat surprised at the very simple manner in which the handles are fixed to the cups. Some clay is forced through an orifice and comes out in the form of a long round or oval flexible rod. This is then cut into definite lengths according to the length of the handle required. The handler picks up these little straight pieces one at a time, and, as we used to say when we were boys, it is all done by the turn of the wrist. In the present case, this description is perfectly literal, for catching one end of the straight piece in either hand, a sudden turn of the wrist, and the handle lies before us, looking rather like a magnified mark of interrogation. But how is this handle to be securely fixed to the cups? We can see no signs of glue or stick-fast stuff at hand. We watch the handler as he sits with a large number of cups and prepared handles before him. He picks up a cup in his left hand and a handle in his right hand, and merely dipping the two ends of the handle into a solution of water and clay, he places the handle in the desired position on one side of the cup. A gentle pressure at both points where the handle touches the cup and it is fixed. As the handler has probably bruised the shape of the cup slightly, he gives the inverted cup a gentle tap on the shaped block, which stretches the mouth of the cup into its regular shape once more. The cup may be lifted by its handle the moment it has been secured in the foregoing fashion. However, all wear has to be kindly dealt with until it has passed through the firing process. It may be that the handle is desired to be of an ornamental character, in which case it is made in a complete mold, after the manner in which we made leaden bullets in our school days. The mold, containing a deep groove of the shape required, is opened, the clay is inserted in the 1/2 mold, sufficient clay is used to fill the other half mold when it is closed down upon the former. The pottery worker gets some exercise in firmly pressing 1/2 mold against the other. When the mold is opened later, the handle is complete and only requires a little paring along the rough line occurring at the join of the two molds. These cast handles are fixed to the cups or other articles in the simple manner described already. A flat plate or saucer could not be made very conveniently inside a revolving mold in the manner in which we saw a cup being made. The method adopted in making plates and saucers is to flatten out a piece of clay somewhat larger than the plate or saucer desired. These cakes, or bats, are made of a uniform thickness in a very simple manner. A girl throws a lump of clay onto the revolving disc. Then, touching a large metal button projecting in front of her bench, she causes a lever to descend slowly over the revolving disc. She has merely to press a button to bring the lever into action. This descending lever carries a flat tool which depresses the revolving clay very gradually and flattens it out to the required thickness. To alter the thickness of these flat cakes is only necessary to raise or lower the position of the tool upon the supporting lever. This descending lever carries a flat tool which depresses the revolving clay very gradually and flattens it out to the required thickness. To alter the thickness of these flat cakes is only necessary to raise or lower the position of the tool upon the supporting lever. When the girl has made a number of these bats, a man places one of them upon the outside of a revolving mold. The mold looks just as though an inverted plate or saucer had been pressed down upon it when it was soft. and left the outline of the inside of the plate or saucer. The man then brings down the lever of his machine, to which is fixed a specially shaped tool. This tool, about 1 inch in breadth, is shaped to the curves corresponding to the outside of the plate or saucer. As the clay revolves upon the mold, he gently presses down this tool upon the clay, causing it to take the outward shape of the plate or saucer. And so we see that there are 2 methods of molding by machinery, these being described as inside and outside molding. One method of making jugs is by means of molds after the same manner as the ornamental handles are made. We watch the presser making a jug. He takes 2 half molds, each representing one side of the jug, and after battening out 2 cakes of clay of the required size and thickness, he presses one of these into each mold. He then closes 2 half molds with the shaped cakes of clay adhering face to face so that they form the complete side walls of a jug. Having clamped the molds firmly together by slipping a leather band around the waist of the complete mold, he sets it firmly down upon a clay bottom piece, which he has prepared upon an outside mold. These 3 molded pieces all unite together, but in order to smooth the joints inside, the man gently spins the mold and its jug around a hand-driven disc, while with his right hand he presses upon the inside of the jug. Some paring or trimming is required on the outside as before, after the article has been partially dried in a stove, and when the handle has been added, the jug is ready for the firing process. This method of making jugs by hand is now being largely superseded, machinery being adapted for manufacturing them, after the same manner in which cups and other articles are made. Having gained some idea of the process by which the pottery ware is given any desired shape, we find the kilnman carrying away the semi-soft articles to be fired. A number of articles are placed in what is termed a sager, which is much simpler than its name might suggest. A sager is merely a rough fire-clay tub of oval shape, which we may see being made in another part of the pottery. When a sager is filled with a variety of articles, the man places it upon his head and carries it to the kiln, which, as is well known, is pronounced as though it were spelt kill. A little girl of 5 said to me the other day that she thought people were very unkind to little girls to make ton pronounce ton when tonic was tonic. However, the pronunciation of the word kill will not affect the heating property of these, and that is what we are concerned with at present. These kilns are large cone-shaped brick buildings about 20 feet in height and 18 feet in diameter, so that their capacity is very great. These pottery kilns are familiar sights in many parts of the country. The filled sagers are placed in these kilns, being built up one on top of the other till the whole space within the kiln is filled with them. When the kiln is full, the door is built up with bricks, and the firing is commenced. The temperature is raised gradually until the whole contents are white hot. This heat is maintained for 2 days and 2 nights, and the heat is so great that when the fires are withdrawn, it will take the kiln and its contents about 40 hours before it can be drawn. When things have become cool enough to handle, the door of the kiln is unbuilt and the sagers taken out. The articles are then said to be in a biscuit condition. They are quite hard, and when laid upon another, they clatter in a way they could not do before the firing process. The articles have not the fine, smooth appearance with which they possess when they reach our homes. Indeed, they would only be a worry to the housewife in their present condition. On one occasion, when a pottery stock was being sold off, someone bought a large quantity of plates in their biscuit condition. These were taken by hawkers and sold in the streets to the would-be economical housewife at a great bargain. While the purchasers could not complain that the prices asked were exorbitant, they had a sore disappointment when it came to washing up. It was quite impossible to remove the grease and dirt from the pores of the wares. The next process, however, is to ornament the plate or article, and there are several methods of doing this. A simple design may be cut on a sponge, which when dipped into coloring matter can imprint the design upon the surface of the vessel. The girls and women become very expert at this, each showing some individuality in the manner in which she joins up the repeats of the design to make a complete figured band. In another department, we find a regular engraving process. The design is engraved upon a flat copper plate, and the printer spreads coloring matter over the engraved plate. When cleaning the coloring matter off the surface, he leaves it only in the grooves or lines of the design. He then applies a sheet of specially prepared tissue paper to the copper plate and passes these through a pair of rollers like a mangle. When the paper is removed, we find that the colored design has been transferred to it. The process so far is exactly that used in the printing trade. These design papers are then cut up as required and simply pressed face downwards upon the cups or other articles upon which the design is desired. After time has been allowed for the color to dry, the articles are washed so that the tissue papers fall off, leaving the colored design on the surface of the article. In some cases, colored bands or gilt lines are added by hand in the painting department. In addition to these methods of ornamenting pottery ware, it may be mentioned that special transfer papers are sometimes brought by the manufacturer, and these look very similar to the old-fashioned transfers we dabbled with in childhood, sometimes beheading a king in our endeavors to transfer his image to our scrapbooks. Another method of adding color to the ware is to squirt or blow it on with one of those compressed air machines, which one sometimes sees at exhibitions, ornamenting pictures, postcards, and other articles. Now that we have successfully ornamented the ware, how are we to protect it against continual washing and rubbing up of the careful housewife? Of course, if we were to place each article in a glass case, it would be all right, and this is really what the manufacturer does. Only the glass case fits so closely to the article that it becomes part and parcel of it. Before this glazing process is commenced, all the printing or printed articles whose coloring matter contains oil must undergo a few hours firing in order to drive out the oil, for the glaze will not adhere to an oily surface. Articles such as the sponged ones and any other upon which only watercolors were used do not need this extra firing. Now we come to the glazing process. We need not trouble with the ingredients of the glaze, further than to notice that borax is the most important, and that the complete mixture, when fused and run off into water, is practically crystalline pieces of fused glass. It is then placed with water in a mill to be ground and reduced to a very fine powder, the grinding process occupying several days. The resulting liquid is not unlike the liquid clay in appearance. The liquid glaze, after being sieved, is placed in a large tub, and a man dips each article into it in turn. This does not enhance the beauty of the printed ware. The cups and other articles look as though they had undergone a complete whitewashing. The men who take charge of the firing to which these are to be subjected carry them off and pack them carefully into sagers as before, but one article must not be laid upon the top of another, as in the first firing process, for the covering of glaze is about to be fused, and the melted glass, on cooling down, would cement all the articles together. It is necessary, therefore, to separate each article from its neighbor, but as they must rest on something, the best we can do is to let them rest on as few points as possible, and the finer these points the better for the purpose. 3 points of rest will keep the articles in a stable position, and so the firemen, when packing the articles into the sagers, place little stilts between them. No doubt we have all seen these little supports at some time or other, although we may not have heard their names or known the exact purpose for which they were used. These are little 3-armed cross pieces made of hard-fired clay, and on the end of each arm are 2 little points, one projecting upwards and the other downwards. The articles, when being fired, rest on these small points only. When the glaze melts and then cools, each dish will stick to the 3 little points upon which it rests, and also to the similar points of the stilt which rests upon it in supporting the dish above it. Fortunately, this is not a very serious matter, for in removing the articles after firing, these little points simply break off and adhere to the plate or other article. These are chipped off by the dressers in the warehouse, and I doubt if one householder in 100 ever notices the little marks which are still left. In finer ware, the means of suspending the articles during this glazing process have been adopted. The firing for the purpose of glazing is similar to that described in the biscuit firing, but in the glazing kiln care has to be taken to prevent smoke reaching the prepared articles while the firing up process is beginning. To this end, each sager has a roll of soft clay placed round the top of its rim, and this enables one sager to act as an airtight lid upon the one below it, thus lessening the damage from smoke. The firing in this case is almost as intense as before, but not so prolonged, taking less than half the time of the biscuit firing. When the articles are withdrawn from the kiln, their whitewash appearance has been transformed into that transparent glaze which is common to all domestic potteryware. In the foregoing pages I have preferred to describe the manufacture of common potteryware, as that gives one the general principle of all pottery manufacture. End of Chapter 14. Read by Timothy Ossink. West Jordan, Utah, April 7th, 2023.
Chapter 15 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2023. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Chapter 15. Papermaking. In the long ago, when man desired to give his thoughts some permanent form, he would carve signs, such as the figures of animals, plants, and other objects, upon the public monuments and other hard objects, or he would trace the outline of these upon papyri, wood, or sheets of stone. An eagle would stand for AA, a heron for BA, and so on. The Egyptians had about 1,000 different signs, and by the reading of these hieroglyphics in modern times, we have had thought transmitted to us direct from the ancients who lived 5,000 years ago. We may look upon the papyrus as the first direct ancestor of paper, and we see that the family name is discernible still. The Egyptians took thin layers of the papyrus plant, and laying these side by side so that they overlapped at the edges, and then laying other layers crosswise upon these, they built up a thick sheet, which, after being subjected to pressure, was dried in the sun. This is really the general principle of paper making at the present time, only instead of dealing with layers of the plant, we separate the fibers of which the plants are composed, and instead of waiting upon the slow action of drying in the sunshine, we apply artificial heat. When we were youngsters, we were taught that paper was made of old rags, and if we have lived long enough, this teaching was quite justifiable, for it is within the memory of some how the increasing demand of paper led to a shortage of rags. It was this that caused the paper makers to turn their attention to vegetable substances suitable for the manufacture of paper. The esparto grass of Spain was found to prove a suitable substitute, and the bulk of modern paper is made of this and similar grasses. Of course, the idea of making paper of vegetable matter was a very old one, having been practiced by the Chinese as early as the commencement of the Christian era, while the Arabians were busy making paper from cotton in the 7th century. Rags are used now only for the best quality of papers, while wood is in great demand for the cheapest papers, as we shall see later on. Commencing with the cheapest paper and rising to the finest qualities, we find that wood, grass, and rags is the order of the day. Our present object is to pay an imaginary visit to a modern paper factory, and to see exactly how paper is made in large quantities, to help to provide newspapers, magazines, and books at the present low cost, which brings them within the reach of all. Looking at the stock of raw materials at the paper works, one might think that the owners were catering for the feeding of a regiment of horses, until one remembers that these hay-like bales are the material for making paper. When we examine the esparto grass at close quarters, we find it to be coarser than hay and not unlike dried green rushes. The first process is to open up this grass and free it of all dust. This is done by machinery, and an automatic carrier transports the grass along a trough to the boiling department. Here the grass is boiled in huge tanks for a few hours. It is necessary to get rid of everything except the fibers themselves, and to this end the grass is boiled in a strong solution of caustic soda. The result is that the previously hard, stiff grass is now soft and flexible and free from silica, which hard matter was one of the original ingredients. At one time it was the custom for the paper manufacturers to empty the liquid from these boilers into the river on the banks of which the works stood, but the authorities objected to this because of the large quantity of caustic soda present in the discharged liquid. It therefore became necessary for the manufacturers to extract the caustic soda, and this additional expense was considered a hardship. It was found, however, that when proper means were adopted for evaporating the liquid and recovering the soda, it really paid the manufacturer to do so. So now we picture the same soda atoms returning time and again to the boiler house to assist in the preparation of more grass. After the grass has been boiled, it has still a greenish appearance, so it is necessary to bleach all the color out of it. We cannot make any mistake about the bleaching department, for there is a strong odor of chloride of lime. While the grass is being bleached, it is mixed with water and stirred round and round in a tank by means of a paddle which revolves in an upright position under a cover after the style adopted on a paddle steamer. This keeps the whole mass moving round the tank, and all the appearance of grass soon vanishes. The white, frothy-looking mass is now in a fibrous condition, but any roots or hard bits must be extracted. For this purpose, the semi-liquid is passed along troughs leading to perforated trays or sieves, through the holes of which the fibrous pulp is all drawn by a powerful suction pump. This leaves any roots or hard bits upon the trays. During this process there is a good deal of water added, and the resulting liquid is pumped up to a machine which the uninitiated is almost sure to mistake for a paper-making machine, for it embodies some of the general principles of the machine which makes the paper, and towards which the material is gradually making its way through these preparatory processes. The purpose of this machine under consideration is to get rid of the bleaching material which has been soaked into the fibers. The fibers have had a good washing by the clean water which has been added, so that it only remains to get rid of this water in which the fibers are suspended. The liquid is poured onto a large sheet of wire gauze, which is kept moving along the machine in the form of an endless band. The solution of water and chloride of lime falls through the meshes of the wire gauze, while the vegetable fibers are entrapped and remain in a solid mass upon the top of the moving screen. This carries them towards a pair of rollers, and on going through this mangle they receive sufficient pressure to remove the bulk of the water remaining in the mass. This fibrous mass is delivered at the end of the machine in one long web, which looks exactly like a sheet of finely woven cambric. Indeed, before one knows what the machine is doing, one is surprised to see the boys at the end of the machine handling this web without any care whatever, bundling it into a heap, regardless of 100 tears. The last word of the preceding sentence, if pronounced tears instead of tears, would give to the sentence a meaning which is not intended to be attached to it, for it is a matter of unconcern whether the mass is torn or not. The purpose of the succeeding process is to tear up the whole mass. The stranger sees no difference between this beating-up machine and the bleaching machine, except that the paddle under the cover seems to be going very much faster. As a matter of fact, the more gentle paddle has been replaced by a sort of propeller arrangement, in which a number of revolving blades work between a series of fixed blades, and thus draw the fibrous mass asunder without breaking the fibers. The idea is very similar to the combing or carding of wool or cotton for spinning purposes. If the finished paper is to be tinted, as is the case with the bulk of writing papers, the color is added at this stage. Therefore, we see different shades of colored frothy masses moving round the tanks of these beating-up machines. I believe that if any novice was suddenly placed in front of one of these machines, without any hints as to the kind of works to which he or she had been mysteriously transported, the first guess would be either a confectionery or a bakery. From these machines, the dainty-looking mass goes down to large tanks on the lower floor, where a good supply of clean water is added. Of course, no water enters into the composition of the paper, the function of the water being to act as a carrier of the vegetable fibers, which are the sum and substance of the paper. From these tanks, the liquid is pumped into very large stuff chests, or open tanks, in which mechanical stirrers keep the liquid on the move. These stuff chests feed the giant paper machines. If we considered the power embroidery and the lace curtain machines very large, we are bound to call these paper-making machines giants. Some of these machines measure 300 feet in length and weigh no less than 500 tons each. Up to this point, all the other machines have been busy preparing the material for these leviathans. In Chapter 13, we saw that it was impossible to have any one machine which would accept raw leather at one end and deliver complete boots at the other end. This giant machine, however, will accept the liquid from the stuff chests at the one end and deliver the finished paper at the other, distant end. The bulk of the water which is carrying the vegetable fibers to this machine is got rid of as soon as it lays the fibers on a traveling wire screen, which is subjected to a rather violent side-to-side shaking on its journey. As the liquid leaves the stuff chests, it looks somewhat like water that has been poured into a milky glass. This liquid falls upon the traveling gauze, which is in the form of a very long, endless band. The mass of fibers which is deposited upon the traveling screen by the escaping water still contains a good deal of water which cannot be abstracted by this moving sieve arrangement. The fibrous mass is therefore passed under a roller, which squeezes some of the water out, and, if a design be cut upon this roller, the soft mass will retain the impression, which will give us the well-known watermark in the finished paper. The wet mass, in its long journey, next passes over suction boxes, by means of which a pump sucks a great deal of water out of the substance. The resulting web, which is still moist, is now able to bear its own weight, and, after passing through a mangle arrangement and other two sets of pressure rollers, it could be described as damp paper. If this were dried hurriedly, it would become stiff, but by drying it very gradually it will remain flexible. The web has therefore to make a prolonged procession over a whole regiment of hot rollers, a blanket of felt always coming in between the paper and the hot rollers. After going through this ordeal, the finished paper makes its exit at the end of the machine. But if the paper is required to have a polished surface, it has to make its way between a number of very smooth and heavy rollers before its final exit takes place. One of the operators keeps an eye on the production of the machine, as to the quality, or rather the weight, of the paper. Sheets of a definite square measurement are weighed on a delicate balance from time to time, and if the paper is found to be too heavy, the speed of the machine may be increased slightly, so that the quantity of fibers poured onto a given area of the wire gauze is reduced. On the other hand, if the paper is found to be too light, the rate of travel is decreased, to give the stuff chests time to deliver more fibers on a given area. When the finished paper makes its exit, it is in the form of a web about 100 inches in width, and this is rolled upon a beam as it comes off the machine. It only remains to cut up the paper into sheets of various sizes. This is done very expeditiously by machines having knives, in the form of little circular discs, which do their work while the wide web of paper is unwound and run through this machine. The first cutting machine merely divides the great web into webs of more convenient widths, each width going on to a separate beam. During the dividing of the great web, the selvages are cut off to leave a clean-cut edge. The waste paper from the selvages is sent up to join once more in the making of another great web. As the fibers composing this waste paper have already gone through the straining and bleaching processes, they are allowed to join the new lot of fibers at the beating-up machine, and thereafter they become part of the common contents of the stuff chests. In order to cut the narrower webs into sheets, the webs are passed through a second cutting machine, which not only has little circular knives, the positions of which determine the width of the sheets, but also a guillotine arrangement, which chops off the required length, so that the finished sheets are delivered at the end of this machine. Dr. Guillotin, who proposed the adoption of this instrument at the time of the French Revolution, said of it, "Messieurs, I whisk off your heads in a twinkling, and you have no pain." It should be remembered that although this machine bears the name of Dr. Guillotin, it was in use in other countries before his time. We have followed the grass from its arrival at the paper works till it is ready for sending out in the form of paper suitable for writing or printing upon. It will be of interest to see wherein the difference lies between these good quality papers and the cheaper papers, such as those used for the daily newspapers. We have seen already that wood is used for the cheapest form of paper, so that we are not surprised to learn that newspapers are made of wood. The newspaper printers, whose work we shall consider in the succeeding chapter, require the paper to be delivered to them in long rolls, so that they can run the paper through their machines, and print it in one continuous length. Most of us must be familiar with the appearance of these great rolls as they are carted through our streets. It seems a common practice in London to use the transit of these as a means of advertising the particular newspaper into which the paper is to be made. It is not an uncommon sight to see such words as 5 miles of paper for the evening blank, printed in bold type upon each of these great rolls. Many newspaper printers prefer the rolls to contain only 6,000 yards, or about 3½ miles of paper, as these are as large as they can conveniently handle. It is clear that before we can make wood into paper, we must free the vegetable fibers of which the wood is composed from the very close entanglement in which we find them in the trunk of a tree. To this great end, trunks of trees are pressed firmly against revolving grindstones, while a copious supply of water is added. This operation takes place on the banks of the river down which the wood has been drifted from the forest. When the water has carried the wood fibers to a screen, through which the water alone can escape, the fibrous mass is pressed and dried, and then cut into sheets. These look not unlike very thick sheets of extra coarse brown paper, in which the fibers are arranged in a most irregular manner. It is in this form that the paper maker receives his wood pulp from abroad, and one might describe these sheets quite fairly as being paper, only in a very unrefined condition. The paper maker must save expense wherever it is possible in producing the vast quantities of paper for newspapers. This fact is self-evident when we consider that in some cases as many as 12 pages are contained in some halfpenny newspapers. The paper manufacturer makes a good start in this direction by allowing the wood pulp to omit all the preliminary processes preceding the beating up. The wood pulp, as delivered, requires no boiling or filtering, and it is allowed to go without any bleaching. Having been beaten up and then passed down to the tanks, in which a supply of water is added, the liquid then goes direct to the stuff chests which feed the great paper-making machines. The paper is delivered at the other end of the machine in a web about 150 inches in width. This very wide web is cut up, as already described, into several narrower rolls, ready for the printing machine. Some idea of the vast production of a single paper-making machine may be obtained from the following suggestion. If we were to put 1 week's production of newspaper rolls from one machine on a railway train leaving Glasgow for London, we could trail a continuous line of the newspaper width all the way to the metropolis, and we should not have exhausted our stock even then. When making high-class papers from rags, it is, of course, necessary to reduce these to pulp, and having freed the fibers, the processes of paper making follow as already described. It is interesting to note that we depend upon the fibers composing plants and the coats of animals for providing ourselves with clothing, and we use the same kind of fibers for producing paper upon which we may record our thoughts. In the woven cloths, we first of all twist the fibers into thread, but this is not necessary in producing such fibers as felts. In these cloths, we depend upon the fibers clinging to one another in a higgledy-piggledy condition, and in paper we adopt the very same principle. It may be remarked in closing this chapter that the paper-making machine of today is the same in principle as it was when invented about 100 years ago, showing what a long-headed man the inventor was. A Frenchman, Louis Robert, is usually accredited with the invention of this machine, but a very similar machine was patented a year earlier by Joseph Bramah, a Yorkshire engineer, whose name is better known in connection with the hydraulic press, which has been named after him. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. The Manufacture of Books. If the monks of a few centuries ago had been told that, at some future date, books would be produced in thousands by inanimate machines, they would have thought, no doubt, that this was an idle tale. They were content to write each book by hand, and to spend much time in ornamenting every page. There is no doubt that the starting point of the evolution of printing is to be found away back thousands of years ago, when the ancients imprinted characters upon bricks, stamping the soft bricks with a prepared block. Leaving the Chinese out of account, and confining ourselves to the evolution of printing in Europe, we find that simple drawings were cut out on wooden blocks and used for printing from in the 13th century. Then followed the engraving of written characters upon page blocks from which books were printed. The invention of movable type was due to a German, John Gutenberg, or Genafleisch, who spent much time and money in trying to make printing type. With a knife he cut out the individual letters on pieces of wood, and then strung them upon a piece of wire in the order required to form words and sentences. With these Gutenberg obtained quite good impressions upon parchment, but his associates distrusted him, and brought him into trouble with the authorities at Strasbourg, in which town he had been residing. He left in a penniless condition for his native town of Mainz, where he secured a wealthy goldsmith, John Fust, as partner in his printing schemes. The priests and transcribers became jealous of Gutenberg and Fust, but the latter succeeded in gaining their favor, while poor Gutenberg was dispossessed of his invention. The first idea was to imitate the writing of the monks, and there is a story told of how Fust went over to Paris to pass off his printed Bibles as manuscript writings. The King of France and Archbishop of Paris, having each bought a copy from Fust, were struck by the similarity between the two copies, and became suspicious. They thought he must be a wizard, and so they proposed burning him, but Fust saved himself by confessing his secret. So the story runs, and whether it be true or not, it is obvious that the people would wonder how Fust could produce so many copies, and each an exact duplicate of the other. It should be observed that Gutenberg and Fust invented metal type. They prepared matrices, or molds, of the different letters, in which they cast the metal type. When Fust's secret became known, many printing presses were set up in continental cities. About this time, the middle of the 15th century, an English merchant named William Caxton, was resident at Bruges. There fell into his hands an interesting French book, issued by one of these printing presses, and Caxton was impressed with the many strange, marvelous histories which the book contained. It occurred to him to translate the book into English, so that his fellow countrymen might have the benefit of it. Caxton visited some of the German towns which possessed printing presses, and studied the art of printing. At the end of his translation of this French book he writes, "I have practised and learned, at my great charge and dispense, to ordain this said book in print after the manner and form which you may here see, and it is not with pen and ink as other books are, to the end that every man may have them at once." This information was for the English people, who did not possess a single printing press at that date. Somewhere between 1470 and 1480, Caxton returned to Great Britain and set up a printing press within the precincts of Westminster Abbey in London. His first advertisement is of interest. It was evidently in the form of a circular letter, and set forth that if anyone wanted and printed after the form of this letter, which being well and truly correct, let him come to Westminster, into the almond air at the reed pale, and he shall have them good cheap. Caxton's example was followed by other men of literary acquirements, who became book printers. With the spread of literature, the demand for more copies of books became greater, but the printers worked away with their simple screw presses, with which they pressed the paper against the types previously inked by hand. To try and cope with the growing demand for more books, the Earl of Stanhope made a printing press which could print a whole sheet of paper, so that a number of pages could be impressed at one stroke. He improved the printing press in other directions, so that the printer could turn out 250 impressions per hour. In 1790, Mr. Nicholson, the editor of the Philosophical Journal, London, took out a patent for a machine which embodied all the principal actions of a modern cylinder printing machine. Nicholson did not carry his ideas into practice, but some 14 years later a young German mechanic, Friedrich Koenig, who had come to London, commenced making experiments with machines on the same plan as set forth in Nicholson's patent, which had been allowed to lapse. Some 10 years later, 1814, it was proposed to John Walter, the proprietor of the Times, London, that he should adopt Koenig's printing machine for the production of his newspapers. It is to the credit of John Walter that, although he had lost already a considerable sum of money in assisting a compositor to work out the idea of a printing machine which came to nothing, he was willing to give this second attempt a fair trial. This was no easy matter, as his printers threatened violence if any machines were introduced to interfere with their work. 2 of Koenig's machines were erected in a building near the Times office, and these were driven by a steam engine. It would have been folly to try and erect the machines within the Times office, as the feeling against the introduction of machinery was very bitter. Early one morning in November, 1814, John Walter walked into the Times printing room and astonished the men by telling them that the Times was already printed by steam, and that if they should attempt any violence there was a force ready to suppress it, but that if they were peaceable, their wages should be continued to every one of them till similar employment could be procured. These first 2 steam printing machines turned out 11,000 copies per hour, one machine printing the one side of the paper, while the second machine added the other. Improvements followed very quickly, and a modern newspaper machine can print both sides of 50,000 8-page newspapers in 1 hour. These modern machines cut the paper, fold it, and paste in the pages, handing out the complete paper ready for sale. The steam engine was soon adopted by the book printers. As the demand for books went on increasing, it was found very inconvenient to keep great quantities of type set up for printing further editions when called for. Besides being inconvenient, it was troublesome, as types would become displaced and would drop out at places. To obviate this difficulty, some printers ran molten lead in at the back of the types to fix them in position. Then followed the idea of saving the type to use over again, simply taking a casting of the types while arranged temporarily in the page form for printing. This method is called stereotyping, from the Greek words stereo, solid, and typos, type. I'm indebted to the firm of William Collins, Sons and Company, Limited, of Glasgow, for showing me the modern processes used in the manufacture of books on a large scale. When the iron frame containing the setup type comes down from the compositors, an impression is taken on papier-mâché, which produces a perfect mold of the type. This mold is then placed in a heavy cast-iron box, and when a molten lead alloy is poured into the molding box, a clear impression of the type is reproduced in the form of a solid page. Whole sheets containing a number of pages may be reproduced in the same way. These are then trimmed up and made ready for the printing machines, and the compositor's type is free to be taken down and used over again for other books. It may be remarked in passing that, although it is found convenient to continue the setting up of the type for books by hand, there are many clever mechanical compositors in use where rapid composing is necessary. As far back as 1776, efforts were made to increase the efficiency of the compositor. The first idea was to have types made with combinations of letters which are frequently repeated, but this made the type cases too complicated, so that the number of errors was greatly increased. The first mechanical compositor, 1833, merely selected the letters by means of a keyboard, which freed the type in the case as required. While the type was thus arranged in the order desired, it remained for the operator to arrange the spaces between the words, an operation which is spoken of in the trade as justification. A great forward step was made when the machines were deputed to undertake the duties of type founder as well as those of the compositor. These machines are supplied with a gas-heated ladle of molten metal, and as the operator calls for the letters required by means of a keyboard, the machine casts the type by means of matrices or molds. One class of machine casts a solid line of type, while another class casts each letter separately. In the most modern form of the single type casting machine, a band of perforated paper controls the actions of the mechanical compositor. This perforated ribbon is prepared by means of a keyboard machine, just as we saw the perforated cards were prepared for a Jacquard weaving loom. In some composing machines, the perforations are made to act upon the controlling mechanism by means of compressed air, while an electric current supplies the connecting link in other machines. One of the most interesting points about a modern mechanical compositor is the manner in which it reckons up how many of the words called for will go into a line, and the space required to be made between the words so that the line will be filled exactly. While the paper is being punched, a calculating device registers the thickness of the characters as they will be finally cast, and calculates the remaining space, dividing equally between the words. It is most interesting to watch one of the casting machines at work under the control of one of these prepared paper ribbons. The machine makes no mistakes. It has all the matrices arranged in a flat plate, which it can move about in every direction with great speed. It brings each matrix into position for casting as required, adding the necessary amount of space at the end of each word, and handing out each line when completed. It is even possible for a large newspaper office in the city to set up the type in a country town many miles distant. The perforated paper at the head office may be made to operate a special telegraph instrument which actuates the mechanical compositor at the distant office. To return to the manufacture of books, we need not trouble much about the printing machinery, as almost everyone has a general idea of the process. Printing machines are always in evidence at our great industrial exhibitions. Sometimes we find the type arranged on a flat carriage or table, which moves to and fro in the machine. As it runs forward, it presses the type against a sheet of paper carried on a revolving cylinder. As the type carriage moves back again, the cylinder rises a little, so that it keeps clear of the type. On its way back, the type passes under a series of ink rollers, which re-ink the type before each impression is made. In another class of machine, the stereotype plate forms the cylinder, and it revolves continuously, producing a long succession of printings, such as required in the production of newspapers by the mile. These rotary machines are used also for printing certain classes of books where a great quantity is required. In most printing machines, the sheets of paper are fed in by the operator, but there are some machines which undertake to feed themselves in a most ingenious manner. If one is working with thin sheets of paper, it is rather difficult to lift only one sheet at a time. After endeavoring in vain to separate the sheets with one's fingers, one blows a puff of air between the sheets to separate them. The self-feeding machines not only imitates this blowing of air, but it has little metal fingers which faithfully copy the actions of an operator's fingers when handling the paper. A small roller imitates the movement of the human thumb forcing up the corner of the paper, and several metal fingers enter below this corner to hold down the remaining sheets while, by means of compressed air, the machine blows between the sheets and frees the top sheet, which is pushed forward by another set of fingers, so that the revolving cylinder may catch the paper and carry it to the type. The printed sheets are handed over to another machine, which folds each sheet into page form. These folded sheets are built up in piles, and when placed in a special guillotine machine, the edges are all cut except on the side which is to form the back of the book. This machine can cut 5,000 pages at each stroke. Each of the original sheets is still distinguishable as its pages are folded together, and form, as it were, a pamphlet by themselves. These sections are all laid out in piles. The first pile contains the sections which have the first 16 pages of the book printed upon them, while the second pile represents the second sheets of 16 pages, and so on. A girl draws one section off each pile in very rapid succession, and thus places the pages of one book in their correct order. Piles of books are made up in this way, and these are checked by another girl, who can tell at a glance if any section is out of order. She merely looks at the small letter which is printed at the bottom of the first page in each section. The reader turns to page 17 of the present volume. It will be observed that the letter B is printed below the last line. 16 pages further on, the letter C will be found, and so on at every 16th page. These sections are then placed in a special sewing machine, which stitches a string through the pages of each section, and binds the sections together in book form. Another machine compresses and rounds the back of the book preparatory to receiving the cover. Other automata are busy making the covers or cases, and it is interesting to watch one of these machines at work. The machine has pneumatic fingers, with which it picks up 2 straw boards which are to form the body of the case. The fingers lift these boards over to the center of the machine just in time to lay them down upon the cloth covering which has been fed forward from the opposite end of the machine, having been thoroughly covered with glue on the upper side during its passage. As soon as the pneumatic fingers have placed the straw boards in position, the machine deftly folds the edges of the cloth over the sides of the boards, and at the same time it cuts off a length of paper ribbon, which it pastes at the back of the case between the 2 boards, handing out the complete cases. Another machine is deputed to paste the covers on the books. The coverless books are placed upon arms at one end of the machine, while the cases enter at the other end. Before they meet at the center of the machine, the outside of the book has been automatically covered with paste, after which the machine places the case in position upon the book, and hands the article out quite complete. The finished books are placed in hydraulic presses, which subject them to a pressure of about 2 tons, so that the cases and the pages will lie snugly together. Some idea of the enormous production of books at the present time may be gathered from the fact that this one factory could turn out 2,000 complete books every hour. The subject of preparing the blocks for illustrations has not been dealt with here, as I have explained the different methods very fully in another volume of this same series, The Romance of Modern Photography. It is interesting, however, to watch the workmen making duplicates of half-tone blocks which have been prepared directly by photography. The whole printing surface of the half-tone block appears perfectly smooth, but it is made up of a myriad of tiny dots, as may be seen by examining any of the illustrations in this volume with the aid of a magnifying glass. It is surprising that these tiny dots can leave such a faithful impression upon the paper when treated as ordinary type in a printing machine. It would be quite impossible to make an ordinary mold from this block, in which one could cast a duplicate, but the same thing is arrived at in another way. The half-tone block, with its myriad of minute dots, is laid face down upon a perfectly smooth block of beeswax, the surface of which has been treated with graphite or black lead. These are placed in a hydraulic press and subjected to a pressure of about 2,000 pounds to the square inch. The machine informs the operator, by means of a dial, the exact amount of pressure which it applies gradually, so that he can call a halt whenever he considers it necessary. When the copper block is removed, a faithful copy of its myriad of dots is left upon the wax. The idea in having the surface of the wax block covered with graphite is to render it a conductor of electricity for the purpose of electroplating. The prepared beeswax impression is then placed in a bath filled with a solution of copper sulfate, and is attached to the leading out wire of an electric circuit, while a plate of solid copper is attached to the end of a wire leading in the current from a source of electricity. The plate of copper and the beeswax impression stand apart from one another in the solution, but the electric current passes across from the copper plate to the conducting surfaces of the beeswax through the liquid. Whenever the electric current is turned on, there is a commotion among the wandering atoms, or ions, in the copper sulfate solution. Some of the copper atoms in the solution are attracted over to the leading out terminal and attach themselves to the prepared surface of the beeswax, while the solution helps itself to more copper atoms from the plate of solid copper. This electrolytic or electrochemical action gradually builds up a thin coating of metallic copper over the beeswax impression, which goes on increasing as long as the electric current is maintained. When the operator finds that the electroplating is of sufficient thickness, he takes the beeswax out of the solution and removes the newly formed copper plate which covers its prepared face. The surface of the copper plate is now an exact duplicate of the half-tone block which made the impression upon the beeswax. It only remains to strengthen the electroplated duplicate, or electro, by adding more metal to its back. To this end, the operator first of all places a sheet of tinfoil on the back of the electro, and in order to melt the tinfoil, he has to expose it to considerable heat, which he does in the following manner. He begins by placing the electro face downward upon a heavy iron girdle, after the manner in which the household cook does when baking scones. The operator has a source of heat close at hand, for the men who do the stereotyping always referred to have large metal boilers filled with molten lead. The operator lays his heavy iron girdle on the surface of the molten metal. The girdle does not sink, for the same reason that a piece of wood floats upon water. The thin sheet of tinfoil melts very quickly, for the temperature is about 600 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no fear of the copper melting, as it requires more than 3 times that temperature to fuse it. The electro has now got a tin back, and it only remains to back this up with a sufficient thickness of tight metal, after which it is trimmed up and handed over to the printing department. In this way the original half-tone block may be kept as a standard from which any number of reproductions may be made. In connection with book illustrations, it may be observed that one marked feature in the modern factory is the gradual disappearance of lithographic machines with their separate blocks or stones for each color, and the steady evidence of the 3-color process, in which all the colors are produced by the overlapping of 3 printings. This process is one of the great achievements of photography. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Prajakta. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Making artificial light. Of course, we can only make light in the same sense as we can make waves in the sea, for light is merely a succession of waves in the all-pervading ether of space. But the means we have discovered for producing light are of interest to us. It is quite an easy matter to produce artificial light by burning any combustible substance. We have only to start the chemical combinations which we call combustion, and the conflagration will proceed on its own account. Indeed, we know the great difficulty of stopping a fire as long as it can get at plenty of combustible material. A single match might set enormous forests on fire. But our forefathers did not find it so easy a task to produce fire. They had to supply a good deal of personal energy to obtain even a tiny spark. Of course, when they had once set a fire ongoing in the morning, they could obtain any number of other lights from it until they let it die out at night time. In the evening, the careful housewife would make some tinder by charring a linen rag. This half burnt rag was placed carefully in a tinder box along with a piece of flint and steel. I wonder what the modern cook would say if, when she rose on a dark winter morning, she could obtain no light until she succeeded in producing a spark by striking a piece of flint and steel together and causing this hard earned spark to ignite the tinder. It might take only 1 minute, but it might take half an hour. Indeed, a householder might be compelled to go and borrow a light from a neighbor at times. Even when the spark was produced successfully and the tinder ignited, there was no flame. The smouldering rag had to be carefully nursed until a brimstone match was lighted by it. These early matches merely served the same purpose as wax tapers do at the present time. The matches were thin strips of dry pine wood about 6 inches in length with pointed ends which had been dipped in melted sulfur in order to make them more inflammable. This method of producing fire was, of course, a very great advance upon the fire drills of the ancients. These depended entirely upon the friction between sharp pointed piece of stick which was made to turn quickly round while its point pressed against a socket formed in a flat piece of wood. Sometimes they merely rubbed the point of one stick to and fro in a groove formed in a second piece of wood. We need not trouble about the ancient method of obtaining fire by focusing the sun's rays through burning glasses, as that was not an ancestor of modern methods. We should not like to have to wait patiently till the sun shone before our breakfast could be cooked. There is no doubt that when the ancients prohibited any fire, but holy fire being used for religious purposes, they referred to fire produced directly by the sun, and not that obtained by artificial means. The younger generation is apt to forget that the use of the tinder box with its flint and steel is not a very old story. Some old folk living at the present time have boyish recollections of watching the cook preparing tinder in the evening. Indeed, no advance was made until 1826, about which time several ingenious methods were adopted. In order to appreciate the introduction of these, we may picture an old gentleman of that time having returned from a visit to London and having brought with him one of the new instantaneous light boxes. He takes from his pocket a small metal box containing some of the new matches and a small bottle of sulfuric acid. As the latter is not a very safe thing to carry about in one's pocket, a bundle of asbestos fibers was placed in the bottle to soak up the acid or vitriol. Having uncorked the bottle, the old gentleman would take one of the little strips of wood with its small head of pink paste and dip this into the bottle so that the head was moistened with the sulfuric acid. Heat was evolved, and in a moment the head of the match burst into flame. The onlookers, who still had to work away with the flint and steel, would envy the possessor of this instantaneous light box. While this was a great advance, it was found that in damp weather the sulfuric acid absorbed so much moisture that it lost its chemical properties, and the matches failed to ignite. So people set about to invent something better. In the next method, we have a very direct ancestor of the modern match. Small strips of wood had their ends prepared with an inflammable paste which could be ignited by friction. The plan adopted was to draw the head of the match between a piece of folded sandpaper. These were called lucifer matches, and the ease with which they were ignited made them popular immediately. A few years ago, an old clergyman who was my neighbor in a country district told me that he could remember going down to the village to see the first box of lucifer matches which reached the district. Someone had brought the box from London. There were only a few matches in it, but it had cost several shillings. The old handloom weavers and other village worthies gathered round to see the happy possessor of this novelty ignite one of his valuable matches by drawing it through the folded sandpaper. These lucifer matches required some pressure of the sandpaper to cause them to ignite, but it was found that if a little phosphorus was introduced into the composition of the head, the match would ignite when merely rubbed against a piece of sandpaper or any other hard object. These phosphorus matches were called congreve matches, and by means of these, fire and light were produced more easily and conveniently than had ever been the case previously. As there is the danger of phosphorus matches being ignited accidentally, it was suggested to separate the phosphorus from the other ingredients of the match heads. This was done by mixing the phosphorus with fine sand and making that the friction surface on the outside of the box. Bryant and May have been the pioneers of these safety matches in Great Britain. The original phosphorus matches were sold in boxes of 50 for half a crown or more than a halfpenny each. If we had to buy matches today at 2 a penny, we should be more careful of them. Nowadays, one may buy hundreds of matches for a penny, so that it is only the proverbial Scotchman who could be credited with any strict economy in this direction. I remember a cartoon appearing in one of our journals within recent years poking fun at the poor Scotchman. A Scotch workman was depicted sitting in a smoking compartment of a railway carriage with his pipe in his hand and an anxious look upon his face as he addresses the other occupants of the compartment. "Can any of you lend us a match?" he inquires. After repeating his inquiry and still getting no response, he says, "Suppose I'll just have to use my own one." It will be of interest to see the modern method of manufacturing matches. A glance at the London factory of Bryant and May will explain how we get such a large quantity of matches for a single copper. A modern matchmaking machine accepts solid blocks of pine wood, and after converting these into matches, it will place them in boxes and hand these out all ready for use. When the small block of pine wood enters the machine, a cutter cuts 48 matches at a single stroke, and as it makes about 200 strokes every minute, a simple calculation tells us that this one machine will produce over 500,000 matches every hour. The machine not only cuts these wood splints, but it places their ends into rows of holes in a travelling screen, which is in the form of an endless band. The wood splints hang down from this perforated screen and produce quite a hedgehog effect. As the screen moves along, it dips the free ends of the splints into a heated bath of paraffin wax, which renders the tips of the wood more combustible. The next operation is to apply the ignition paste to form the heads. If the ends of the splints were drawn through a bath of this semi-solid liquid, they would gather the bulk of the paste on the advancing side of the match, and the heads would be all one-sided. To obviate this, the wood splints do not dip into a stationary bath. The paste is picked up by the surface of a revolving roller, so arranged that as the wood splints dip into the paste upon the roller, the paste is being carried forward at the same rate as the wood splints. In this way, regularly shaped heads are formed. The paste heads will require some time to dry and harden, but the machine cannot afford to stand idle in the meantime. It must keep making matches all the time. There is nothing for it but that the machine holds on to the matches until they are dry, and so this long endless screen in which the matches are fixed moves along over one set of drums and then winding around another series of drums. The matches have an hour's journey to and fro in the machine, at the end of which time they are dry and hard. The machine pushes the finished matches out of the perforations in the traveling screen. It places a definite quantity of these into the tray of an open matchbox and then gently closes the box and delivers it to a girl at the same end of the machine from which the wood splints set off on their long journey. Formerly, this method of manufacture could be used only for making round wood matches, but it has now been adopted for the stronger square match. The making of the boxes is also of great interest. Perhaps we have some recollections of trying to make paper or pasteboard boxes in our school days. It took some time to fold the material neatly and paste the edges together. Here is a brainless automaton making 1,000 boxes every minute, 500,000 boxes in a single day. It scores the straw board for folding, pastes the edges, folds it to form the box cover, prints it top and bottom, glues one side and blows sand on it to make the striking surface, and then throws out the finished articles in a manner which reminds one of the quick firing gun. The little trays are made for these by another ingenious machine. The making of the little wooden boxes is of even greater interest. We are all familiar with the very thin sheet of wood forming the trays and cases of this class of matchbox. First of all, the round trunk of an aspen tree is cut up into lengths of about 2 feet. One of these pieces is placed in a peeling machine which rips or peels off a thin sheet of wood. The round tree trunk is rotated while a sharp tool peels off a continuous sheet of very thin wood or veneer. The machine at the same time scores the wood, making it ready for folding in the box making machines. These automatic box makers take one of the prepared sheets of wood, push it forward to receive the pasted label, fold it, paste the edges, fasten the joint, wipe off the superfluous paste, and finally toss the finished box cover into a basket, while other machines are busy making the trays to fit these. Matches play an important part in the production of artificial light, giving a ready means of setting up combustion in larger masses of inflammable material, and their value to us in our everyday life cannot be overestimated. How helpless a man is in the dark if he cannot find a match to set a light to the gas, and how useless his cigar or his pipe if no one present possesses a match. It is not so very long ago that people had to depend entirely upon the combustion of fatty substances to give them artificial light. In many country districts, today we have candles and oil lamps only. In front of some of the mansions in the West End of London, there may be seen the receptacles into which the link boys threw their flaming torches after escorting some wealthy citizens along the dark streets. Attempts at lighting the streets were made as early as 1417, when it was ordained that lanthorns with lights be hanged out on the winter evenings betwixt Hallowtide and Candlemas. This practice does not seem to have been kept in force, for we find that a similar command was issued about the end of the 17th century, which command set forth that the lights were to be kept burning till the hour of 12 at night. This act must have been carried out in a very lax manner, for in 1716 we find the rulers still trying to enforce it by adding a penalty. This new act states that houses fronting the streets must in every dark night hang out one or more lights with sufficient cotton wicks that should continue to burn from 6 o'clock at night till 11 o'clock of the same night, under a penalty of 1 shilling. Even these regulations failed because of bad management, and it was decided finally to give out contracts for the public lighting of the London streets with oil lamps. A great forward stride was taken with the introduction of coal gas. Chemists had shown that when coal was distilled, it gave off a gas which could be stored and which, even after passing through water, remained inflammable. In the closing years of the 18th century, a Scotchman, William Murdoch, made numerous experiments in gas lighting. He tried to purify the gas by passing it through water. It so happened that at this time he was appointed to a position of importance in the pioneer engine works of James Watt at Soho near Manchester. Here he fitted up some simple means of producing coal gas with which he illuminated the works. This scheme was so successful that Murdoch extended his apparatus and supplied all the principal shops in the neighborhood with illumination. Besides being superior in illuminating power, coal gas was so convenient a method of lighting that people welcomed its advent. When, however, it was proposed to light the streets of London with coal gas, great opposition was offered. James Watt himself declaring, along with Sir Humphrey Davy, that there would be far too great a risk of explosion. That London thoroughfare known as Pall Mall was illuminated by coal gas in 1809, and 4 years later Westminster Bridge was lighted by the same means, the whole district of Westminster following suit. At the date of the late Queen Victoria's birth, 1819, gas lighting had become general in London and other large cities. The general principle of the manufacture of coal gas is very simple and may be demonstrated in the following manner. If one fills the bowl of a clay pipe, such as is used by smokers, with small pieces of ordinary coal, it will found an easy matter to distill the coal. Closing the bowl of the pipe with clay and then applying the heat of a spirit lamp beneath the bowl will cause gas to be given off through the mouthpiece of the pipe. If a light is applied after giving the heat sufficient time to drive out the air, a small jet of gas may be kept burning for some time. At the gasworks, several hundred weights of coal are placed in a closed retort and raised to a high temperature by means of a furnace. Just the clay pipe experiment on a larger scale. There can be no combustion in the closed retort as there is no air present to supply oxygen. The gaseous matter which is given off by the heated coal rises up a pipe and is discharged into a large main pipe. This gaseous matter contains a quantity of tar and ammonia vapor which liquefy as soon as the temperature of the gas is lowered by means of a condenser. The tar and the ammonia cal liquor are run off into a well and are valuable byproducts. The gas is drawn along by an exhauster to a washing and scrubbing apparatus where the ammonia vapor remaining in the gas is removed by bubbling the gas through water and by bringing the gas into contact with a large extent of surface kept wet by water. Even after all this purifying, the coal gas is not yet ready for our use. It has to pass through vessels charged with lime and oxide of iron, which have an affinity for carbonic acid gas and also for sulfurated hydrogen, and when these have been left behind in the purifiers, the coal gas is ready for sending underground to our homes, where it finds suitable exits on the walls of our rooms. When the coal has been distilled in the manner described, there remains that coke or gas coke which we use in furnaces. It is fortunate that gas has a very pungent odor, a very small quantity present in the air being sufficient to stimulate our sensory organ of smell, whereas it requires several hundred times that quantity to produce an explosive mixture. If James Watt and Humphrey Davy had observed this fact, they would not have offered the opposition to its use in the streets. I have seen somewhere an old cartoon depicting the streets of London lighted by coal gas, and the pedestrians were holding their noses while they passed the lamps, some evidently overcome with the severe fits of coughing and so on. Although the light produced by burning coal gas was a great step in advance, it has been completely outdistanced by the incandescent gas light, in which case the light is not produced by the burning gas but by a solid body heated to a white heat by an almost invisible flame. The principle is the same as that of a limelight magic lantern, in which case the combustion of oxygen and hydrogen gases produces only a very feeble light. But so much heat is evolved that the small block of lime becomes white hot, and this causes a very considerable disturbance in the surrounding cedar, or in other words, produces a brilliant light which will illumine the whole lantern sheet. About 20 years ago, an Austrian chemist, Or von Welsbach, was making experiments to discover some substance which could be made white hot by the passage of electric current and yet be incombustible. While engaged in these experiments, it occurred to Welsbach to use the heating power of coal gas to maintain some incombustible substance at a white heat. After a long series of experiments, Welsbach found that some of the rare earths, previously known only in the chemical laboratory, would serve his purpose. He tried coating platinum wires with solutions of different rare earths, but he had to abandon this plan as the latter soon collected in beads upon the wire. He then tried soaking cotton in the solution and then burning the cotton. He found a skeleton of incombustible earths remaining. In order to get a good spread of illuminating surface, he used a knitted web of cotton to form a mantle, which he treated with a solution of 9 parts of thorium and 1 part of cerium. The method of manufacturing these incandescent mantles is of interest. After being soaked in the solution, the mantle is dried on a glass rod and shaped on a mold. A loop of asbestos thread is passed around the top to provide a means of suspending the mantle. It is then placed in the center of a hot flame which burns out all the cotton, leaving only a delicate skeleton of oxides in which every twist and loop of the vanished thread is reproduced faithfully. In the illustration facing page 228, an operator is seen carrying out this process of burning out the cotton. After this, the mantle is heated to a high temperature again, and after cooling, it is dipped in a solution of collodion and then dried. The collodion serves to strengthen the frail skeleton of the rare earths, and it is this collodion which we burn out after placing the mantle in position upon the gas burner. It has been observed already that the illumination in this case is not due to the light giving properties of the gas but to its heating properties. In the case of electric light, the illumination is not due in any way to combustion. In the glow lamps, the electric current heats the filaments which are enclosed in vacuum wherein combustion is impossible. In the open arc lamp, some little combustion of the carbon does take place, but that is merely an effect of the high temperature and in no way a cause of the brilliant light. But I pass over the subject of electric light as I have already given a full discussion of this subject in another book of this same series, The Romance of Modern Electricity. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Making Sweets by the Ton. The title of this chapter conjures up visions of cartloads of sweets, enough to serve a whole army of children for a lifetime. I am taking no descriptive license in speaking of making sweets by the ton. It is not merely that a factory turns out tons of sweets in a day, but a single machine will produce as much as 2 tons of lozenges every day. If one could see the hundreds of tons of sweets which this one machine makes in a year, one could realize how it is possible for a modern factory to produce thousands of tons of sweets annually. What a bewildering variety of bonbons one finds in a confectioner's shop, and yet the chief ingredient of all these is sugar, so that a great deal must depend upon the way this substance is treated by the manufacturer. If a schoolboy were asked what sugar is, he would probably say that it was a crystalline substance obtained by evaporating the juice of the sugar cane or of beetroot. Or, if he were versed in chemistry, he might say that sugar was a congregation of atoms of these elementary substances, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, and he might suggest that sweets ought to be good for people, seeing these same elementary substances are 3 of the chief constituents of our own bodies. The one kind of sweets which the amateur makes with varying success is toffee. Sometimes it turns out hard and glassy, while at other times it becomes all soft and sugary. The manufacturer's toffee always turns out right, for he understands the chemical changes which take place. In this particular department we find all the sweets which are made from boiled sugar, such as acid drops, cinnamon balls, and rocks. If one examines a round acid drop, one can see that it has been made in a mold, but one finds that in the factory these are not made by pouring a liquid into molds and allowing it to set. The boiled sugar is a flexible solid mass, and this is passed through between 2 metal rollers, each roller having a number of depressions which form half molds. As the material is passed through, these half molds come together and form the drops in the flexible mass. The boiling of the sugar is of interest, for the manufacturer has enormous quantities to handle. He therefore adopts the most economical methods. We know that if we are on the top of a high mountain, we can get water to boil at a lower temperature than it will when down on the plain beneath. The reason for this is evident. We have climbed up so far that the weight of the great blanket of air surrounding our planet is considerably less at that point, and this pressure being relieved allows the water to boil with a smaller supply of heat energy. He would be a very foolish manufacturer who would build his factory upon the top of a high mountain in order to save some coals in boiling his sugar, but he can produce the same conditions by artificial means. With a good air pump he can relieve the atmospheric pressure in the boiling pan to represent the condition which would prevail not only on the highest mountain, but right away up on the very outskirts of our atmospheric envelope. In these vacuum pans the manufacturer only requires to produce a temperature of 240° Fahrenheit to get the same result that would require 320° without the vacuum. The necessary heat is conveyed to the sugar by means of a coiled steam pipe placed within the vacuum pan. The color of the boiled sugar is also much better when treated in a vacuum. Unless one has seen something of the manufacture of sweets, such as may be seen at many industrial exhibitions, one would not imagine that rocks were made of exactly the same material as toffee. The toffee is simply pulled out repeatedly till the air gets through among it, and when this hardens we have the well-known forms of rocks. Another variety of sweets is in the form of hard white or colored sugar. Sometimes this class is in the shape of hard balls like marbles, or they may have a hard white coat and an almond inside, and so on. These are made upon quite a different principle. The sugar is not boiled as in toffee, but is melted into a syrup. Some of this liquid syrup is poured into a huge revolving pan, which is heated by means of a steam jacket. When any objects are thrown into the syrup in one of these revolving pans, the objects will become covered with a fine coat of hard sugar. The heat drives out the water from the syrup, leaving the sugar adhering to the objects in a solid coat. By adding syrup as the heated pan revolves, the rolling objects are made to gather more sugar, and when they have attained the desired size they are removed from the pan. If the objects placed in the revolving pan are almonds, then the resulting sweet is still in the form of an almond. If caraway seeds are used instead of almonds, then we have a sweet of the same shape as the seed, and so on. Some nucleus must be used to start the ball a-rolling, and the manufacturer speaks of this as the bait. Just as the angler in the stream requires a bait to catch the trout, so does the manufacturer require a bait to catch the sugar in these revolving pans. Some of these pan-made sweets may appear to have no special nucleus at the center, but in such cases the manufacturer has probably used grains of sugar as the baits. After being taken out of the pans, some of these sweets are given a fine glossy polish by being placed in another revolving pan with some pure beeswax. In the foregoing paragraphs we have seen how toffee sweets are made of boiled sugar and pan-made sweets of melted sugar. There is yet another method of dealing with the sugar and producing that class of sweets known as lozenges. In this case the sugar is not melted, but it has to be very, very fine. A barrel or bag of ordinary crystallized sugar is emptied into a large box, from which it is lifted automatically by little buckets and poured into a mill, in which a disintegrator breaks the sugar up into a very fine dust-like flour. It is impossible for the machine to break every particle of sugar so fine as this, so it is necessary to pass the fine sugar through a sieve. But where can we find a sieve with meshes fine enough for the task? When dealing with the manufacture of pottery, we found a fine metal sieve, having 10,000 meshes in each square inch. But in the present case even this sieve would be too coarse. The sugar sieve must have no less than 25,000 holes to the inch, and the necessary material is found in a piece of very fine silk cloth. After passing through the disintegrator, the sugar enters a large revolving reel, which is covered with this very fine silk fabric. The sugar which passes through the cloth is delivered by the machine in the form of a very fine flour, which is sent to the department where the lozenges are to be manufactured. If the sugar is not to be melted, how will the fine particles stick together? Just by the same means as a postage stamp sticks to a letter. The very fine sugar particles are mixed with pure gum arabic, and are very thoroughly stirred or kneaded into a regular dough. This dough is placed in an ingenious machine which belongs to the same family as the biscuit making machine described in the succeeding chapter. We shall suppose that the delicacies about to be made are those conversation lozenges upon which nonsensical little sentences are printed. The dough is fed forward in the form of a flat web being rolled out to the required thickness. It is carried through the machine by a traveling band which hands it over to a series of cutters. But on its way it is paused for a moment to receive the printed sentences from a type bar supported over the web. When the web reaches the cutters, these sharp-edged shapes descend and cut through the dough in the same manner as the household cook cuts the dough for baking scones. In the lozenge machine, the dough which is cut remains in the shaped cutters, but as these rise up again, a punch enters each cutter and pushes out the soft lozenge. It will not do for the punches to let the lozenges drop out onto the cutting plate beneath. They must be removed clear of the machine at once, for the dough keeps stepping steadily forward and the cutters must keep hard at work. In order to remove the lozenges without delay, a flat tray moves quickly forward and pauses for a moment under the cutters while the sweets are pushed out. The tray loses no time in getting out of the way, and it deposits the sweets in a large tray at the end of the machine, returning just in time to catch the next lot of lozenges as they are punched out of the cutters. This clever automaton can turn out 2 tons of lozenges in a day. I think the most interesting machine in the whole factory is one which makes gums, or jujubes. These are cast in molds, just as iron is, but the liquid material is poured in when cold, and the molds, instead of being formed in sand, are impressed in fine starch powder. When one watches the feeding end of one of these machines, it looks as if the object of the machine was merely to remove the finished jujubes from their molds, for a girl keeps handing to the machine trays filled with these sweets in their molds. These trays are not unlike bakers' wooden boards filled with fine starch powder, each tray having quite a crowd of little depressions in the starch with a solid jujube in each of them. The girl who is feeding the machine does not wait until the machine is ready for each tray. She keeps piling them up one upon another at the end of the machine. It is the duty of the machine to take away the bottom tray while the girl keeps adding trays to the pile. It is evident that before any one could withdraw the bottom tray all the others would require to be lifted up. The machine is quite equal to this task. Whenever the machine is ready to take another tray under its charge, four little arms rise up and, gripping the tray second from the bottom, lift the whole pile up while the machine draws away the bottom tray. The arms then lower the pile, let go the bottom one, and lift the remainder as before, leaving another tray free. When each tray enters the machine, another arm tilts it over, throwing the jujubes and the starch powder out of it. The jujubes are shaken free of the starch powder, and, after being well brushed, they are handed out at the side of the machine, while the empty tray is refilled with starch powder and passed along through the machine. The tray halts for a moment while a regiment of little dies come down and imprints the molds in the starch for a fresh lot of jujubes. A few more steps forward and the tray halts again, while a regiment of little nozzles, corresponding with the positions of the molds, squirt the liquid sweet stuff into the molds, giving each the proper quantity required. The machine, having completed its work, hands over the filled trays to a girl who is waiting to receive them. She builds up the trays in piles, and they are conveyed to a heated chamber near at hand. They remain in this room or stove for a week, and are exposed to a constant stream of hot air. By the end of the week the jujubes have become quite solid and are ready to be removed from their molds. The same machine which made them is given the full trays back again, and these are emptied by the machine as described already. And so the trays go round and round in a circular route, leaving the machine to enter a stove in which they rest a week, then leaving the other end of the stove to enter the machine once more. The solid jujubes are usually crystallized sugar syrup, being poured over them and allowed to drain off, the remaining coat forming into tiny crystals. This crystalline coat of sugar serves also to preserve the jujube. The manufacture of chocolate cream is too interesting to be passed over. The white cream for the inside is made in quite a strange manner. Sugar is melted in a large pan from which it flows as a clear, transparent syrup. Indeed, as it passes through the air, in falling from the pan to a beating machine beneath, it looks quite like a solid rod of dim glass. It passes through the beating machine, in which it is subjected to a lively beating by propeller blades, revolving in opposite directions. When the material makes its exit from this machine, one would never recognize it as the same stuff which entered it. It has been transformed from the clear syrup into that solid and opaque white cream or fondant material which is used for the inside of chocolate cream. The transformation is remarkable, as no other substance has been added in the process of beating up. This machine can transform several tons of sugar syrup into fondant material every day. This white cream is then molded into bars, which are passed on to have their chocolate jackets fitted. The manufacture of the chocolate is of special interest. Cocoa beans arrive at the factory in their native state, having been brought across the sea from the West Indies, South America, and other distant lands. The beans are roasted in a large revolving stove, like the cylinder of a coffee roaster, but very much larger. The roasted beans are then passed through a winnowing machine, which breaks up the beans and separates the light husks from the heavier kernels. These broken husks are used in some parts of the country for making a cheap tea, but the manufacturer does not place much value upon them. The broken bits of the roasted kernels are called cocoa nibs. When these are ground in a machine having heated metal rollers, the cocoa nibs become liquid, which is practically very strong cocoa. This is passed through some other machinery which refines it, and at last it is mixed with sugar and ground on a granite bed by two large granite rollers which chase each other around the granite basin. This mixture of cocoa and sugar is chocolate, and as long as it is kept warm it remains in a liquid state. In order to make the well known cakes or bars of chocolate cream, some liquid chocolate is poured into a metal mold. The bar of white molded fondant fits exactly into this and acts as a core to the mold, while some more chocolate is poured over this to enclose the cream. While some of the sweets already described require heat to solidify them, it is evident that chocolate must be an exception. Indeed, one can foresee that a chill would be more likely to solidify the chocolate, and one could quite imagine that a sudden transportation to the Arctic or Antarctic regions would be very effectual. The manufacturer brings the conditions of these polar regions to bear upon the molded chocolate by freezing it in a refrigerator. In the great factories of John Buchanan and Brothers Limited, of Glasgow, we find a fully equipped chemical laboratory in which the expert analysts test all the materials before using them. There is no fear of any inferior or injurious substance being manufactured into the sweets. The foregoing descriptions are intended to give only a very general idea of the processes of manufacture. The variety of bonbons is endless, and novelties are being added continually. But among all the variety which I saw being manufactured in the factories of John Buchanan and Brothers Limited, there is one variety which I did not see. Indeed, I have seen it only once, and that was when passing along a back street in an old fashioned town. My attention was attracted by a large tray of toffee in a very small shop window. It was the apparent hugeness of the almonds embedded in the toffee which caused me to stop and look at it. But on closer inspection I found that the almonds were conversation lozenges firmly embedded higgledy-piggledy fashion in the toffee. My impression was that there was no need of applying for a patent for this novelty. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. The Mechanical Baker. In the earlier chapters of this volume, we considered how man had come to supply himself with the necessary materials for clothing. It is, of course, of greater importance that he should obtain food. But most of man's food is derived directly from nature, and is not concerned with the subject of manufacture. Bread, however, is a manufactured article. We give oats in its natural state to our horses, and the Scotchman boils oats with water to make porridge for himself. But when we make the flour of wheat into bread, we have something quite different. The earliest method of making bread was to soak the grain in water, subject it to pressure, and then dry it. The next step in advance was to bruise the grain in a mortar or between two flat stones before moistening it. This was followed later by the grinding of corn into flour. When bread was made in the same manner as the household cook makes scones, by kneading flour and water or flour and milk together, and then firing, the resulting bread was called unleavened. The ordinary loaf bread is leavened, or, in other words, it has been subject to a process of fermentation. We know that leavened bread is not a modern invention. It was common in the times of Moses, more than 3,000 years ago. It was known that a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump, but it is only within recent years that we have understood the reason of this. Today, we picture myriads of minute microbes at work in the mass, producing that condition which we describe as fermentation. When we enter a bread factory, we find what I might describe as the microbe department. Malted grain is steeping in large tubs of water. There are no employees about, but there are millions upon millions of little workers in these tubs, carrying on the process of fermentation. I remember on one occasion remarking to a baker that he was very dependent upon the assistance of these microbes, whereupon he replied that they must be healthy microbes, meaning that they were not hurtful. No microbes are hurtful unless they are in the wrong place. They are most helpful in their own spheres. The chemical action set up in these tubs by the microbes is so great that the substance swells up, requiring 4 tubs to contain what was originally in 1 tub. Later on, however, the further chemical action brings the material back to about the same bulk as it possessed originally, when it is known as barm, or yeast. About 4 days are occupied by these little workers in bringing about the required change. It should be mentioned that the baker adds some old yeast to the malted grain and water in order to stimulate the action and produce the fermentation within the time required. We are not to suppose that the work of the microbes is over when the yeast is formed. When certain proportions of flour, water, salt, and yeast are mixed together, the mixture is allowed to stand overnight in order to give the microbes time to work a revolution in the contents of the tub. After that, a vertical shaft with blades upon it is lowered into the tub and the contents are stirred mechanically. Some flour is added at this point. The whole mass soon becomes of a spongy nature. Indeed, the baker speaks of it as the sponge. Again, the microbes are left in peace for about an hour and a half, during which time they work steadily on, altering the chemical arrangements in the mass. The sponge is then handed over to another machine, in which 2 sets of long blades revolve and turn the sponge over and over, interlocking air within the folds. The purpose of this doughing machine is to aerate the bread while chemical actions proceed. There is a large quantity of carbonic acid gas given off, and it is this gas which expands or raises the mass of the dough. About a quarter of an hour's turmoil in this machine, and then the work is left again to the indefatigable microbes. If left indefinitely, they would soon play havoc with the dough, but when they have been at work for about an hour, it is necessary to call a halt. Sentence of death is passed upon them as they enter the baker's oven, for they cannot live at so high a temperature, but they have some work to do before that final stage is reached. The dough is placed in a machine which very deftly cuts it up into lumps of the required mass to form a loaf. It cuts 4 loaves at each stroke, and these are very rapidly knocked into shape by the bakers, who place them in large wooden trays, buttering the ends of the loaves so that they will not stick together. At this point, the microbes are given their last chance of action. These lumps of dough, molded by hand, are placed near the great ovens. The gentle heat sets up further action, and carbonic acid gas is evolved in considerable quantities. This gas raises the dough to the required size. It is strange to watch the loaves growing during this filling stage. As soon as they have attained to their full stature, they are placed in the oven. Some of these ovens will hold over 800 loaves at one time. The baker uses a long rod with a spade-like end to place the loaves in the distant parts of the great oven. He uses this peel also when withdrawing the loaves from the oven. The name of this long shovel may seem strange, but it is derived from the Latin word for a spade. About 1.5 hours lodgment in the oven, and the loaves are ready. Our willing workers, the microbes, have ceased to live. But I foresee a danger in vividly depicting the work of these microscopic bacteria. Some readers might run away with the idea that the microbes are little insects endowed with some sort of instinct, whereas they are merely fungi endowed with a simple form of vegetable life. They can only act when acted upon by their surroundings, and, as we have seen, when they are mixed with flour and water, they become very active agents, bringing about that condition of fermentation which is necessary for the making of ordinary bread. There is another possible danger in depicting these microbes at work, but I trust it is a very improbable one. Some reader might come to think bread not so nice after reading this account of its manufacture, but that would be a complete mistake. These minute vegetable fungi are continually with us. They are in the food we eat, the air we breathe, and the clothes we wear. They are in our mouths and in our stomachs. It is only the disease germs that we have any cause of enmity against. They alone are hurtful parasites and are in their wrong sphere, but even they are merely microscopic vegetable fungi. Ordinary loaf bread is made entirely of wheaten flour, of which there is a great variety. It is the baker's business to know how to blend the different varieties together, and in the loaf upon our breakfast table there may be flour grown in the United States, Great Britain, Austria, and Canada, all mixed together. In the previous chapters, we saw that when the confectioner desired his sugar flour to stick together in the form of lozenges, he had to add a sticky substance, gum arabic. The baker does not require to do so because his wheat flour is rich in a very sticky substance called gluten, which gives the well-known tenacity to bread. When children desire to stick pictures into their albums, they ask the cook to make them some paste, and this she makes of flour and water. The large ovens used in the mechanical baking of bread are heated by open coke fires placed in the corners at the fronts of the oven. It is interesting to note that the modern oven is practically the same as the ancient ovens which have been discovered during the excavations of Pompeii, showing that there has been little change in this direction during the last 2,000 years. There has been a new form of oven invented within recent years, but this is only suitable for the baking of pan bread, which, as its name signifies, is baked in a closed pan. In this oven, there is a large reel or paddle wheel arrangement which carries the pans round and round, bringing them in succession in front of a large fire. This reel oven is an American invention. The advantage in the modern system of baking bread by machinery is not only that it is possible to produce tens of thousands of loaves per day from a single factory, but also that one can depend upon a uniform quality of bread. Another branch of mechanical baking is the manufacture of biscuits, which is generally carried on quite apart from bread making. In order to see a bread factory in full swing, in Scotland, one has to turn out of bed about 3 o'clock in the morning, as the shopkeepers demand a fresh supply of bread in the morning. But to see a biscuit factory at work, one need not be out of bed at unreasonable hours. I am indebted to the firm of McVitie and Price for permission to watch the manufacture of biscuits in their London factories. In biscuit making, there is no process of fermentation. The ingredients are simply mixed together in large tubs by propeller-like stirrers. This mixture is then kneaded by mechanical means, and the resulting dough is rolled out by a steel mangle to the required thickness. This forms a continuous web of dough, which passes along the biscuit-making machine, being carried forward on a traveling screen or endless band. When the web of dough reaches the center of the long machine, a regiment of cutters come down upon it and stamp out the biscuits, which fall onto traveling trays, while the waste dough collects at a higher level and is removed and rolled out once more to make up part of the new web of dough. When the traveling trays reach the end of this long machine, they are lifted by boys and placed on another endless chain arrangement, which carries them into an oven. We have seen that bread requires to remain about 1.5 hours in an oven, and as the word biscuit is derived from words which mean twice cooked, one might expect to find the biscuit being subjected to a longer lodgment in the oven. It is quite otherwise. The biscuits make a continuous march through a long oven measuring about 40 feet in length, and the march through may not occupy as much as 5 minutes. When the biscuits make their exit at the end of the long oven, the trays are lifted by boys and placed in racks to cool when they are ready for packing. Each biscuit-making machine has its own oven, the machine and the oven being one continuous line of march, with only a space of a few feet between the end of the machine and the entrance to the oven. The rate of travel through the machine and the oven is the same in both cases. A single machine will turn out 700,000 biscuits each day, or, if the smallest varieties of biscuits are being made, the output of a machine may reach the bewildering total of 7 millions per day. In the wafer-making department, there are some interesting automatic machines. In one machine, there is an endless chain of heavy iron molding boxes, or die plates, which are flat, and which open like a book, the back of the mold being hinged. This machine is a hard worker. It goes at it all the time and carries through every operation quite on its own account. It has a stock of the material from which the wafers are to be made, it has the trays for molding the material, and it has a gas-heated furnace or oven. As the molding boxes approach the top of the machine where they are to be filled, the machine opens the boxes, fills them while they continue moving, and then closes them. As these boxes are turned upside down during their return journey through the machine, each box must be securely locked. The machine requires no assistance. It undertakes the locking and unlocking itself, and it discharges the wafers after a hurried walk through the furnace. The whole time which elapses between the filling and emptying of the mold boxes does not exceed 1 minute. It only remains to pass these sheets of wafers through little machines having a number of circular saws, which cut the sheets of wafers into the well-known shapes. When one is informed that a modern factory can produce about 100 million biscuits per day, one cannot realize these unthinkable figures. This rate of production means that if the factory were ordered to produce a biscuit for every human being upon the face of the earth, this very tall order would be executed in little more than a fortnight's time. End of chapter 19. Read by 65 Tucks. Roswell, Georgia, April 2023.
Chapter 20 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Clocks and Watches. Almost everyone possesses a timekeeper of some sort nowadays, and we are annoyed if we cannot tell the time to within a very few minutes of the common standard. It will be of interest to consider how we came to have clocks and watches. We shall see that these have been evolved from very simple ideas. The ancients would, doubtless, observe the change of position of the shadows of rocks and trees, so that sundials were suggested at a very early date. As the sun did not shine always, other means of recording the passing hours were devised. The earliest idea was to let water escape in drops from a vessel, the falling level of the water in the vessel serving to indicate the time that had passed. This idea reminds one of Richter's words, "Time is a continual overdropping of moments, which fall down one upon the other and evaporate." And again the words of Bailly, "Each little moment at another's heels, till hours, days, years, and ages are made up." These water clocks were called clepsydras, and they were adopted in many different forms by the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Indians. In some cases, the water dropped from one vessel into another, and a floating figure in the second vessel indicated the hours as the water rose. Sometimes the floating figure was in the form of a small boat with an outstretched oar to act as a pointer, the hours being marked upon the vessel. Here we see the origin of the hour hand of our clocks and watches. Hourglasses, in which sand passed from one vessel to another, were in use at the same time as these water droppers, but it is the latter which interest us, as they are direct ancestors of the modern clock. Graduated candles were used at a later date, but these are not related to the invention of the mechanical timekeepers of the present day. The Greeks introduced wheelwork in connection with these water droppers in order to move an indicator on a dial. While these mechanical clepsydras were of very ancient origin, they seem to have been reinvented by some of the monks in France about the close of the 17th century. One of these water clocks consisted of a sort of water wheel with small cells into which the water dropped. The wheel, which was driven round by the falling water, actuated suitable mechanism for striking the hours on a gong. These have gone out of use long, long ago, but one has been kept going in the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, London. The falling water in these simple clepsydras had suggested the use of falling weights long before the monks took up the subject. We have a detailed account of a mechanical clock which was made for Charles V of France about the middle of the 14th century. Although this pioneer clock was erected in France, the inventor was a German, Henry de Vic. He used a heavy weight attached to the end of a rope, which was wound around a cylinder or barrel, so that as the weight fell, the barrel revolved and gave motion to a train of wheels suitably geared to move an indicator or hour hand. If the inventor had depended upon the falling weight to give him the rate of motion, his clock would have gone faster and faster as the weight gathered velocity in its fall. He had to devise a means of regulating the fall of the weight, and this he did by introducing a simple escapement arrangement in the train of wheels in the following manner. An upright rod had two little spikes projecting from it, and these obstructed the motion of the last wheel in the train. The teeth of this wheel were on its side, and the spikes were so arranged that before the wheel could be turned by the falling weight, the tooth resting against the spike, which was in an obstructing position, had to force the spike out of its way, whereupon the wheel was free to turn, but only to be held up again by the second spike. In this way, the wheel could only turn one tooth at a time, and the rate of turning would depend upon the amount of resistance offered to the movement of the upright rod to which the spikes are attached. This rod had two arms upon which weights were hung, and by altering the position of these weights, the obstruction to the movement of the mechanism could be increased or decreased as desired, so that a regulator was devised in this simple manner. Many copies of this original clock were made during the next 3 centuries, but none of these would be regarded as good timekeepers at the present day. The next step of importance was the introduction of the pendulum. We all know that it was the great Galileo who was the first to observe the principle of the pendulum, but the story is always of interest. When this Italian philosopher was a lad of 18 years of age, he was sitting one day in the Cathedral of Pisa when he observed the swinging motion of a hanging lamp. He was impressed with the seeming regularity of its swinging to and fro, and it occurred to him to test if the regularity of the swinging was as real as it appeared. Galileo was a medical student at this time, and when he compared the rhythmic movements of the lamp with the beat of his own pulse, he was satisfied that the swinging lamp made a constant number of vibrations in a given time. Galileo put this discovery to a practical test by applying a pendulum to a clock which was used for astronomical purposes. And so the fixed rod with the weighted arms was replaced by the pendulum, the movements of which controlled the escapement arrangement. We shall not trouble with much detail, but it is of interest to note that these early clocks gave considerable trouble by going faster in cold weather than in warm weather. This was found to be due to the pendulum rod expanding in warm weather. The longer pendulum would, of course, make a slower to and fro motion. This difficulty was got over in a very ingenious manner. Instead of using a simple weight as the bob of the pendulum, a jar of mercury was attached. The rise of temperature, which caused the pendulum rod to lengthen and tend to go slower, also caused the mercury to expand or rise in the suspended jar, and this was equivalent to raising the weight upon the pendulum rod, thus tending to make it go faster. Matters were so arranged that these two tendencies exactly balanced one another and produced a perfectly compensating pendulum. This gave a very delicate compensation, which is still used in astronomical clocks and in other very accurate timekeepers at the present time. For ordinary purposes, the mercury jar has been replaced by a grid formed of metals having different rates of expansion, so that one expansion counterbalances the other. In the household clock, we do not trouble about compensation. With these compensating devices, the clockmakers attained a degree of accuracy hitherto unknown, but we have evidence that they had not reached the ideal of the present day. When the order was given for the making of the great clock, Big Ben, for the tower of the new Houses of Parliament in London, about the year 1840, it was stipulated that the clock should not vary more than 1 minute in a week. The clockmakers' company declared that this was quite impossible, but one clockmaker undertook the order and produced a clock which beat all the previous tower clocks for accuracy. The error of this clock was not as much as 1 second in a week. This degree of accuracy was remarkable, as the clock required a pendulum 13 feet in length and a bob weighing 600 weight. When a desire arose for timekeepers which could be carried about by the owner, it was evident that the falling weight and the pendulum had to be abandoned. The falling weight was replaced by a coiled spring, which in uncoiling itself gave the necessary impulse to the train of wheels. From our early experience in nursery, we know that a clockwork toy will keep up a certain speed for a time, and then gradually slacken pace as the spring becomes uncoiled. The early watches, or we might call them portable clocks because of their great size, had the same defect as our nursery toys. This difficulty had to disappear like its predecessors, and it was overcome in the following manner. The driving power of the mainspring was bound to decrease as it unwound, so the only thing possible was to make the clock or watch more easy to drive as the force of the spring became weaker. This object is attained by making the mainspring act indirectly upon the mechanism by means of the following arrangement. As the mainspring uncoils, it turns a barrel attached to it, and this barrel imparts motion to the mechanism by means of a small chain which is wound upon a grooved conical barrel or fusee. As the mainspring pulls the chain on to its barrel, the chain is drawn off this fusee so that it turns, and in turning moves the clock mechanism. When the mainspring is fully wound up and its force upon the barrel is greatest, the chain is lying in the groove at the small end of the fusee, and therefore its leverage upon the fusee is least. As the force of the mainspring decreases, the chain is coming off a larger diameter of the fusee. Hence a greater leverage is obtained, which compensates for the loss of energy in the uncoiling spring. Every modern spring clock and watch, which is a good timekeeper, has a barrel and fusee arrangement as described. In all watches and portable clocks, a small balance wheel takes the place of the pendulum. The to and fro swinging motion of this little balance wheel was a thing of admiration to us in our childhood, when any possessor of a watch was willing to risk an exposure of the works. We used to watch this little wheel coiling and uncoiling the fine hairspring, the throbbing motion of which is suggestive of heartbeats. As this little balance wheel swings to and fro, it allows the mainspring to unwind at a regular speed, just as the pendulum did. Early in the 18th century, Sir Isaac Newton pointed out the great advantage which would be obtained by mariners if they possessed perfect timekeepers on board their ships. The government offered a fortune of £20,000 for a perfect timekeeper, but it was exactly half a century before this prize was won, in 1764. One important feature in modern timekeeping methods is the increasing adoption of electric dials controlled by one clock. The master clock sends out an electric current at every half minute, and this, on passing through a great number of different dials, moves the hands forward 1/2 minute. This means that only one clock has to be wound and regulated, the distant dials being merely indicators which move forward 1 step for each electric impulse received. It has always seemed to me a most unreasonable thing that in a large building, such as an hotel, there should be hundreds of little pieces of mechanism, each trying to do the same thing, each requiring winding, regulating, and periodic cleaning. Very probably those who come after us will think we were foolish to continue so long with independent timekeepers when one central clock can easily operate a very large number of dials over a wide area. In the illustration facing page 256, 16 men are seen carrying the enormous hour hand of the largest clock in the world. This clock was built in 1908 for the Colgate factory in Jersey City, USA. A weight of 1,100 pounds is required to drive the clock, while the hands weigh together more than half a ton. It is interesting to note that the great pendulum, which weighs in all about 400 pounds, is kept going by an impulse imparted to it at the end of each stroke by a gravity arm falling against it and giving a slight touch of less than 2 ounces. This incredibly small pressure is ample to keep the great pendulum swinging. In an ordinary pendulum clock, the very little force required to keep the pendulum in motion is got by making the back of each tooth in the escapement wheel an inclined plane, so that the escapement crutch, in sliding over this, receives a very small impulse, which it imparts to the pendulum. Referring again to the largest clock in the world, it is difficult to realize its size. To say that its dial is nearly 40 feet in diameter does not help one to realize the enormous size so well as the photograph of the hour hand already referred to. End of chapter 20, read by Claudia Caldi.
Chapter 21 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. The manufacture of iron. Nowadays, iron is the cheapest and commonest of all the metals, but it was not always so. Away far back in the world's history, we find the ancients using gold, silver, copper, and bronze, long before there is any mention of iron. The reason for this is not far to seek, for generation after generation of men might spend their lifetime in digging deep down into the earth, and yet they would never come across any iron. Iron does not exist as a metal in the earth. Iron is only found locked up in combination with some other element. In our school days, we played with a curiously soft metal called sodium, which would catch fire and burn when thrown upon a damp surface. Sodium is never found in the earth as a metal, but it is found locked up in partnership with the element chlorine, and this compound substance we know as common salt, such as we use in our food. Sodium is so very closely united with other elements that its existence was not detected until the beginning of the last century. Iron is closely united with many elements, but it is not so difficult to extract as sodium. Indeed, we have substantial proof that iron was used in ancient Nineveh about 3,000 years ago. The British Museum in London possesses iron picks, hammers, knives, and saws which were used in Nineveh so very long ago. The early Briton had discovered means of extracting iron from its compounds before the arrival of the Romans, while travelers have found the natives of India and Africa using primitive furnaces for the extraction of iron. Although the Romans carried on the manufacture of iron on a very large scale in Great Britain, as is witnessed by the great cinder heaps in Yorkshire, their methods were very imperfect. The cinders of the wars from which they believed they had extracted all the iron, have been used in modern times for the supply of iron. So much iron was found remaining in these cinders that they served as ore for 20 furnaces, working constantly for several centuries. In these early days, wood was the fuel for heating the iron ore, and as the demand for iron increased, the forests of the country began to disappear, to the alarm of all concerned. There were dreadful prophecies of what would happen at no distant date when the timber was all used up, just as we hear alarming rumors today concerning the disappearance of coal. I have mentioned in an earlier chapter that Lord Dudley took out a patent for the use of coal in smelting iron, which he produced much cheaper than his neighbors, but his ironworks were destroyed by the angry mob. During the following century, people became more alarmed than ever about the disappearance of timber. One writer declaring that there would not be left so much in the whole country as will repair one of our churches if it should fall. In this way people were forced to adopt coals to obtain sufficient heat for extracting the iron metal from its compounds in the ores. When iron has been extracted from the ore, the crude iron which is obtained is brittle and cannot be beaten out by a hammer. In order to make the iron malleable, Latin malleo, I beat, the crude iron has to undergo a further process in which the combustion of wood seemed to be an absolute necessity. It was only in 1785 that it was discovered that charcoal could be dispensed with, and malleable iron obtained by the flame of coal in what has been named a puddling furnace. The inventor of this process was an iron master at Gosport, Henry Court, who spent a fortune in working out his inventions. He also invented grooved rolls for rolling out the malleable iron into bars, dispensing with the tedious method of hammering. We shall see the marvelous development of this in the succeeding chapter. Poor Henry Court saw his fortune disappear in bringing his inventions to perfection, and so he was forced to take in a partner who could provide further capital. Adam Jellicoe, a deputy paymaster in the Navy, was willing to supply the necessary money, provided he was made a partner in the patent rights. Just when the inventions should have brought in the reward of Court's labors, his partner was arrested for embezzling funds belonging to the government, and as Jellicoe was a partner in Court's patents, these were taken over by the government, leaving poor Court penniless and broken-hearted. It is estimated that the value of these patents at that date was 7 or 8 times the sum required to cover the government's loss. Although Henry Court reaped no material reward for his very valuable work, the iron industries of today are a great monument to his honor. Indeed, but for his inventions, Great Britain might never have reached her present important position in the engineering world. One statesman declared that the adoption of these processes was worth more to Great Britain than a dozen colonies. Our present methods of making the finished iron are merely developments of Henry Court's inventions. Before dealing with these, it will be of interest to see the modern method of extracting iron from the ore. When the housemaid cannot get the fire to burn well, she causes a draught of air to pass through the fire. With the same idea, the Romans built their iron furnaces on the tops of hills, where they were sure of a good blow of wind. A good supply of air is necessary in the manufacture of iron, as oxygen plays an important part in the chemical changes which take place. A natural draught was used even in modern times, but about the middle of the 18th century one iron master fitted up a huge pair of bellows, which he worked by means of a water wheel. Then followed the general introduction of a forced blast. In 1828, James B. Neilson of Glasgow, Scotland, found that if the air was heated before being blown into the furnace, the cost of production decreased, and so he took out a patent for the hot blast, which came into general use very quickly. The burning gases blazed out at the top of the high towers of the blast furnaces, and the light which was reflected in the sky could be seen for miles around. I remember when the people of Glasgow used to speak of Dixon's blazes, which lit up the sky on the outskirts of the city. All these great blazes of light have disappeared now, for the loss of heat was so great that more economical means had to be devised. Nowadays the top of the blast furnace is closed, and the hot gases are drawn off and utilized for heating purposes at the works. When one visits any modern ironworks and looks at the regiment of boilers required to raise steam for driving the engines, one is impressed with two facts. Everything is so clean and tidy, for there is no coal about the boiler house, and the usual army of stokers, either manual or automatic, is absent. The blaze of white flame in the furnaces is due entirely to the burning of the waste gases drawn off at the top of the great blast furnaces in which the iron is extracted from its ores. The steam in the boilers is kept up day and night, and the only fuel is these waste gases, so that this alone means an enormous saving in coal and labor. The steam from these gas-heated boilers passes to the engine house, where a very large and powerful engine is kept going day and night. This continuous task is divided between two similar engines, one resting while the other is at work, but going on duty before the other is called off, as there must be no pause in the continuous drive. When the blast furnaces are once set a-going, they are kept hard at work without a moment's halt, year in and year out. The object of this incessant toil is not a matter of producing as much iron as possible, but the boilers which supply the power to work the blast are dependent upon the gases from the blast to heat them, and the hot blast is dependent upon this driving power, so the complete circuit must be kept up. When a blast furnace has to be stopped for repair, it is a troublesome task and an expensive one to get it started again. The waste gases of the blast furnaces are used also for heating the air, which is forced into the blast furnace by the great engine. So far we have seen a great expenditure of energy, the blast furnace gases supplying the energy for heating the boilers, driving the engines, and thus producing the forced blast. But from whence does all this energy come? We know very well that energy cannot be created, but can only be transformed from one form to another. We find the source of energy in the fuel supplied to the blast furnaces. These are not heated by gases, they produce the gases. In order to see the blast furnaces being stoked or charged, we have to go to the very top of the high chimney or tower. We step into a cage very similar to that used in going down a coal mine, but in the present case we go up instead of down. It seems quite a long journey to the top, although the gallery onto which we step is only about 70 feet from the ground. The blast furnace tapers towards the top, which we find is closed in by a large metal basin having the point of a metal cone projecting through a large hole in the center of the basin. This metal cone is to act as a cork to the great furnace. The tapered end of the cone, which projects upwards through the hole in the basin, is kept drawn up by a heavy chain attached to a hand winch, so that the furnace top is closed completely. The charge of coal, iron ore, and limestone is wheeled along the gallery from the cage shaft to the top of the furnace. There it is tumbled into the large basin, and when a full charge is ready, the cone is lowered for a moment and then quickly raised again. The charge of materials falls down into the fiery furnace, while the gases blaze out during the moment that the top is open. The blast furnace is fed in this manner continually through the day and night. In the coal we see the chief source of energy, some heat being added by the other chemical changes which take place. The limestone is added to render the clay and other earthy matters in the ore and fuel more fusible. These earthy substances melt and form what is known as slag. This slag floats on the top of the molten iron and is drawn off from time to time as the charging of the furnace proceeds. At last, when sufficient iron has collected, it is allowed to escape from the bottom of the furnace. The white-hot liquid metal flows along a channel which is called the sow. This channel is formed in sand upon a gently sloping piece of ground. Smaller channels or branches are formed, leading off the sow at right angles, and these short branches are termed pigs, the names being suggested by the idea of a sow suckling her numerous offspring. The molten iron flows into these pigs and solidifies very quickly, the result being bars attached to a broader bar, as may be seen in the photograph facing page 268. The pigs may be detached from the sow while the mass is still red hot, or the whole may be lifted by a powerful magnet, as shown in the photograph, and broken up while cold. The bars of pig iron usually measure about 4 feet in length and weigh about 100 weight each, and if they have to be sent by rail or steamer, the bars are usually left whole while the sow is broken into short lengths. It will be of interest to consider what takes place in a blast furnace. We know that all compound substances are made up of atoms of a limited number of elementary substances. The compounds are not mixtures of the elements, but the atoms of the latter unite together in different forms. A particle or molecule of table salt being composed of 1 atom of sodium united to 1 atom of chlorine. When we speak of a chemical change having taken place, we mean that there has been a rearrangement of the atoms. Different substances may take the place of the pre-existing ones. When the substances placed in the blast furnace are subject to a very high temperature, the myriads of atoms get an opportunity of changing partners. In this connection, I often think of a game which we played at children's parties. Each child selected the name of a town or place which he or she was to represent. All those playing the game sat in chairs around the room, except one child for whom no seat was provided. When this child, who stood in the center, spoke of a journey from London to Edinburgh, the 2 children who represented these towns had to change places, and during the change, the child who had no chair tried to secure one of these 2. At certain intervals, a command, "General Post," was given, whereupon every child had to vacate his or her chair and find another, and during this scramble it was an easy matter for the one in the center to find a seat. Taking the child and chair as partners, we have an analogy of what takes place in the blast furnace at a very high temperature. There is a general post, a general exchange of atoms. The iron atoms and the oxygen atoms were partners in the iron ore, but now they part company, the oxygen atom going into partnership with the carbon atom of the coal and leaving the iron atoms very much to themselves. The carbon and oxygen atoms, when united, form carbonic oxide gas, and this is driven upwards through the materials farther up in the furnace, the gas carrying great heat with it. All the earthy matter in the ore and coal unites with the limestone and becomes molten slag, which, being lighter, floats on the top of the molten iron and is run off at intervals as already stated. This slag is a waste product. It is sometimes used as ballast in making a railway track, and in some special cases it is suitable for making bricks. In the general post, which we have been picturing, some carbon atoms become attached to the molten iron, as also do other elements contained in small quantities in the ore, such as phosphorus, silicon, sulfur, and manganese. The result is that the molten mass, when transformed into pig iron, is by no means pure iron. It may contain from 2 to 4% of carbon and smaller proportions of the other elements named. We shall see later how these ingredients are dealt with in producing the finished iron. We have seen that the heated carbonic oxide gas rises up through the materials in the furnace. Upon reaching the closed top of the furnace, the gas finds a way of escape by a large pipe along which it is driven. The gas is partly robbed of its heat in imparting heat to a chamber through which the forced blast is passed on its way to the furnace. In other words, the hot blast is obtained from the heat of the waste gases, which are afterwards cooled and purified. Various substances which are contained in a gaseous form in the waste gases are carefully extracted. The chief of these byproducts is ammonia, and it is said today of many ironworks that their profit depends upon the amount of these byproducts which they recover from the waste gases. The remaining gas, carbonic oxide, is led to the boiler furnaces where it is utilized as fuel. This carbonic oxide gas must not be confused with carbonic acid gas, which is carbon dioxide. The latter, as is well known, will not burn and is a good extinguisher of fire, one of its vulgar names being choke damp. The burning of carbonic oxide gas, on the other hand, is a familiar sight in ordinary fireplaces, producing the characteristic blue flames leaping up from the burning coals. So far we have witnessed only the manufacture of pig iron. This may be remelted at the foundry and cast in molds into different shapes, but it cannot be shaped by a hammer. In other words, it is not malleable or wrought iron. In the succeeding chapter, we shall consider the manufacture of finished iron and the making of steel rails. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Neal. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Chapter 22. Making Steel Rails. A network of steel rails is spread over the country, connecting all the towns of importance together, while the streets of busy cities have long stretches of tramway rails laid along them. Vast quantities of steel girders are used in our modern buildings, while engineers and shipbuilders require enormous quantities of steel bars, plates, and angle irons. Indeed, the use of iron in such forms is so continually in evidence that it will be of general interest to see the methods of manufacture. In the older methods of producing steel, the pig iron was melted on an open hearth, and in contact with the fuel, charcoal, it was exposed to a blast of air, so that the carbon in the pig iron might unite with the oxygen of the air. The carbon and the earthy matter contained in the pig iron were practically burned out of it, and a pasty mass of iron was left in the hearth. In order to let the air get at all the carbon in the iron, the contents of the hearth were stirred or mixed, and if the whole process was carried on long enough, there was only pure iron left. This pure iron was too soft for many purposes, so that the burning out process was stopped before the decarbonizing was completed, leaving a small percentage of carbon in combination with the metal. The amount of carbon left determined the qualities of the metal. If no carbon was extracted from the remelted mass, the result would be a brittle metal which we call cast iron. If the proportion of carbon left is less than 1/50th part, the resulting metal is called steel. But good steel may contain very much less carbon, while nearly pure iron is called wrought iron. Steel is intermediate to cast iron and wrought iron. Henry Cort, of whom we read in the preceding chapter, proved that burning the iron in an open hearth with charcoal fuel was not necessary. He showed that the hearth might be heated from below with coal, and the mass well stirred as before. Since Cort's time, this process of puddling has been greatly improved. If the pig iron being puddled contains sulfur, then some manganese ore is thrown into the molten mass to act as a physic. The sulfur leaves the iron to unite with the manganese, for which it has a strong affinity. Mechanical tools or stirrers have been introduced to make the process of puddling easier. After the carbon, or a large portion of it, has been burned out of the iron, there remains a pasty mass, which the operator rolls up into balls suitable for withdrawing from the furnace. It occurred to Henry Bessemer, a civil engineer in England, that if he could cause air to be blown through the molten mass of pig iron, instead of merely stirring the iron in the puddling furnace, he would be able to get rid of the carbon in the iron more economically. When Bessemer made his first experiments, he was alarmed somewhat at the phenomena which occurred. Melting some pig iron, he had it poured into a large cylindrical vessel. At the foot of this vessel there were a number of holes, or nozzles, through which a blast of air was forced by a blowing engine. One might imagine that the liquid metal would flow into these holes, which were about half an inch in diameter. But the blast was turned on before the metal was poured in, and the force of the air issuing from the nozzles prevented the iron entering them. The first surprise was that the temperature of the molten iron was greatly increased, although only cold air was forced through it. The chemical combinations which took place evolved great heat, and Bessemer was so impressed with this that he straightway read a paper to the British Association, entitling his paper on the manufacture of iron and steel without fuel. Of course, there really was fuel, but this was contained in the pig iron itself. The carbon in the iron united with the oxygen of the air forced through the mass, and this chemical combination formed a true combustion. Some alarm was felt at first, for at one point in the process a roaring flame rushed from the mouth of the vessel and produced quite a volcanic effect. Then beautifully colored flames changed to a voluminous mass of white flame. This blazing of a Bessemer converter is seen in the illustration facing page 240. it will be observed that the Bessemer converter is on trunnions so that it can be tipped over like a tea kettle, and the converted steel allowed to flow into molds to form steel ingots. Although Bessemer steel will not do for many purposes, and has been superseded largely by other methods, the value of Bessemer's invention has been demonstrated by the fact that one Bessemer rail lasted longer than 20 iron rails. One drawback in connection with the Bessemer process was that the operators could not tell exactly at what point they should stop the process of decarbonization in order to leave the proper quantity of carbon in the metal. But Robert Michet, whose name is well known in connection with the making of steel, suggested a very simple way out of the difficulty. The metal was decarbonized completely. Then a quantity of good cast iron, Spiegeleisen, containing the proper amount of carbon required, and also a percentage of manganese, was added to the molten mass. In this way, the amount of carbon in the finished steel could be determined with great accuracy. In another process, which is interesting to see at work, the air is not blown through the mass, but flames of highly heated gas are made to play over the molten metal contained in a shallow hearth, the bed of which is formed of infusible sand. The heat of the waste gases is utilized to heat the perforated brickwork of the chambers through which the air and gas are passed. There are 4 of these brickwork chambers, and while the air and gas are passing through 2 chambers, the waste gases are passing out through the other chambers, and when these are sufficiently heated, the route of the air and gas is reversed, so that they enter by these heated chambers, leaving by the others which have cooled to some extent in heating the incoming air and gas, and so on. This class of furnace is known as a Siemens-Martin regenerative furnace. It is interesting to watch one of these furnaces at work on a dark night. The men have to keep throwing in lumps of iron ore and occasionally limestone if the slag gets too thick. A man pulls the lever which raises one of the furnace doors, and looking through blue spectacles, one sees a white-hot lake of molten metal. When the smelter throws in a large lump of iron ore, there is a splash of liquid gold. Indeed, to stand and watch these men throwing these heavy pieces in the furnace reminds one of the days when as boys we lifted large stones and flung them into a pond or lake, hurrying back to escape the splash of water. After this real inferno has been at a white heat for several hours, the molten metal is run off into a huge ladle which rests on a railway trolley. This trolley carries the ladle to a row of heavy metal molds, each standing over 6 feet in height, and looking not unlike so many overgrown cowbells. The bell mouth of each mold rests upon a metal floor, and when the metal is poured in at the top of the mold, the molten mass becomes solid the moment it touches the cold iron base. In less than an hour, the bell-shaped mold is lifted up by a crane, and the heavy steel ingot is left. These may weigh as much as 10 tons each, but an average will be about 3 tons. These are stored till required. When it is desired to convert one of these ingots into rails, girders, or angle irons, the ingot is placed in a furnace which is sunk in the ground. This furnace is called a soaking pit, the idea being that the heat must soak through and through the great mass of metal, and not produce a mere surface heat. After about an hour's lodgment in this subterranean furnace, the white-hot ingot is lifted out by an overhead crane, which carries it through the air to a cogging mill. This mill might be described as a gigantic steel mangle with irregularly shaped rollers. The spaces between the rollers form large grooves of different dimensions. When the crane lays the ingot on the ground, we are surprised to see this white-hot monster make a sudden rush toward the rollers of the mill. Then, hesitating for a moment while the heavy rollers get a grip of it by the nose, the ingot passes through the widest groove, reappearing at the other side of the mangle somewhat longer and correspondingly smaller around its square waist. The heat from this glowing mass of metal is intense, and although it weighs several tons, it is handled by this great iron giant as though it were a mere toy. Powerful steel fingers appear from the ground and turn the heavy mass over on its side, while two large arms gently place it opposite any desired groove in the great rollers. The one-time ingot is passed and repassed through this great mangle until the 6-foot ingot is now about 40 feet in length. It is now in the form of a heavy bar of regular shape, only its nose and tail being a little irregular, where it entered the cogging mill in its journeys to and fro. The man in charge desires to cut off these irregular ends, and when he pulls a lever, we see the long beam move forward and place its head below a powerful guillotine. A heavy arm descends and clamps the beam in position, while the beheading knife cuts through the great mass of iron as though it offered but little resistance. After cutting off the irregular end, the guillotine divides the long iron beam into two parts. One of these red-hot monsters leaves the guillotine and goes scampering over the ground to a great distance. Watching it in the darkness, we see this fiery monster halt for a moment, swing around, and then go off in another direction. Just as the red-hot beam left the guillotine, a very heavy gong was sounded to give warning along the route, for it would be fatal to be overtaken by this fiery serpent. The method by which the great beam is propelled along the ground is interesting. Along the whole route, there is a continuous series of rollers, placed across the path, only a few feet apart from one another, and sunk beneath the ground level, so that the tops of the circumferences of the rollers stand up a little above the ground. The beam lies on the tops of these live rollers, which are driven round by means of bevel gearing on a long driving shaft at the side of the path. It is an impressive sight to see the men in charge controlling all the movements of the great mass of iron, making it go through the mill, first in one direction and then in the other, turning it on its side and then on that. All the energy supplied by the men is to move the hand levers, and these movements control the hydraulic machinery which handles the metal. Other levers serve to control the steam engines which operate the mill and the live rollers. The power required to drive one of the mills for rolling heavy girders in the works of the Lanarkshire Steel Company, Scotland, is obtained from a huge steam engine of close upon 10,000 indicated horsepower, and this prime mover is so well balanced that it can race its crank round in one direction, stop very quickly, and then reverse. When the second length of red-hot iron beam is about to leave the guillotine, we make our way along the side of the road it is going to take. The clanging of the great gong warns us of its approach, and as it rushes past, we feel the intense heat radiating from it. By the time we overtake it again, we find that it is passing to and fro through another smaller rolling mill. First of all, it goes through what is called a roughing mill, which roughens the surface so that the rolling mill with its specially grooved rollers may get a good grip on it. In this mill, the metal beam gradually assumes the shape of a rail, a girder, or an angle iron, according to the formation of the rollers between which it passes. As the metal beam passes to and fro through the rolling mill, it goes through grooves of decreasing size so that they reduce its section, at the same time increasing its length enormously. It so happens that the rolling mill, which we are watching at work, is arranged for making bars of angle iron, which does not require so much metal per foot as a rail or a girder. By the time the rolling mill has squeezed the red-hot iron into the finished angle iron, the 20-foot heavy bar which arrived at this mill will measure about 200 feet in length. Indeed, there is not room for it to run back in a straight line along the live rollers, as the road has a bend in it. So the end of the long red-hot bar runs up an inclined chute towards the roof, and if necessary, out through the roof. It is strange to see this great red-hot monster rushing up the chute, and then sliding down again as its distant end re-enters the rolling mill. As soon as the squeezing rollers have got to their closest position, the formation of the angle iron, or the rail, is complete. The accompanying diagram will give some idea of how the rollers squeeze a length of steel into the form of a rail. It only remains to cut the long bar into suitable lengths. The bar runs forward and stops for a moment, while a large circular saw approaches it and cuts off the irregular end. The red-hot bar then moves forward any desired distance, and that length is cut off in similar fashion, and so on till the whole length is divided up. When these circular saws are at work in the dark, they look exactly like the Catherine wheel, fireworks with which boys play, and which produce a fine circular display of sparks. Only those who have some idea of the older methods of working iron can appreciate fully the enormous saving accomplished by modern machinery. In the old days, the metal had to be handled in much smaller quantities, and it had to be lifted about from one operation to the next, requiring to be reheated between the processes. We have seen that the 6-foot ingot, after leaving the soaking pit at a white-hot heat, still remains red-hot when rolled out to 200 feet and cut up into the finished lengths. This is only accomplished by the mechanical means of handling the mass of iron. It rushes from one mill to another in a most businesslike fashion, and in about a quarter of an hour from the time the ingot leaves the soaking pit, it has been transformed into rails, girders, or angle iron. In closing this brief description, it may be mentioned that the quality of the steel is not arrived at in any haphazard fashion. Expert chemists analyze the materials from which the steel is to be made, and then determine the ingredients for the furnace. In many works, even the structure of the finished metal is examined by means of very powerful microscopes. End of chapter 22. Read by Tim Neal, May 1st, 2023.
Chapter 23 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. The Railway and the Locomotive. The ambition of many a boy has been that he might some day become an engine driver. There have been other ambitions. I know of one little fellow who hoped he might be a coalman, the idea being that he might go about with a black face without the fear of his nurse chasing him around with a sponge and towel. Another little friend told me that if he grew up a gentleman, he was going to be a clergyman, and if he grew up a workman, he was going to be a carpenter. However, I believe that if a plebiscite had been taken of all the ambitions of the boys of a quarter of a century ago, the engine driver would have come out at the head of the poll. The suggestion of having a steam locomotive was a natural one after the success of Watt's steam engine. Indeed, Watt himself describes a steam locomotive in a patent which he took out in 1784, although he never put the idea into practice. Many people are under the impression that the idea of a steam locomotive originated in the mind of George Stephenson, whereas a practical steam locomotive ran on the streets of Paris before Stephenson was born. It is true that this locomotive of Nicolas Gounod, 1769, attained only an average speed of about 2¼ miles per hour, about half the speed of a man walking at an ordinary pace. Yet it was the first steam locomotive on record. The first idea was that locomotives should run on the ordinary roads, and there were many successful locomotives of this kind prior to Stephenson's time. In most of these cases, the locomotive was a complete carriage, just as modern motor cars are. But as early as 1803, the idea of having a separate locomotive to draw carriages after it was quite definite. I refer to a very curious-looking locomotive built by a clever but eccentric Englishman, Richard Trevithick. Trevithick's engine was successful in drawing wagons containing 10 tons of iron at a rate of 5 miles per hour, but the inventor did not follow up his success. The best engineers of that time did not believe a locomotive could gain any great speed or climb a hill unless it were provided with a cogged wheel to work on a corresponding rack along the rails. We have a rack railway today, but that is to take a train up a mountainside in Switzerland. Trevithick's engine ran in South Wales when George Stephenson was 22 years of age, and this was 23 years before Stephenson's famous rocket was built. Railways had been in existence for the purpose of taking trainloads of coal from the collieries to the shipping places for 200 years, but horses had been used for drawing the wagons. Railways had come about in a very natural way. About the year 1600, the colliery owners laid down tracks consisting of a double line of wooden beams upon which the wheels of their carts might run. A horse which could draw only 1,700 weight of coal over the bad roads of those days was able to draw as much as 4,200 weight on the wooden rails. A flange was added to the rails to keep the wheels from slipping off, and permission was got from farmers to lay these wooden tracks across their fields, a rent or way-leave being paid for this privilege. People were content to work away with these wooden railways for 100 years. But about the year 1700, long slips of iron were fastened to the wooden beams to prevent wear and tear. Some 40 years later, cast iron rails of the same form as the wooden ones were brought into use. We often find these flat cast iron rails in the neighborhood of collieries at the present time. It was the introduction of these cast iron rails which suggested the use of crossbeams, or sleepers, to give a proper foundation for the rails. And finding that horses could draw such great loads upon these railways, the increase in the size of the wagon became so great that the idea of making smaller wagons and linking them together occurred to the colliery owners. These flat cast iron rails would soon get filled up with stones and dirt, and so the next improvement was to put the flange upon the wheels instead of upon the rails, and this allowed the broad rail to be dispensed with, and the well-known edge rail to be used in its place. Having traced the simple evolution of the railway, it will be of interest to see the advent of the steam locomotive. The eccentric Trevithick was the first to run a steam engine on rails, but we have seen that nothing further was done for about 20 years. In the interim, George Stephenson had constructed a primitive locomotive which ran on a colliery line at a walking pace, which was no better than a horse could do. It could draw about 30 tons, but a number of horses could do this for about the same cost. In making a second locomotive, Stephenson hit upon a good idea. He turned the waste steam into the chimney or funnel in order to increase the draft. This proved a very great improvement. The fire burned so vigorously that the quantity of steam was greatly increased. The next point of interest was the opening of the Stockton and Darlington Railway, 37 miles, which was one of the first to carry passengers. Most of the passenger trains were drawn by horses, but steam locomotives were used for goods traffic. Then followed the Liverpool to Manchester Railway in 1830, which was originally intended for horse haulage. George Stephenson was the engineer for the laying of this line, and he persuaded the directors to make an attempt with steam locomotives. They offered a prize of £500 if they could get an engine that would run at a rate of 10 miles per hour and not weigh more than 6 tons. It is well known that George Stephenson's rocket carried off the prize and attained the alarming speed of 29 miles per hour. It is difficult for us to realize the surprise of the people who saw the rocket attain so great a speed. The most learned men of that time had declared that it was palpably absurd and ridiculous to suppose that locomotives could ever travel twice as fast as stage coaches. It is amusing to turn to the quarterly review of a few years prior to Stephenson's great achievement. In the issue of March 1825, we find the following sentences. It is true that we who in this age are accustomed to roll along our hard and even roads at the rate of 8 or 9 miles an hour can hardly imagine the inconveniences which beset our great-grandfathers when they had to undertake a journey, forcing their way through deep miry lanes, fording swollen rivers, obliged to halt for days together when the waters were out, and then crawling along at a pace of 2 or 3 miles an hour, in constant fear of being set fast in some deep quagmire, of being overturned, breaking down, or swept away by a sudden inundation. As to those persons who speculate on making railways generally throughout the kingdom, we deem them and their visionary schemes unworthy of notice. The gross exaggeration of the powers of the locomotive steam engine may delude for a time, but must end in the mortification of those concerned. We should as soon expect the people of Woolwich to suffer themselves to be fired off upon one of Congreve's ricochet rockets as trust themselves to the mercy of such a machine going at such a rate, 18 miles per hour. We trust that Parliament will, in all railways it may sanction, limit the speed to 8 or 9 miles per hour, which is as great as can be ventured on with safety. We can imagine what the writer of the foregoing article would have said had anyone dared to prophesy a speed of 60 miles per hour with an occasional short dash of 90 miles per hour. We know that electric trains have beaten these records of the steam engine, a maximum of 130 miles per hour having been attained. From the illustrations, facing pages 286 and 296, it is apparent that the early locomotives were mere toys compared with our modern express engines. The making of railway locomotives is now a great industry. We find thousands of men employed in individual works, all busy making and fitting up these great iron horses. Of course, the starting point is in the brain of the designer. He has to build the engine in imagination, and after he has made his drawings, he can test the working of the moving parts by means of a large model fixed to the wall of the designing room. He can lengthen or shorten the crank and levers in this large model to agree with his drawing, and by watching the valves when the crank is rotated, he can satisfy himself that everything works out as he expected. He then sends his drawing down to the tracing room, where a large number of young ladies are employed making careful tracings of the original drawings. These tracings are not to be handed out to the workmen, but are to be used as negatives for obtaining photographic blueprints. The old plan of making these prints was to place a piece of sensitized paper under the tracing and expose it to sunlight, just as one does in printing an ordinary photograph. The paper used has been prepared with ferrocyanide, which, when exposed to light, becomes blue, except upon those parts which have been protected by the lines on the tracing. This process of daylight printing often proved very inconvenient. It was slow, and then one could not get the sun to shine when required. The present method of copying these tracings is to have a large upright cylinder within which there is a powerful electric arc lamp which travels automatically up and down the cylinder continuously, while the tracing with the sensitized paper beneath it makes a journey around the cylinder, entering at one side and coming out at the other. The whole printing will take about 1 minute, whereas with the older method one had to wait at times, somewhat impatiently, for half an hour till the fickle sunlight would do the same work. These blueprints then go to men who prepare the work. Some prints will go to the pattern makers, who will construct the wooden patterns to enable the molders to form the sand molds in which the iron and brass are to be cast. Other blueprints will go to the shop in which the templates are made. When a young lady is desirous of making for herself a fancy blouse, she buys a paper pattern showing the shapes of the different parts required. She places these paper patterns upon a piece of cloth and cuts around the shapes. The engineer works upon a similar plan for cutting out and shaping many parts of his engines. Instead of making his patterns or templates of paper, he makes them of substantial sheet iron. These are marked off carefully, indicating where holes are to be drilled, and so on. The template for the frame of a locomotive is an immense thing, being, of course, an exact pattern of what the actual part is to be. We need hardly enter the foundry, for the general principle has been explained already in connection with the making of sewing machines. But in the locomotive works, the castings are on a very much larger scale. The casting of the large cylinders for an express locomotive is no light undertaking. The same remarks apply to the forge, but it is of interest to see how the larger pieces of iron and steel are handled. When we see a huge bar of iron, of about a 1-foot square section being withdrawn from a furnace to be hammered into a definite shape, we picture the village blacksmith trying to tackle this job. The energy that a man would have to expend would be enormous. Indeed, he could not hope to make much impression on so large a mass of metal. Compare this with the duties of one of the boys who operate the powerful steam hammers at work in this forge. It has seemed to me a very curious fact that almost every boy, while at this work, sits with his legs crossed and one hand in his pocket, as though this attitude had been arranged by way of contrast, while with his other hand he moves a light lever up and down, each motion being imitated by the great steam hammer, whose powerful blows soon shape the mass of metal into any desired form, or it will weld one shaped piece to another, and so on. A steam hammer is simply a strong piston working up and down in a steam cylinder, the inlet of steam being controlled by the boy already referred to. The free end of the piston forms the hammer head. This powerful tool, as we know it today, was invented by Naismith of Manchester in 1839. Another hard-working tool is the hydraulic forge, or press, such as shown in the illustration facing page 216. Some hydraulic presses are made to exert a pressure of 30,000 tons, though the locomotive builder will probably find one of 12 to 1,500 tons pressure sufficient for his heaviest work. The hydraulic press, as its name implies, does not deal out sharp blows like the steam hammer, but exerts a slow pressure, bending great plates of iron into the forms desired. A flat circular plate of iron is heated and pressed by a mold into the well-known form of the dome upon the top of a locomotive boiler. It may happen that some special shape has to be formed for which the engineers possess no mold. Suppose it is a certain size of plate to be bent up at right angles around the four sides. In this special case, a number of smiths attack the heated plate with heavy wooden mallets, which will not mark the metal, but by the time 4 smiths have finished one piece, the hydraulic press, if it had the proper mold, would have accumulated quite a pile of similarly finished parts. In constructing the boilers, a large number of rivets are required, so the making of these is undertaken by an automaton, which does not feel the monotony of always doing the one thing. Long bars of round metal of the dimensions required for the shank of the rivets are heated in furnaces and then placed in the rivet-making machine. The bar keeps putting its head under a guillotine, which cuts off the required length. These short pieces, while still red hot, are placed in a revolving carrier, which whisks the rivet under a small steam hammer, and with one smart blow this hammer forms the well-known rivet head. Much more wonderful are the machines which make screwed bolts and similar things. These machines are perfectly automatic, one man acting master to as many as 5 machines. He merely hands them each a long bar of steel and watches that they do their work satisfactorily. He gives one machine a long hexagonal bar, which the machine undertakes to convert into special bolts. These are to have hexagonal heads, plain round necks, and they are to be screwed along the remaining 3/4 of their length. the machines are really automaton lathes. When the machine feeds in the long bar, a finger comes forward from the opposite direction and pushes the bar back till exactly the correct length is exposed from the feed. One tool then cuts away the hexagonal circumference of the bar, making it nice and round, and leaving only sufficient of it hexagonal to serve as a head for the bolt. Then another tool cuts into the bar just beyond the head, but at this stage it refrains from cutting it quite free. Another tool comes into action and puts the desired screw thread upon the bolt, and as soon as this has been completed, the cutting tool again approaches the head and severs the bolt from the long bar. The machine then feeds in another few inches of the hexagonal bar and proceeds to make another similar bolt. Other automata are busy making those shapely studs which support the handrail along the side of the locomotive, and so on. It is quite strange to see a large number of such machines, each working away at its own job, changing its tools as required, completing one article and then commencing another, doing all this on their own account, while their master, the workman, is engaged attending to something else. The amateur carpenter very soon learns to plane and saw wood, but if he desires to work upon pieces of iron instead of wood, he finds that he must exert a great amount of energy. The practical engineer does not worry about the energy required to plane or saw large pieces of iron. He simply hands the work over to a machine to do all the necessary hard work. In one class of planing machine, a traveling carriage or platform carries metal to and fro under a fixed plane, while in others the work is stationary and the planing tool travels to and fro. I mention these facts as one sees those planing machines so often at our industrial exhibitions. When these machines have a revolving cutter not unlike a garden mower, but solid, they are called milling machines. Then there are different kinds of drilling machines, but these have been referred to in the chapter on sewing machines. Each mechanic receives his work all marked off so that he can place it in the machine in its proper position to be drilled, planed, slotted, or whatever else is required to be done. Each workman does some little towards the completion of the great locomotive. One lot of men have been making the parts required for the cylinders, and when these have been fitted together, the complete cylinder has to undergo a series of severe tests. First of all, it is filled with water under great pressure, and then it is tested with steam, and when quite satisfactory, it is handed over to the erecting shop. Other men have been busy making the different parts of the boiler, and these are dealt with in similar fashion. The making of the wheels has employed other gangs of men. The wheels are made of cast steel, and as the rims are to be subjected to very great friction, it is necessary to have them as hard and tough as possible. Just as the wooden cartwheel has a metal tire put around it, so the steel wheel of the locomotive is also tired. The tires for the locomotive are made of special steel, and they are put on in the same way as the blacksmith adopts in dealing with the cartwheel. In the case of the locomotive, the heavy steel tire is laid upon the ground with a circle of gas jets playing upon the metal circumference. When the tire has expanded sufficiently, the wheel is placed within it, and the heat is withdrawn, whereupon the tire contracts gradually and takes a great grip of the wheel. It is afterwards fastened further with metal bolts. When the wheel becomes worn, it is sent to the repairing shop to have a new tire put upon it. In the erecting shop, there is necessarily a great deal of manual labor, although even here many automatic tools, driven by compressed air or by electric power, are brought into play. Needless to say, the building of a modern railway locomotive is carried out on scientific principles. The different parts are each made of the particular quality of iron or steel best suited for the purposes the parts have to serve. It is surprising how a very small variation in the composition of the iron may alter entirely its distinctive properties. The means of producing different qualities of iron and steel have been dealt with in the chapter on the manufacture of iron. It is a curious thought that these great express engines which race across the country with us are composed of little invisible molecules of iron, and that the stability of the whole frame and of the going parts depends entirely upon the natural clinging of these molecules to one another. In the molding shop, the intense heat of the furnace sets these little molecules vibrating at such a rate that they could no longer hold on to one another. The molder seized this opportunity of placing them in a mold of the shape he wished them to remain when they once got into grips with one another again. In the forge, the same method was used, but as the molecules were not freed sufficiently to lose all grip upon one another, some energy had to be expended to force the molecules into new positions. Hence the use of steam hammers and hydraulic presses. As we fly across the country in our fast express trains, we are trusting our lives to those ultramicroscopic molecules, each doing its duty and holding firmly on to its neighbors. Needless to say, each locomotive is severely tested before it leaves the builder's hands. The locomotive is first of all placed so that its driving wheels do not touch the rails, but rest upon the circumferences of other wheels. In this position, all the going parts of the engine may be tested while the locomotive remains stationary. It can be made to record its speed and its tractive power. Then, when all is considered satisfactory, the locomotive is allowed to go on its own wheels, and after being tested upon short tracks in the builders' yards, the locomotive is sent out onto the public railway, or if it is to go abroad, it is taken to pieces and packed in cases. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Building a Ship. We all know that ships are not modern inventions. They have been going about on the surface of the seas of this planet for thousands of years. The evolution of the ship from floating rafts and from canoes cut out of solid wood was quite natural. Not content with depending upon the fickle wind, the ancients propelled their ships with oars. Doubtless we have all had vivid imaginings of the galley slaves of Rome, chained to their seats while they rowed long galley boats or ships on the Mediterranean Sea. The next forward step was made by the Romans, introducing paddle wheels in place of oars. These paddles were sometimes driven round by men, but oxen and horses were employed also. This form of paddle ship was renewed in modern times for ferry boats. A Scotchman, Miller by name, made many experiments with paddle ships of this kind, but he found that the men were very easily exhausted, while the use of animals was not very convenient. It occurred to him that the then recently invented steam engine of James Watt might be made to drive the paddles round. It so happened about this time, 1786, Miller heard of a model steam carriage being exhibited in Edinburgh by James Symington, a mining engineer. Miller found that Symington was of opinion that the steam engine which he was exhibiting would be quite as suitable for turning the paddle wheels of a ship as the ordinary wheels of a carriage. Of course, it seems ridiculous to us that anyone would doubt such a simple fact, but we must remember that we have grown up among these inventions. Symington agreed to build an engine for Miller, and by the end of 1788, all was ready for the trial trip on an inland loch. It is interesting to note that the great bard of Scotland, Robert Burns, was one of the 5 passengers on board this first steamship on her maiden voyage across the little loch. But even Burns's clear mind did not foresee the importance of the event. He has left no verse concerning it. Personally, I think this shows Burns's wisdom. The whole affair was so novel that he would not wish to express what might remain a permanent opinion concerning its future. In the preceding chapter, we saw how foolish early critics of the steam locomotive appear to us now. Symington made further experiments with a larger boat on the Forth and Clyde Canal, which crosses Scotland from east to west. This larger boat attained a speed of 7 miles an hour, but it was so lightly built that it could not stand many trips. Miller was supplying the funds for these experiments, and finding this a heavy drain upon his purse, he abandoned it. Symington was an enthusiast, and he got a Scottish nobleman to provide £3,000 for the building of a stronger ship to be used on the canal as a steam tug. This boat proved a success, but at its trial trip it was declared that its wash would injure the whole banks of the canal, and so the vessel did not come into use as a tug. There is something pathetic about Symington having to abandon his great scheme after he had proved that his ship could steam against a strong wind, against which no other vessel could make headway, and at the same time pulling along 2 vessels of 70 tons each. If Symington had suggested that they should strengthen the banks of the canal to suit his steamer, he would have been laughed out of court. Indeed, it would have seemed to them just as ridiculous as the little boy asking the keeper at the zoological gardens if a currant out of his bun would hurt the elephant. When our old clerical friend Dr. Cartwright lost his fortune in his heroic efforts to establish weaving by machinery, he went to London to earn a living by his pen. Even then he was always busy with some ideas concerning mechanical affairs. He used to discuss the problem of steam navigation with a young American artist, Robert Fulton, who was a constant visitor at the doctor's London house. The indigenous clergyman made a model of a paddle steamer, which was driven by means of clockwork, and which he gave as a toy to a little fellow who became afterwards the great statesman Lord John Russell. No experiments were attempted with steam, but Fulton was keenly interested in the subject of steamships, of the future of which he and Dr. Cartwright were enthusiastic. Some years later, when Fulton was on a visit to Scotland, he got an introduction to Symington, who was most generous in giving full particulars of his ship, and in giving Fulton a trip on board his boat on the canal. It should be mentioned that Fulton told Symington quite frankly that he intended building a steamship as soon as he returned to America. Fulton's American friends laughed at his scheme and spoke of it as Fulton's folly. No one would risk a penny on such ridiculous undertaking. Although Fulton received no encouragement from anyone, he plodded along, and having got his first vessel launched, he proved that he was no madman. We have grown up among steamships, so that it is difficult to realize the great surprise of those who witnessed this new invention. Fulton's biographer tells us that when the steamer came along the River Hudson at night, breathing out flames and smoke, and defying the winds and the tide, the crews of the sailing ships were so alarmed at the approach of this monster that some of them took to their small boats and pulled for the shore, while others fell upon the decks and prayed for protection against the approach of the horrible monster. The flames would be rather alarming, as the fuel was pine wood, which, when stirred by the stoker, would send forth great showers of flaming sparks. Then the usual throb of the paddles, coming through the darkness, would seem uncanny. Fulton's pioneer steamer, Clermont, became a regular passenger steamer between Albany and New York, and other steamers soon followed. It is interesting to consider what happened in Great Britain after Symington was forced to abandon his scheme. A Glasgow carpenter, Henry Bell, had been keenly interested in the subject of ship propulsion, and it happened that Bell accompanied the young American artist, Robert Fulton, on his visit to Symington in Edinburgh. Bell and Fulton kept up a correspondence, but it occurred to Bell that instead of passing on all his opinions to America, he ought to make a practical experiment in his own country. About this time, Bell became proprietor of an inn at Helensburgh, on the banks of the River Clyde. While there, he made some experiments with paddle boats driven by hand, and then sought to introduce a steam engine to turn the paddles. His mad scheme became a standing joke on the Clyde, but Bell also was an enthusiast. When Bell had succeeded with a small boat of 25 tons and 4 horsepower, he placed it on the Clyde to carry passengers between Glasgow and Helensburgh, a distance of about 20 miles. But the canny Scots were very slow to trust themselves in Bell's steamer, the Comet. Footnote: Henry Bell's Comet was built in Scotland about 5 years after Fulton's Clermont in America, and about 23 years after Symington's first steamer referred to in the text. The late Lord Kelvin used to tell how his father and a party of fellow students, after landing at Greenock from Ireland, were walking to Glasgow to attend the opening of the University session, 1813, when on their way they saw a prodigy, a black chimney, moving rapidly beyond a field on the left-hand side of their road. They jumped the fence, ran across the field, and saw to their astonishment Henry Bell's Comet, then not a year old, traveling on the Clyde between Greenock and Glasgow. End footnote. The owners of the stagecoaches and sailing vessels spread evil reports about the Comet, but when it had run without accident for some time, the tourists began to patronize it, and Bell was encouraged to try his vessel on the open sea around the coast. Unfortunately, the little vessel was not strong enough for this, and was wrecked. A second vessel was burned, leaving Bell in money difficulties. By this time, rivals were building steamers, and against these capitalists, poor Bell had no chance, so that he sank into poverty. Subscriptions were raised among friends, and with a small annuity from the Clyde trustees, Bell was kept from starving. But today the great shipping enterprises on the Clyde stand as a momentum to Bell's pioneer work. The general principle of shipbuilding has not altered much since the days of the Roman galleys rowed by slaves. These ships had wooden ribs to which the wooden shell was fixed, while the seats for the rowers acted as crossbeams to strengthen the ship. People were content with wooden ships until the invention of heavy guns, whereupon the French government protected some of their wooden warships with a covering or coat of iron plates. Then the struggle began between the gun makers and the shipbuilders. The former made guns which could pierce the iron plating. Then the shipbuilders put on heavier iron plates, and so on they went. At first the ships always had wooden lining to the iron, and in some cases an inner lining of iron also. When ships built entirely of iron were tried in 1863, they came into general use very quickly. One might think that an iron ship would weigh a great deal more than a wooden ship of the same size, but as a matter of fact an iron ship is much lighter, for the required strength is obtained with very much thinner walls. It will be of some interest to see how the modern shipbuilder sets to work, and we shall suppose that he is going to build one of those gigantic liners, or a warship such as shown entering the water in the illustration facing page 310. The preparatory work of drawing and making blueprints from the tracings is very much the same as has been described in the preceding chapter on locomotives, but there is one important difference in carrying the design into operation. The locomotive builder made a full-size template of the whole frame of his locomotive, but it goes without saying that the shipbuilder is not going to make a full-size template of his ship. Leaving the size out of account altogether, it must be apparent that the conditions are entirely different. The side of a ship is not a piece of flat metal. It bulges out from the keel to the deck and from the bow to the stern. We speak of the beautiful lines of a modern ship. It is obvious that it will be the formation of the ribs of the ship which will determine the lines. If the ribs of a ship were merely straight pieces of iron bent at certain angles, the shipbuilder could work from a small drawing, and just make the ribs so many times larger than those in the drawing. He might use that simple plan even if the ribs were bent in semicircles. But to get all the different complex curves of hundreds of ribs required to produce the shape from bow to stern by merely multiplying the lines of a small drawing is quite out of the question. The matter would be simplified if the shipbuilder could draw his ship full size upon a blackboard. This suggestion may seem rather absurd when one considers the size of an Atlantic liner or a battleship, but that is what the shipbuilder really does. He would require a great ladder to get up to the blackboard of such dimensions, so he lays it on the floor. Indeed, he makes the blackened floor of an immense room serve as a blackboard, this room being known as the mold loft. Having chalked off a profile or a side view of the ship's hull, see Figure 16, he draws also a body plan, or what one might describe as the ship's waist measurement, at different points. Then he draws a bird's eye view or plan of the ship, or a half-breadth plan is sufficient, as the ship is equal-sided. With these three chalk drawings, the builder arrives at the curves of the full-sized ribs. He bends a piece of flexible wood into the form required, and then chalks the shape of the rib upon the floor. But how are the workmen to get those chalk drawings away with them to the works? They must bring the floor of their own workshop up to the mold loft, and have shapes of the ribs transferred to it. Of course, the workmen have to take their floor to pieces to carry it, but the planks are placed in their proper positions on the mold loft, and the shapes of the ribs are drawn on with a sharp knife, as chalk marks would be too easily erased. The largest rib is cut, or screeved, first of all, then the next in size is placed within that, and so on. The planks of this screeved floor are carried back to the workmen's quarters, where the floor is relaid. Before the workmen can bend the steel bars, or angles, into shape, bars must be raised to a white heat. It is obvious that these white-hot angle bars cannot be brought onto this wooden floor upon which the forms of the ribs have been screeved, but a very convenient plan is adopted. When considering the manufacture of iron, we saw that if all the carbon were burnt out of the iron, the remaining pure iron was so soft as to be useless for most purposes. This soft or very malleable iron comes in very conveniently for making patterns or templates of these curved ribs. The cold metal bars are bent with ease to conform with the curved lines representing the ribs. When the soft iron bar has been bent into the form of a rib, it is taken over to a heavy cast iron floor, which is riddled with holes or sockets in which metal pegs may be placed. A row of these pegs is arranged around the curved line of this soft iron template, so as to fix it firmly in position, and the red-hot angle bar, which is to form the real rib, is brought out of a long furnace and bent against the template. It is then clamped down in position by a second row of pegs arranged along its other edge, and it is held in this position until it has cooled. In another part of the busy works, steel plates are being prepared to form the shell of the ship. In most cases, these are less than 1 inch in thickness, but it is no light task to make about 500 holes around each plate for the purpose of riveting the plates together. There will be somewhere about 10 million holes to be made in the plates of an Atlantic liner. It would take a man a long time to drill one hole by hand in a solid plate of steel, and even to drill such a number of holes by machinery would occupy too much time. The shipbuilder saves time by having very powerful machines, which punch a hole right through the plate with a single downward stroke. Of course, it requires considerable energy to push a blunt metal tool straight through a heavy sheet of solid metal, but these punching machines are quite equal to the task. There are large machines for rolling the plates, while other machines shear and joggle the edge so that the plates will be of correct size and overlap properly. The prepared ironwork all makes its way to the yard in which the ship is to be erected. The first thing is to lay the keel. When some of us were boys, our one idea of a keel was a heavy piece of lead or iron shaped so as to project downwards from the ship. But the keel of a modern liner might be described as a long gutter made of heavy steel plates. Toward the middle part of the ship, this long gutter arrangement is only slightly bent. In other words, it is like a broad, shallow gutter. While towards the bow and the stern, it takes the form of a deep and narrow gutter. Along the center of this flat keel plate is set up the vertical keel plate, which is just like a heavy girder. These two parts are well riveted together, while the base of each rib is also riveted to these two parts, which form the keel. After the skeleton of the ship is set up with its full complement of ribs, crossbeams, and bulkheads, or transverse walls, all in position, the ship is plated. Most of the riveting is still done by hand, although there are mechanical riveters, powerful hydraulic riveters being used for very heavy work. In the old days of wooden ships, the seams of the planks forming the shell had to be caulked with tow or yarn to make them watertight, and in the modern steel ship, we find compressed air machines busy caulking the seams of the steel plates by hammering the edges of the plates. In order to prepare all the woodwork and other fittings for the interior of the ship, a large number of carpenters, joiners, blacksmiths, plumbers, electricians, riggers, mechanics, coppersmiths, painters, and so on are employed. In the joiners department, we find complete cabins fitted up, so that the ship owner may see exactly what the builder proposes to make for the ship. To return to the outdoor work, we can see that it has been a comparatively easy thing to lift the different parts of the ship and place them in position. But when these have been joined into one huge piece to form the ship, the total weight may be anything up to 16,000 tons, which is not a weight to be moved easily. Great care must be taken to see that the builder will have no difficulty in launching his ship when ready. The builder is not going to supply the energy to take his ship into the river. He depends on the fact that one mass of matter attracts another mass, and that the earth, being so very much greater than any object upon it, possesses an overwhelmingly predominant position in the question of attraction. The builder takes care to build his ship on a declivity sloping down towards the river. He must not make the decline too great, or the ship could not be properly launched. Careful calculations are necessary to arrive at the exact declivity required for any particular ship. The keel is laid upon piles of wooden blocks, the height of each successive pile increasing towards the bow. If one walks underneath the middle part of the great liner, one is impressed with the flatness of the bottom. Indeed, it is as if one were under a great flat roof. I mention this in case anyone should imagine that the stilts or supports placed against the sides of the ship are maintaining a very delicate balance. When the ship is ready for launching, the keel blocks are removed and the vessel is allowed to rest on a pair of wooden rails or ways which run parallel to one another and form a wide track. Needless to say, the builder is not going to let his fine ship scrape along on these fixed ways. He gives the ship a wooden toboggan, as it were, upon which she can ride safely down the fixed ways. These moving ways are heavy beams of wood which rest upon the fixed ways. It is upon the moving ways that the ship rests when being launched. There is no need to strap the vessel to this simple toboggan, for her great weight pressing upon the wood beams is just as good. If the moving ways were laid merely upon the top of the fixed ways, the ship's weight would cause so much friction between the surfaces of the two wooden beams, that the vessel would remain securely in the one position. But if a liberal supply of heavy grease is placed between the two surfaces, the friction is reduced so greatly that the moving ways slide down the fixed ways and carry the heavy ship on their back. Of course, those greased ways are raised into position, pressing upon the bottom of the vessel before the piles of keel blocks are knocked away. The ship, while resting upon the prepared ways, must be held back from gliding down the hill before the time comes. When the launching ceremony has been performed, 2 large trigger arrangements, one on each way, are released, and the great ship is pulled down the hill by gravity, dragging heavy anchor chains with her, and safely launched into the river or into the sea. In order to make the launching ceremony as complete as possible, the pressing of an electric push may be arranged to switch on an electric current which releases the trigger arrangements. In the illustration facing page 310, we see the launching of HMS Indomitable from the yard of the Fairfield Shipping and Engineering Company, Ltd., at Govan, just below Glasgow, on the River Clyde. End of chapter 24, read by Timothy Osink, West Jordan, Utah, March 30th, 2023.
Chapter 25 of the Romance of Modern Manufacture. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson. Conclusion. When considering the great achievements of modern machinery, we should remember that the ancients could produce excellent specimens of manufactures, but at what an enormous cost of labor! And when admiring the great tools which we use in some modern industries, we should keep in mind the fact that the ancients could carry out immense undertakings without these aids. Witness the great pyramids and Sphinx of Egypt. But the building of these must have taken an enormous amount of human effort. Indeed, it is stated that one pyramid took the continuous efforts of 100,000 men for about 50 years. In this connection it is interesting to note the following statement which I have extracted from an old book entitled Mathematical Magic, written about 260 years ago. After referring to the pyramids, the writer says, "Above all ancient designs, that would have been most wonderful, which a Grecian architect did propound unto Alexander, to cut the mountain Athos into the form of a statue, which in his right hand should hold a town capable of 10,000 men, and in his left a vessel to receive all the water that flowed from the several springs in the mountain. But whether Alexander in his ambition did fear that such an idol should have more honor than he himself, or whether in his good husbandry he thought that such a microcosm, if I may so style it, would have cost him almost as much as the conquering of this great world, or whatever else was the reason, he refused to attempt it. We have direct evidence that the ancients were able to handle huge pieces of stone weighing in one case at least as much as 380 tons. Our largest crane today cannot lift half of that great weight. But what an enormous amount of human energy the ancients must have expended. In the preceding chapter we have seen to what a great extent automatic machinery has relieved man of much manual labor, and enabled him to produce necessary articles and even luxuries at a cost which brings them within the reach of almost everyone. There is a true romance in the fact that much of the monotonous toil of man has been taken off his shoulders by inanimate machines of his own invention. It is obvious that the introduction of machinery into many branches of industry has meant hardships for some particular generation of toilers, and we must consider these as martyrs in a good cause, the general advancement of mankind. One fact which is very prominent in the preceding pages is that the real inventor very often suffered martyrdom on account of his zeal. To take only one or two instances, James Watt suffered much in his endeavors to produce a practical steam engine. it was with a sore heart and a worried mind that Watt wrote, "Of all things in the world there is nothing so foolish as inventing." Fortunately, he reaped financial success before his death, which occurred in the same year as that in which the late Queen Victoria was born, 1819. We have seen that Hargreaves and Crompton both died penniless and broken-hearted, though by that time many manufacturers were making money by means of these inventors' machines. We have also seen how Lee, the Cambridge clergyman who invented knitting by machinery, met with no encouragement, and died of a broken heart in Paris. Today many thousands of people receive handsome dividends earned by factories employing such machinery. Then we recollect the hardships of poor Elias Howe, the American mechanic who invented the sewing machine, and again how poor Palissy, the potter, broke up his household effects in order to feed his furnace during his last desperate experiment. These are but a few of the martyrs who have sacrificed themselves in laying the foundations of our modern manufactures. When people are discussing the position of Great Britain as a manufacturing nation, one often hears the question of technical education brought forward as a reason why continental countries, more especially Germany, can excel Great Britain in certain industries. One is apt to think of this as a problem of recent date, but that is not the case. In the old book, 1648, to which I have referred in the opening paragraphs of this chapter, there appears the following sentence: "Ramus hath observed that the reason why Germany hath been so eminent for mechanical inventions is because there have been public lectures of this kind instituted amongst them, and those not only in the learned languages, but also in the vulgar tongue, for the capacity of every unlettered ingenious artificer." These words were written more than 260 years ago. Great Britain has wakened up to the fact that technical colleges are an absolute necessity, and many of our modern colleges are excellent examples of what is required. Another conclusion at which one may arrive after considering the methods of manufacture in different industries is that there is a great similarity between the actions of the machines used for different purposes. We can still divide all motions into the 4 divisions set forth by Aristotle, the tutor of Alexander the Great, more than 2,000 years ago. These were described as pulsio, tractio, vectio, vertigo, which signified thrusting, drawing, carrying, turning. A friend has remarked to me that we have become so accustomed to having things done for us by machinery that one might almost be surprised to hear that any action could not be performed by a machine. He suggested that we might even make machines to wash our faces. I have distant recollections, however, of an automatic boot-black which was set up at one of our large railway stations. I was foolhardy enough to let the machine brush my boots on one occasion, but on making inquiries some time later I was informed that the automaton had been dismissed, and the human boot-black confided to me that it had nearly taken the feet off the gentleman. Even if it were possible to get machines to perform all manufacturing operations, there would still be plenty for a man to do. To manufacture articles of necessity and luxury, to distribute these and carry them all over the world, is not the only possible interest in life. Indeed, there are many of us who are convinced that if every young man would take up a definite hobby, apart from his daily work, our country would be the better for it. There is too much idling away of time by the modern youth, and Cooper's words are still true. An idler is a watch that wants both hands, as useless if it goes as if it stands. And again we have the words of Ben Jonson: "Virtue, though chained to earth, will still live free, and hell itself must yield to industry." End of chapter 25. End of the Romance of Modern Manufacture by Charles R. Gibson.